play and call it work.
Hello there, Wargamers, and welcome to our first impressions of the new 9th edition Necron Codex review. Of course, Steve and I are here to do this, both being large fans of Necrons, and this is the book right here. What we're going to be doing in this review is, if you haven't already, we did a Space Marine one that probably went out before this one. We don't actually know. That's not up to us. That's for the higher ups to do the scheduling. Yeah, we just do the talking and all that. So one of those two videos is going up first. The Space Marine one is long. We're gonna try and keep this one a little more concise.
We're gonna attempt to.
We went a little overboard on the last one, but everything is going to be timestamped. So if you want to check down below, you will have all the relevant sections timestamped. That'll be like Dynasties, warlord traits, your stratagems, your war data sheets. I want to call them war scrolls. That's Age of Sigmar. I think these are just data sheets.
Data sheets.
And like Catan powers. Then we're gonna discuss the new monolith in the Catan while we're talking about the data sheets, because we're gonna go over the major changes. This is pretty much an entire rewrite of Necron.
It's a whole new army.
And it's a brand new army because of all the new additions. But before we get into the nitty gritty of it, Steve does have one very important point to make about the Codex.
Okay, fine. I wasn't actually going to do that, but I did.
What is your point?
I was making a joke, Luka. Okay, all right. I'll just do it.
I'll just do it.
This book makes me want to play Necrons again. I sold my Necron army. I might buy a new one. I might make a new one. I love this book. It is laid out beautifully. The layout is amazing.
We'll talk
the
about
art's amazing.
Yeah.
All except for one page. I don't know why Luka's making me do this, but. You can't see it. You can't see it.
There's no way you can see it.
The photographer who chose to take the red and white Necron army to fight the red and white Admech army, it probably wasn't a good choice. I can't believe you're making me call it out. As I skimmed through the book, I keep getting stuck on this page like, it's the same army. Okay, you happy?
I'm happy.
I made myself a fool on the internet for you.
I'm super happy you went through with that.
The little things bother me.
So, one thing I want to touch up on is, yes, the layout of this book is out freaking standing.
It really is. It's beautiful.
We talked about this in the Space Marine book. We will talk about it again for the Necron book. Everything is laid out in order that makes sense. You have references with page numbers referencing where it is in the book, little bullet point reminders of how rules work. But if you want the deeper rule, you just go to the page number that it says right there. And the best part, remember how much you guys used? It wasn't that bad for Necrons, but for like Space Marines, it was real bad. Remember how it was to build your list before? It'd be like, okay, I'm gonna go with my.
It was a chore.
It was
to create
a chore,
list,
100%.
paper and pen in these books.
Now you go to like say you want to build tomb blades, right? You'd be like, okay, the base cost of my tomb blade is listed here. I can take that many of them, and then what can my tomb blades take? Oh, I have to go flip back to the data sheet. Okay, they can take shield veins and nebula scope or shadow looms. I'm like, okay, now I gotta flip back. Okay, it's not under tomb blade, it's under other war gears. So I have to go find what was that called? I have to go back and look again. That is not the case. We'll show it off to you, but if you go to tomb blade, if you look at any of this stuff on page 116, 117, it will just say the unit, its cost, and all of its relevant upgrades are bullet point listed underneath it, like the days of old.
It just fixed it. It is so much better.
It's like
it's clean.
It's so beautiful. All the relevant upgrades you have in this book are in your points values. Whoever designed the layout of this book, or the team that designed the layout of this book, absolutely murdered it.
Finally, because let's be honest, they were pretty bad in the past.
This is like, okay, Steve had said this for the Space Marine book in the review. These are probably the best books they've ever released.
Yeah. There was the day of 5th edition of Fantasy. I love that layout.
Okay.
Second best.
Second best. But we have some great lore in here. I'll do I read all the lore here. I'll give you like a 5-minute, like very, like Reader's Digest of like what's going on in the lore, and then we're gonna jump into the detachment abilities, your dynasties and warlord traits, and then from there we'll move on to war scrolls and Catan powers and all that stuff.
Before we do all that, I'm going to remind you guys that, like Luka said, there is another video up right now, the Space Marine review, which is very long, it's like 2 hours. And there is a game in the MiniWarGaming Vault where Luka tries these new Necrons.
I do play Stratagems.
He tries to bring a bunch of things that can show off as many things as possible.
And I couldn't. That's the thing. I couldn't. There's so much new stuff here.
That's something like maybe we'll talk about earlier or whatever, but like you can make a bunch of different lists nowadays of these Necrons.
100%.
But that game is in the vault. I play new Space Marines. If you're not already a vault member, you click the link below, you have a 7-day free trial, check it out, and then you can leave afterwards. But that's in the vault right now. up there for you to watch.
Okay, we're going to cover some of the new Necron lore here, and if you're not interested in this, just skip to the next part where we get to the meat of the book, or just click the timestamp down below. But what we have here is the Silent King has returned, obviously. That is the biggest thing.
Wow.
The Necrons have been waking up for the last more than 10,000 years. They've been waking up before the Horus Heresy, they've been waking up after the Horus Heresy. All of the dynasties typically have the same kind of common goal where they want to unify the Necrons in one whole. There are some dynasties that definitely do not want to do that, though.
Real quick, can you give us the 10-second synopsis of Necrons, of why they're metal and why they went to sleep?
Okay, so
just so you don't know, if you don't
know anything about Necrons, 60 million years ago, there was the War in Heavens. The Necrontyr were a race of humanoids, much like ourselves, but their planet orbited they had a thin atmosphere. They orbited this sun that was emitting so much radiation because it was like near supernova. It was going to blow.
Right down. You need it all.
Oh my gosh, I'm not
There's
good at
so
that
much.
stuff. All right. They worshipped death because they lived to a very young age. They would die in their 30s, and so what they wanted more than anything in life is immortality.
Right.
And then there was the old ones, and they were constantly at war with the old ones. They're constantly at war with themselves. And they went to war with the old ones, but the old ones were winning, and they were getting pushed back. It was a long, arduous fight. And then the star gods, the Catan, showed up, and there was the Deceiver was the first one who showed up. He made a promise of, we will give you the immortality you so deserve if you help us defeat the old gods. They were like an enemy of my enemy is my friend sort of thing. But the Catan shard of the Deceiver was a deceiver, tricked him into biotransference, which kind of enslaved them in a way, and all that good stuff. Cesaric, the Silent King, was the king at the time this happened. And he is the one who decided to go for it, even though a lot of his advisors said not to do it.
Now, I know how much this is painting Luka, because there's way more than what he just said.
Yeah.
He's trying to keep it super simple, but basically made the deal, turned themselves into robots.
Turns out the deal wasn't quite what they thought.
It's immortal, but not what they expected, right?
Cesaric was the first one to go through with the biotransference, and now they won their war. But as they won the war, they splintered the shards. They enslaved the shards, kind of an ironic.
Of the Catan, shards of the Catan.
So they couldn't kill them because they're entities of the universe, essentially.
Yeah.
They didn't know how to destroy them, but they knew how to splinter them and imprison them and enslave them. That's what they did. And now they're like the lowest of the low. It's a very ironic end for them. And Cesaric, after they won the war, it was very Pyrrhic victory.
Right.
So it wasn't really that much of a victory, and they were beset on all sides by the allies of the old ones. So they decided to go into slumber and let these allies simply kill themselves off through time and trepidation.
They went to a long rest.
Yeah, so they went to sleep for 60 million years. But Cesaric didn't.
He took off. He left.
Yep.
Not much was known about him.
Right. He was put into a self-imposed exile, and that was pretty much it for Necron lore on the Silent King.
Right, exactly.
What he did do, though, is he took a good part of his dynasty at the time onto this massive void ship and left the Milky Way galaxy, went to go visit other galaxies or explore dark space, and left a contingent of his dynasty behind. And his intention or his goal was to figure out a way to reverse the biotransference, hoping that the agents he left behind would also be doing the same thing when they wake up. So he's out there in other galaxies exploring. They do not cover what happens out there whatsoever, other than the fact that he somehow, against all mathematical odds, found the Tyranids that were coming towards the Milky Way. And it was bad. He's seen the direction they were going in, and he says, crap, I seen what they just did to that galaxy. I have to go back as well because I still love my people more than anything. Even though there's he's technically a tyrant. He's not a great guy, but he's like a tyrant like the Emperor's a tyrant, right? He knows what is best for his people, even though it's not best for all of his people. You know what I mean, right? Look at the Necron warriors right there. Anyway, he eventually goes back, and at the point of his return, he realizes, oh wow, some of these guys are waking up a little late, some of them are waking up a little early. Who's this Imhotep guy? Who's this guy? Who's that guy? I remember you. So Imhotep was just a Nemesaur, but now he's a Pharaon, what happened there? And Illuminor Caesaris is still kicking. Cool to see you, Orc and the Diviner. I know we had some, yikes, it's still awkward, I see, right?
Bring it in.
Okay, yeah.
There's so much.
There's so much.
Give them the minimal synopsis here. Silent King has returned to our galaxy.
And here are the people who threw in with him. The Nihilak dynasty is in with him. They're in. Cesaric is, Illuminor Caesaris is in with him as well.
Many of the Necrons rallied underneath his banner.
And a lot of the smaller dynasties have thrown in with the Silent King because, of course, he's a Silent King, but not a lot of the big ones like Novak and Sawtek and all of them, like Imhotechs, I'm doing what you should have been doing this whole time. Why should I follow you? We're going to do our own thing over here.
So we have a bit of a, not civil war, but
right.
we have a splintering and a reuniting.
Right, exactly. So they're more unified than they ever have been, but there's still a little bit of tension in between a lot of the dynasties. And there are some Necron dynasties that have been shunned Necron policies completely at this point too.
In short, unless there's more I missed, he found the Tyranids and saw what they did and like, oh crap, I gotta go back and help.
This is a threat even to us.
So,
yeah.
Fate of Fayum, canon.
Yeah, Fate of Fayum canon. Essentially, now you're probably thinking, well, they don't have biomass for the Necrons, not that big of a deal. But because they want biotransference, reversal, they want to be mortal again, they want flesh and bones, the threat of the Tyranids is a very real threat to them.
Yeah.
Right, and all that good stuff. So he's back, he's trying to bring everyone in line, and he does have a Triarch again. That's an important note.
Cool,
So there was no, so it's a Triarch again. He's the Silent King, and he's got his 2 Triarch with him, his 2 like sub-rulers that he speaks through, they speak to everyone else. They were a couple of pharaons from very small dynasties who were very humble and immediately went to go work with him, and he just so happened to like them. He's like, you know what, you 2 are my Triarch now. And he's kind of like like starting for fresh, right? Yep. He doesn't want any of that old stuff. The Triarch obviously immediately went to go work with him, like the Praetorians and all that stuff. They're
which makes sense, yeah.
Upholding the Silent King's laws and codes of honor for Necrons and all that stuff. And that is pretty much it. That was longer than I wanted, but there's so much more. I could go on about Necron lore for it. Anyways.
It's great lore, honestly it is.
We're going to jump into the meat of the stuff you're here mostly for, the detachment abilities.
Rules for the game, right?
The rules for the game and how you play your Necrons. It's all new, folks. Right, so your detachment abilities, the things you get for being all Necrons. You get to pick a dynasty or make your own dynasty, and if you pick a dynasty, you get the rules associated with that dynasty, or if you make your own dynasty, they have rules for that now, which we'll go over after going over the other dynasty traits and all that stuff. Other than that, though, you get objectives secured on your troops.
Nice universal keyword.
Which is nice. It's a step in the right direction for universal special rules. Instead of it being, I can't remember what it was called before, but it was essentially all your troops trump everything else on objectives. Now it is just objective secured rule out of the core rulebook of the game. Same thing with the Space Marines. All the other armies are going to get that as well, which is what it used to be back in 7th edition with the CAD, right? And it was just, you get objective secured.
I think it's important to note that I'm pretty much riding shotgun on this one. Necrons are Luka's big passion. He's gone through this book way more than I have.
I read it.
I don't think I'll be able to keep up with him. So I'll add what I can. But this is all Luka.
Jump in whenever you want. Like references to old stuff.
I'm just a viewer like you guys right now because I'm taking it in.
So another rule they're going to have in addition to their court rule, like they're going to have reanimation protocols, living metal. We'll get into that in a moment. But this is a new rule. It's the royal court. It's a bad rule. But I think we're going to see all the armies have something like this.
I hope so.
Because what was your company command or chapter command? What was it called?
Chapter command. Company command.
So Space Marines have an identical rule now. This is the royal court. When mustering your army, if you have the Silent King in it, he must be your warlord regardless of anything. Next up, if you don't have the Silent King, but you have a Pharaon in your army, they have to be the warlord. A Pharaon is a leader of a dynasty. That is Imhotech the Stormlord for Sawtek. And I cannot name the other ones off the top of my head. I don't think there are any other named ones because like Enriqueer is technically a Pharaon, but he gave it up to the other people. Anyways, if you have a Pharaon as your warlord, he has to be your warlord. Failing that, an overlord is the next logical warlord, and then it's lord.
There's a hierarchy.
It's a hierarchy. It's the royal court. So you always your warlord is a fixed warlord no matter what you do. But if you don't bring a lord, overlord, a Pharaon, or the Silent King, then you can make like a royal warden or a Cryptec your warlord.
See, I like that. I know it doesn't give you anything. It's more restrictive. It's
literally no bonus.
It's a negative. It's a negative.
Yeah, there's nothing good about
cool.
that. It's a cool rule. That's a shout out to the old like fantasy. If you had the highest leadership always had to be your warlord, no matter what. And that's an homage I can appreciate. Also, dynastic agents and stars. Obviously, your agents do not take away from your rules. So things like Illuminor Caesaris, he's an agent. He doesn't take away from your army rules. All that's the same as before. But an additional rule here is that the Triarch, sorry, not the Triarch, they're part of the dynastic agents. The Catan Shards, you can only have one per detachment. And
one per detachment.
Right. So there's a lot of hubbub online about like the Void Dragon's so good. I'm going to bring like 3 of him to every game. If I could bring more, if I could bring like the other shards, if they're good too, you can only bring 1 per detachment. So you'd have to run at least 3 detachments to bring 3 of any of the shards. But you're not going to be wanting to do that because you're going to be seeing why later on. Or maybe you will, but
It's going to be hotly debated for a while
I think
about how good they are.
100%.
But we'll get to that. That's something that's fascinating, actually.
So Necrons have 6 dynasties now.
Yes.
They had 5 before. Now with the inclusion of the Caesarican dynasty, they're the Uncanny Artificers. Now his dynasty always existed, but it was very minor and kind of bullied by the other ones because of the resentment of him leaving them high and dry, right?
Okay, yeah.
So that's a little narrative behind that dynasty. But because all these other smaller dynasties are now throwing in with him, they're now changing their name to the Caesarican dynasty. So a little bit lore. But if you look at the map in the book, you will see that all the other dynasties that were named before in like 8th edition or 7th edition codexes, they've now changed their name to the Caesarican dynasty. It's big, it's just splintered.
So what you're saying is there's still a map in this book shows where all the dynasties are.
Right.
And there's not one, like one big section for like the Sawtech and like
Right,
Defrex over here. But I can't say it. Caesarican dynasty is a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here.
It's
really
spread
cool.
out. Yeah, it's just a bunch of
It's a
small
little
dynasties. And a lot of these dynasty traits are very similar to what they were before, but they've changed. Like Mephrit, for example, is 3 inch range to your 3 extra range to your ranged weapons, which wasn't that. But that's brand new for them. For any models with this code that are equipped with, so not Triarch stuff, but pretty much everything else. And then each time a model of this code makes a range attack within half range with a ranged weapon, the armor penetration characteristic of that attack is improved by 1. That's the same. But you have access to a new army rule, much like the combat doctrines for the Space Marines, called command protocols. And each dynasty specializes in one of these 6 command protocols more than the other ones do. The way a command protocol works, I'll briefly describe it, is when it comes up in the relevant battle round, it has 2 options, 2 directives. You pick which one you want to be active. Each dynasty specializes in one of those 6 command protocols, and they get to benefit from both of them. That's how that works.
Interesting.
So
Okay.
instead of picking one, they get both.
So I'll translate as I'm understanding and tell me if I'm wrong. So Necrons have command protocols kind of like doctrines.
Right.
Now, if I remember correctly, there's 6 of them.
There's 6, but
And
you
you
choose
pick
5.
You pick 5 of them, secret from your opponent.
Yep.
Probably going to be cards face down.
Yep.
And then battle round 1, you flip it over, this one's active.
100%.
And we'll explain more about that when we get to it. And then, like White Scars and Assault Doctrine, they get a special rule, or Iron Hands and the Devastator Doctrine, they have a special rule. These guys have special rules locked to theirs. Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
I get it.
And then we'll go into which ones they get to benefit from when we cover the command protocols. I'll also be going back and forth. With Novak, we have +1 to charge rolls made for that unit with this code, which was awesome. They never had that before. All they got to do is reroll hit rolls
when they charge
in the first round of combat.
First round? Okay.
It's first round of combat, yeah. And then each time a model with this code makes a melee attack or performs when it was first. I'm going to say first round of combat. What I mean by that is when they charge, or heroically intervened.
Yeah.
They get to improve their armor penetration characteristic by 1 as well.
Nice.
That's super good. So instead of re-rolling, they just get +1 to their charge and they get extra AP on their attacks, which is way better. Because there's already ways to give them +1, there's ways to let them re-roll already. And I'll talk about the protocol they benefit in a moment. So I'll let you cover the next couple.
Is that you hit Novak, right? Okay, so next one is Nefrek. This is the one I used to play.
His favorite, yeah.
This is my favorite. It got buffed a little bit. I actually really dig this one, and if I ever get around to it, probably not for a while, I would like to redo another Nefrek army. So models with this code have a 6-up invulnerable save. Never had that before.
They never had that before.
Just 6-up invulnerable save.
That's good awesome for warriors.
That's awesome for everything, to be honest with you. And when this unit advances, it can translocate. Instead of rolling to die, you just go 6.
Yep.
And it's still the same. It translocates.
Yep. It's actually better now. So
it's not better, actually. If unit translocates until the end of the turn, models unit cannot shoot.
It's advancing.
Well, with your assault weapons.
Not a lot of things had assault weapons, but it's true. Yeah.
The new squad has a fantastic assault weapon.
Oh, yeah, that one. That's right.
Okay,
yeah.
so I missed that.
Yeah.
But automatically 6. Okay, each time a unit falls back with this code or translocates, till the end of the phase, models in that unit can move across models and terrain. So basically, if I remember the lore correctly, they turn to a beam of light and teleport.
That's exactly it. So their Pharaon worked with certain technology from the sun, absorbing energy from the sun, and then utilizing that in technology that would let them, essentially turn into light and reappear somewhere else.
So that kind of mobility,
super good. Especially
passing through units and blocking terrain, that is amazing in 9th.
And then what that also means is this dynasty doesn't need to do desperate breakout. So say a unit is trying to stop you from getting to an objective and they're tying you up in combat. This dynasty is allowed to fall back through enemy units.
Yeah, so good.
Very
fall
powerful.
back in advance, teleporting.
It's true, but it is true though. They did take a hit in the fact that they cannot shoot if they translocate.
And will we skip the protocol part?
Yeah, we'll skip the protocol part for now.
And then there's also the
This is my second favorite.
Nihilic?
This one's always I've heard it pronounced so many different things. Nihilak.
I think it's Nihil.
Nihilak. It very well could be.
I have no
think
idea.
This is one of my favorite picks.
Okay, so units with this code have objective secured ability.
Your whole army is obsessed.
Well, except for the Triarch, right?
Except for the Triarch and except for Catan Shards. And,
Awesome.
And then except the named characters that don't fit with it too, but they're allowed to go in your army.
Yeah. If you already have objective secured, you count as one additional model. Right. So troop choices, a Necron Warrior counts as 2 models for objective secured.
It's already hard enough to shift Necron Warriors off of objectives. The only other thing would be bigger horde armies. Now these guys are even better against that.
You know what? We should probably okay. Each time a model attacks with this, each time an attack with an armor penetration characteristic of -1 is allocated to a model with this code, if that model's unit is wholly within its controller's deployment zone, the attack has armor penetration is 0. So when you're in your own deployment zone, you ignore AP1.
That's typically only really going to be good for the first turn because you're going to want to leave your area. You could try and do a parking lot build where you just defend your own area, but
it's not going to work in 9.
In a match play Eternal War mission, that's just not going to work.
So I think we assumed everybody knows what reanimation is. Should we not cover that first?
We could have. That's just later on with the other army book. So that's reanimation protocols is covered in the book.
Oh, that's fair.
With the combat protocol, command protocols, and the living metal and all that stuff. Yeah.
So people don't want to hear about that right away. But you're right. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead of myself.
The next dynasty, we'll do Caesarican last. We'll do Sawtek. They have Relentless Advance. Each time a morale test is taken for a unit with this code, you can reroll that check. That's new. They never had that before. And instead of following the normal rules for rapid fire weapons, they always fire a rapid fire weapon at 18-inch range. Now, I know what you're probably thinking. The Gauss Reaper is amazing with that. It got changed. We'll talk about that later.
Gauss Reaper's better. Way better.
It was way better. So I thought, I was like, that's an auto take for Sawtek, 100%. Because then 14, no matter what, with the Reaper, you're always rapid firing at 14. It got changed. It's just good for all dynasties now. It's just a really good weapon.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have the Caesarican Uncanny Artificers. This is the new one. This is not going to sound that great at first, but it's going to make more sense later. Each time a model with this code would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, so psychic powers, vehicles exploding, orbital bombardment, random things in the game that do mortal wounds, they have a 5-up to ignore that wound.
This is important to know
for reanimation protocols, So each time a unit with this code is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 wound roll when making that unit's attack. That's not that good for like big blobs of warriors or immortals, but whatever, it's a free reroll. It's something you didn't have before. That'll be a little bit more relevant for things like a Doomsday Cannon or Doomsday Arcs or Monoliths and things with giant big attacks. That'll be great for them, not so much for the big blobs of guys, which is what I typically like to run.
So we haven't gone through the protocols for all those yet, but so far, Nefrek is still my favorite.
Right, I play Sawtek regardless of whatever the dynasties are going to be, but I think my favorite pick is between Caesarican or Nihilak or Nefrek. It's one of those 3. Those are my 3 favorites. The mobility of Nefrek is undeniably good. Undeniable, without a doubt. And then that's it for the Dynastic Codes. I'm going to go into the Warlord traits that are associated with those Dynasty Codes, though. And all that stuff. I'm trying to find it. There we go. And then the generic Warlord traits didn't really change. It's not even worth mentioning like how little they changed, other than Immortal Pride, which is the one that everyone took. And because that's the one that everyone took, it has since been nerfed.
Okay, makes sense.
So what it used to do before is your units within 6 inches of your warlord automatically immune to morale. Didn't even have to roll for it. And you could deny a psychic power. Which was, you would just take it for the immune to morale part though. Because you'd have these giant blobs of guys who just get hammered by morale. So Immortal Pride was always good. Now it's every time they would lose a wound, as a result of a mortal wound on a 5-up, the wound is not lost. And while friendly core units are within 6 inches of this model, the combat attrition test cannot be modified, much like They Shall Know No Fear.
Okay. So never gonna run on 1 or 2.
You only ever run on 1s with that one. It's not that terrible. Bad. It's not terrible, but it's worse than what it was before. Now, for the Warlord traits, I'll start off with Mefrit. You get to add 1 to the strength and attack characteristic of this Warlord. Not that exciting.
That's the one I like. Mefrit's not the one I like. I like Nefrek.
Yeah.
So Nefrek is each time attack is made against his warlord, subtract 1 from the hit roll. I like it.
Yep. It's
I really want my warlord in close combat.
Right.
But
the warlord's got a little bit better in close combat. They got an extra attack. It's still kind of hard to. You don't really want them in close combat. You want them supporting more or less. Nihilak is the precognitive strike. This guy always fights first. At the start of the fight phase, he can fight first that phase. At the start of the fight phase, if he's within engagement range of an enemy unit, he can fight first that phase.
That's a pretty good one.
That's a pretty good one, especially if you have him kitted out with like maybe a close combat weapon or an upgraded relic or something like that. He can be pretty annoying.
For the Novak, each time this warlord makes a melee attack, an unmodified rule 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to normal damage.
Yep, that's. I'll be honest, that almost never comes up.
And so far, these are all stuff for your warlord.
Yeah,
these aren't helping your army.
Right.
These are very selfish warlord traits.
The only one that doesn't is the Satek one, which is Hyperlogical Strategist, which is still pretty good. While he's on the battlefield, every time you spend a command point on a stratagem, on a 5-up, you get it back. It's refunded. That's the exact same as it was before. Actually, it used to have a reroll built into it. You lost that reroll.
That's true.
Yeah, but I think across the board, that's probably going to be going away.
Sazeraken, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Yeah.
If your warlord has this warlord trait, then when assigning command protocols for the battle, you can select 4 command protocols instead of 5, and then one of those command protocols can be assigned to 2 battle rounds instead of 1. I'm not fully understanding how that works yet, but I think that's pretty good, right?
So you have to. There's 6 protocols. You have to assign 5 of them to every battle round. But if there's typically one you're always going to like more for the game. It's almost equivalent to staying in the tactical, devastator, or assault doctrine for one more turn if you really want to. So you're able to pick one of your protocols you like more than the others and just assign that to 2 battle rounds in a row. Or not, doesn't have to be in a row, but it could be
2 battle rounds.
Yeah, 2 battle rounds.
But you're going to be without 1 for 1, right? Or 2.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You would just typically want that to be the best one you need for that situation because you always get to pick them after seeing what your opponent's army is. And that's pretty much it for the Dynasties. We're going to try and go through it a little bit quicker and give you our insight, we'll give you our insight on them as we go along. We're going to try and quickly go through these ancient dynasties here. You have 2 pages here on how to make a custom dynasty. If you don't like any of the ones you have access to, you have your dynastic traditions, which is the traditions of your dynasty before you went into the Great Sleep. And then on the second page, you choose one from here as well. You choose one from both. You have the circumstances of your awakening, the weird things that happened to you when you woke up, maybe insanity, or they're not bad. They actually give you good rules. It's just a little bit of a narrative take on it, right? We'll start with the dynastic traditions. The first one is Eternal Conquerors. Units with this code have the objective secured ability. If you already have that, then it counts as 2. It's the same as Nihilak.
Not a bad one.
Right.
We have Pitiless Hunters. Instead of following the normal rules for rapid-fire weapons, models with this code shoot rapid-fire weapons, make double number attacks if either the shooting model's target is within half range, like normal, or if the shooting model is infantry and remains stationary in your previous movement phase.
Very much like Bolter Discipline.
Bolter Discipline for a rapid one.
Which is unique to Necrons here. They don't have access to that through another a dynasty. We have Superior Artisans. Each time a unit with this code is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 wound roll.
Okay, that's not bad.
That's not bad. That's the Sazerakan Dynasty one, right?
We got Rad Wreathed.
I like this one.
Use this code have the following ability. There's an aura. When an enemy unit, excluding vehicle units, is within 1 of this unit, subtract 1 from the toughness characteristics of models in that enemy unit. That is so good. But your strength is not that low. Right.
So my thought with this one is because of I had a narrative list in my head about a Tomb World on a Tomb World.
Come on, all super hot and glowing.
Yeah, a Tomb World on a rad world that is currently starting to wake up, or intruders have broken into it, and it's a canoptic list. All the canoptic stuff come out to defend it.
Interesting. But canoptic stuff that's going to be within 1 inch of the enemy, you're already going to be wounding on 3s.
Yeah, but that makes them wound on 2. The strength T4 down to T3, strength 6.
I guess so.
Yeah. Pretty good. Yeah, because the raids are strength 6 still with the vicious claws.
You have to look at what you bring in your list, your numbers, I think.
100%. Yeah. And then you could throw in like flayed ones in there too if you really wanted to.
Get wounding on 3s.
Wounding on 3s. I don't know if they reroll anymore. I think they actually got kind of nerfed on that. But anyways, I actually do like Rad Wreathed for that kind of list. We have Immovable Phalanx. Each time an attack with a damage characteristic of 1 is allocated to an infantry model with this code, unless that model unit made a normal move, advanced or fell back this battle round, add 1 to any saving roll. So as long as you don't move in a battle round, you get +1 to your save. I don't like that for match play in 9th edition.
It could be good for holding a back objective, but I don't want things that could be good if.
Right.
Could be good if.
Yeah, so it's a whole...
it's good because.
Yeah, the whole idea is you get onto an objective and you don't leave it, but you're typically wanting to push... if you want to competitively play, you have to be taking objectives while pushing your opponent off of objectives.
See, that's the thing too. You have to look at all this new stuff in the lens of 9th edition.
Yeah.
Which is very similar to 8th, but very different from 8th.
This is biased from our point of view because we have been grinding out Eternal War missions, match play
We've been
games.
playing
We
a
have not
lot.
been doing open war. We've not been doing Maelstrom of War. We've not been doing a lot. Like you've
you
done
have-
some narrative games.
Yeah. We still do campaigns, but yeah, there's a lot of push them off the objective, hold the objective, don't get pushed off.
Right, and that's typically a massive majority of the people out there that play as well.
Yeah. So unyielding, 6-up invulnerable save. I love it. My guys already get it though.
100%. Yeah, that's the Nephric one. Contemptuous of the codes. So this is each time a model with this code makes an attack against a character, you can add 1 to the hit rolls.
It's like Raven Guard, only you don't lock to a tactic.
Yeah.
It's only half good though.
Yeah.
Unmerciful Horde. Each time a morale test is taken for a unit with this code, you can reroll the test.
It's okay. It's the Satek one, right? It's all right. I think that's the Satek one. Anyways, yeah. Sorry, I always get stuck in the narrative one. It's a contemptuous of the codes. Why it's +1 to hit characters is because they're honor bound for character-on-character combat. That's a Necron thing. The warriors are supposed to make the whole arena thing. So these guys actually do not care about that. They're like, whatever.
Luka is not allowed to do reviews for the armies he likes.
No, I'm
he
not.
knows too much for the lore. Wants to
I could go way
But
off.
it's cool. I like rules written for that though, right?
Yeah, because the Triarch has listed this entire thing of codes of combat that you have to follow. And you know what? If you bring Praetorians to your game, what they're narrowly supposed to do is actually just stand there and watch your guys fight. And make sure you're following the codes of combat. That's what the Triarch Praetorians do.
All right, next time you do, if those guys jump into combat.
And then, you know, if they determine what you're fighting is vermin, they're like, I don't care about the code anymore. I'm just going to go in and kill them.
Masters of the Martial. Each time you use this code, shoots or fights, you reroll 1 dice that unit's attacks.
Yeah.
Butchers.
Butchers is +1 to charge rolls for this unit with this code. You get +1 to charge if you're with Butchers. Severed is a unit with this code benefits from the selected directive of your army's active command protocol while it's within 9 inches of a friendly character as opposed to 6. I don't know how I feel about that. I've never really liked aura extending rules, you know?
Yeah, I know.
It's like, whatever.
Vassal Kingdom. Select one of the following dynasties and use the dynastic code from that dynasty listed on page, whatever. Mephrit, different, blah, 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 all the ones I can't say.
This is the one that so say you are a dynasty that isn't actually Caesarican or Satek or whatever, but you're like a vassal, or you're narratively a vassal of them,
Second founding.
You're a second founding, right?
A successor chapter.
Right, you adhere to their codes. You just take that instead for whatever, because you want to paint your thing.
You want to call them a thing, paint them a thing. It's your successor chapters.
This is what you take if you want to paint them differently, and then those are the traditions of your dynasty.
You're picking one of them.
Yeah, and now here are your circumstances of awakening. You cannot pick 2 of the dynastic traditions. You have to pick one of these.
Right.
The Ancient Stir. Add 1 to the move characteristic of canoptic models with this code. Each time a canoptic unit with this code makes a pile in or consolidate move, so long as each model that moves ends its move closer, they get to pile in 4 or consolidate 4.
That could get you on objectives.
That could. So that's extra move on your base move, and then +1 move when you're piling in as well. The only thing it doesn't affect is charging. You don't get. I feel like they should have got +1 to charge as well. Then they would have been +1 to all types of moves.
Arise against interlopers. Each time a model with this code makes a melee attack against infantry or biker, an unmodified hit roll 6 automatically wounds. I don't think you need that.
No, I don't. I'm not. It's whatever. It's okay. Healthy Paranoia is +3 inches to the range characteristic of ranged weapons, not including pistols that models are equipped with.
That could be really good, especially with the new Reapers.
Yes, the Reapers can go up to, that's true, yeah. I didn't even think about that, that's really good.
Yeah.
Relentless Expansionist at the start of the first battle round, I like this one a lot, before the first turn begins, units with this code can make it normal move up to 6. Your whole army moves 6. I remember seeing that. I'm like, that's wild. That is wild, right? I was excited to get to this one. It's so good.
Why would you not use it every time?
It's so good.
I'm going to stand out in the open. If you go first, I'll move out of line of sight. If I'm going to go first, I'll
move. You get to move twice, yeah. You move twice.
Wait, so can I play Vassal Kingdom of my boys?
No, you can't. No. So if you take Vassal Kingdom, you do not get a Circumstance of Awakening. The only time
It
says in the beginning there, it says if your chosen dynasty does not have an associated dynastic code, you must instead create their code by selecting 1 code from the traditions list below.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Unless you select a Vassal Kingdom, you can then also select the Circumstance of Awakening.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a Vassal Kingdom, use my boys' rules.
Right.
And then take that.
No, it says you can't take that. The only time you can't take this is if you take Vassal Kingdom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dang.
So
power game it up.
right, yeah. But Relentless Expansionist is so
Do I want to teleport or do I want to move the extra 6?
good.
Oh.
It's just you get on all the objectives right away. Turn 1.
No, I still rather teleport.
I guess. It's so good though.
But he's going to like shoot. Oh no,
get to
it's
move
good.
twice.
I don't know which one's better.
You get to move twice and shoot. You get to move twice and shoot.
Oh, it's so good. Okay.
Isolationist is the next one.
I'm not gonna bother reading anymore. We're done. We got the only one you ever did.
I know everyone is gonna take that one. Okay, you know what? Maybe.
Somebody will figure out a different combo is really good too.
Each time a model with this code makes an attack with a rapid fire weapon that targets you within 12 plus 1 strength to that attack.
Not bad, but not also a weakness your army has.
Yeah, strength 5 flares, strength 6 like big.
No, not 5 flares. Oh, flares.
Yeah, flares.
Yeah,
strength. Your Necron warrior flares are strength 5.
Warrior nobles. Each time a noble model with this code makes a melee attack, reroll hit rolls of 1 and reroll wound rolls of 1.
I do like that.
Yeah, but I mean that's just for your characters. I'd rather roll that affects my army.
100%, but like your characters are so bad. It helps them a lot. Warrior nobles. I kind of like the idea of that. And then interplanetary invaders. What is that Beastie Boys song? Intergalactic. Yeah. Anyways, vehicle units with this code are eligible to shoot in a turn in which they fell back, but if they do, then it's -1 to hit. And then vehicle models with this code do not suffer the penalty to hit rolls incurred for firing heavy weapons while enemy units are within engagement range of them. So your vehicles can fall back and shoot at -1, or they can stay in combat and ignore the -1 to shoot their heavy weapons at them. Which is kind of rough because the only vehicles I really want to bring with heavy weapons are Doomsday Arcs, and they have the blast, so I wouldn't want to stay.
I want to take Pitiless Hunters and Relentless Expansionists.
What is Pitiless Hunters again?
If you don't move, you rapid fire. So hopefully Relentless
you move forward, yeah.
Gets you where you need to be.
And then you just
stay
rapid
there
fire.
for the rest of the on the direction of the It's 6 not going to do it, but
it could. In some scenarios, it could. I am a huge fan of a lot of these, but I agree. I think the one that like glows out to me when I was reading through the book. I read it. I'm like, that's not bad. I misread that. I read it again. This is wild. Like this is
wild.
This is nuts. Like that. Okay, maybe we're putting too much merit into it, but I think a lot of people.
I don't know, man. I dig that.
That's real good.
How often is there a piece of terrain to hide behind just outside your deployment zone? I can get there.
You can get there right away, right? You get cover from it too. So I think the one new addition that isn't like War Scrolls or new units is the Cryptec Arcana. This is a shout out to older school Necron stuff where you had your in the Cryptecs are now
7th edition had this.
Yeah, but that's still kind of old. So that's like 4 years ago now, I guess. I suppose. But yeah, Cryptec Arcana. These are relics that are not relics. You can take these in addition to relics. In fact, this is following the new suit of back in the day when you played your games, instead of getting like one thing for free and then like spending a command point to get a second relic for free, you'd actually just pay points for your relics. And they're going back in that direction, especially with the Cryptec Arcana. Now, your Cryptecs are specializing in 4 different schools right now. You have Destruction, Time, like Psychology, I can't remember their names perfectly, and then the other one is Technomancy or whatever. Not quite Technomancy, but like Technology, Time.
Schools they focus on.
The schools they all focus on.
I believe there was more back in 7th.
I think there was 6.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I don't know if it was in 7th. I think it was 5th edition they had those still. 7th edition, I don't know if they had them. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember my Cryptecs in 7th. It's been a while, so my mind's a little foggy on it.
You know what? You're right. It was 6th. It was 6th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah. So when I say 5th, I mean the 5th edition Codex, which didn't get updated until 7th. So they had those rules in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
and like the first half of 7th.
I'm leaning out of the camera.
The way the Cryptec Arcana work is named Cryptecs cannot take this, but Cryptecs can have these upgrades. There's a lot of them. There's 4, 8, 12 of them, and they all vary in cost. So you either upgrade the power of the Cryptec if he has it, or if you're playing match play, you upgrade the points of them. They vary from 15 points all the way up to 30 points. There's nothing less than 15. There's nothing more than 30. I'll give you a few examples because it would take a while to go through all of these. The first one, the Ada Vindicator. The Ada Vindicator. This is for the Psychomancer only. This is the one that manipulates the leadership of your enemies and all that. At the end of your movement phase, select one enemy unit that's not a vehicle within 18 inches of the bearer. You roll 3d6. If the total is equal to or greater than that enemy's leadership, they take D3 mortal wounds.
Not terrible.
It's whatever. For an example, that one is 25 points as an upgrade. 3d6 will typically always do mortal wounds to them. So if you want to pay 25 points to do D3 mortal wounds to an enemy unit that's not a vehicle, sure. That's an example of an option you have. We have the Crypto Geometric Adjuster. At the start of your opponent's shooting phase, you can select one enemy unit that is within 12 inches and visible to the bearer until the end of the phase. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, subtract 1 from the hit roll. Don't like that one too much because it's only 12.
Yeah.
It's okay. An example for the points on that one, we got what? 15? So there you go. It's a lot cheaper.
Cheap, yeah.
Then they're also very different, and like only a few of them. There's only 4 of them. No, a few of them are restricted to certain types of Cryptecs. Like that one I just said is not restricted to a Cryptec.
Yeah, there's one lock to each one of the types of Cryptecs.
Right, and this one here.
Oh no, sorry, there's 2 for the Technomancer.
There's 2. There's the Failsafe Overcharger and the Phylacterine Hive, both for the Technomancer. Oddly enough, Cryptecs are one thing I wanted to show off so badly in the game we played. I just didn't have the points for it. There's so much other stuff I wanted to show off.
Okay, so that's the question I want to ask you, because we talked about it briefly. How often do you think you're going to get Cryptecs in your list?
Okay, because that is such a difference. Like, oh man, they will not be in every list.
They won't be. You can't fit everything. You can't fit everything.
You just cannot fit everything, and Cryptecs do not do what you think they do, people.
It's true.
Not even close. And we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. One more of these I wanted to talk about was the Quantum Orb, because I think it's kind of funny. This one goes to the Plasmancer, who is the Destruction Cryptec. The Quantum Orb is a 20-point upgrade, only the Plasmancer. Once per battle, in your command phase, the bearer can activate this item of Cryptec Arcana. If it does, select 1 point on the battlefield anywhere within 24 inches of the bearer and place a marker on that point at the start of your next command phase, so your opponent has a turn to respond to it. You roll 1d6 for each unit within 6 inches of the center of that marker. You subtract 1 from this roll if it's a character. On a 4 or 5, they take d3 mortal wounds. On a 6, they take 3 mortal wounds. The marker is then removed. So he pretty much throws a ball on an area, and he says, you guys do not stick near that. If you do, you're going to take a bunch of mortal wounds. It's not quite as good as Orbital Bombardment, but it also doesn't cost 3 command points. In fact, it only costs 20 points. So that's why it's a little bit weaker. I'm only poking fun at Steve here a little bit because we had resolved Orbital Bombardment immediately. It didn't actually impact the game too much, so we're thankful for that. But that was the one, I think that was like the one mishap.
My bad.
We had one mishap in the game. It didn't really change too much, but that's an example. That's a cool example of the upgrades you can have on your Cryptecs, and these are all points upgrades too.
I like this. This is the old days. I like that a lot.
Exactly. And sorry, I guess I never really said how much of these you can have. Each time you give a Cryptec a model, a piece of Cryptec Arcana, its power rating is increased and its points are increased. And you can make a note on your army each time you give a Cryptec model. I'm pretty sure, each Cryptec can take 1 piece. And you can take as much of this as you want, but like only 1 piece per Cryptec.
Makes sense.
Right, and it has to be like available to that Cryptec. And then
paid upgrades are back.
Yeah, like little paid upgrades are back. So say you're down by 10 points, like I don't know what to do. Well, I'll upgrade my Cryptec to have this piece of Arcana that I really like. Well, I mean, typically people are going to build a list around having that already, and so that's probably not true in all cases. And then we're going to talk about relics. Now, a lot of these are damn near the same. I'm just going to talk about ones that have been added, essentially. And most of the ones that have been added specifically to the Dynasties, and they've lost the previous ones they've had. Not in all cases, but in some cases. Like, for example, what's the first one here? So the Sotek one is completely changed to the Vanquisher's Mask. At the start of the fight phase, you can select 1 enemy unit within 3 inches of the bear. That unit is not eligible to fight this phase until after all eligible units have done so. That is a very, very powerful.
You're going to see that a lot.
Right. So something charges you. No, never mind. You are not eligible to be picked anymore until every other unit has done so. Now there is a rule that obviously if you have always fight first, or if you charge, those counter each other out. But because of the way the new fighting works, if you charge me and I make you fight last, I actually get to fight you first still, which would be very good. I think that is an amazing relic to have in a list. And that's for Sotek, so I'm more than happy to have that because I will typically play always Sotek. We have the Arrow of Infinity, which is a Tachyon Arrow relic now. So with the inclusion of the new Overlord with the Tachyon Arrow, we have the Arrow of Infinity. It is still only once per game though, but it's 16 strength instead of 12. I think it's AP 5 instead of 4, and it's flat 6 damage instead of D6. I'd probably never take that, but it's kind of cool. Because you compare the Necrons always had some great relics. They had the Lightning Field, they had the Veil of Darkness. To give you an example, the Lightning Field doesn't exist anymore.
You know what? I'd take it.
You think so?
I'd take it. You're hitting on what, 2s or 3s?
You hit on 2s?
You're going to spend a command point to reroll because it's going to fail 100% of the time.
You could, yeah. you hit on 2s, you wound everything in the game for the most part on 2s. I think
You can take the last 6 wounds on the vehicle. It's good. It's good.
You think it's good?
It's good.
Yeah, there's no state. I guess
it's a guaranteed 6, man.
That is actually pretty good. I feel like I would take the Vanquisher, man.
Oh, just know that you're probably just put a command point on it. And don't fire at anybody with an invulnerable save, even a 6-up, because they're going to make it.
I would not.
Against this, they'll make it.
I would never fire that at anything. Even with like a Shield of Faith 6-up invuln, I would not shoot at that.
No.
Heck no. That is, I would only shoot at it, like even if I'm killing an aggressor with it, I'm like, that's not bad. I'll guarantee kill an aggressor with that. Sure.
Not worth my Relics box. You're going to definitely make that save.
Right, 100%. But we still, so luckily we still have the Veil of Darkness. Still works the same. Lightning Field's gone. There's actually a couple of relics that are gone and then have been replaced. Things that people typically never took. I took the Lightning Field a lot on Cryptecs. I thought it was nice to have a 4-up invulnerable save on them, but well, whatever. It doesn't really matter. We have the Conduit of the Stars. It is a Relic Gauss Blaster upgrade. What that is the Royal Ward's gun. It's a new gun. So that gun is typically Rapid Fire 2, Strength 5, -2, 2 damage.
That's a good gun.
And now it's Rapid Fire 3, Strength 6, -2, 2 damage. And
a lot of high damage
too.
in this book.
Yeah. It's a lot of high damage, a lot of high AP, a lot of high damage. So this guy shoots out 6 shots that are Strength 6, -2, 2 damage when rapid firing. 36-inch range, so he rapid fires 18, which is the normal rapid fire for Sawtech, but this is only for Mephrit, so this is the destruction one. These are the guys who destroy suns, apparently. That's their whole thing. And then other than that, though, we got the Infinity Mantle. Oh, no, that's the same. The Blood Scythe is the same. The Vanquisher's Mat. The Sovereign Coronal, which is the Caesarican Noble. You give it to a Noble, which is a new keyword in the book. That is only Overlords and Lords who have Noble. Because I don't believe, it's only them who have nobles. So they're the higher-ups in the society. Command Wave Amplifier, this is an aura. He gains these 2 abilities. While a friendly Caesarican unit, not core, is within 9 inches of the bearer, that unit benefits from the selected directive of your army's active command protocol while within 9 inches of a character instead of 6. So the normal, it pretty much increases the range of the command protocol rule by 3. So it's whatever, it's okay. And then Synthetic Cortex Enhancer is another aura. While a friendly core unit within 9 inches of the bearer, that unit benefits from both directives of the Army's command protocol instead of the selected one. Now, I'm not that experienced with these new Necrons yet, enough to gauge how I like that or not.
That's fair.
That could be interesting. I don't know. I immediately don't like it because the command protocol rules, albeit they're good, there's only one that really stands out as potentially game-changing, and essentially that one lets you shoot with a unit even though it's doing an action.
Yeah, Fisher's got that one as well.
Yeah, so like something like that can be good. The rest are very minor little bonuses you get to your army. And then that's it for all the new relics. The old ones that I didn't mention, like the Orb of Eternity is still there, the Nano Scarab Casket is still there, Gauntlet of the Conflagrator is still there. It's 12-inch range now instead of 8, I believe, and it's just you roll a number of dice equal to the amount of units that you're targeting or within range of the attack, and then every 6 is a mortal wound. It's like one of those you never really take. It's cool. It's pistol 1, so you can like shoot a wall in combat. If you have an Overlord stuck in a horde of like Gaunts, I mean that'd be kind of cool to use. Like do like 6 mortal wounds or whatever. But other than that, though, that's it for relics. Next, let's go over we'll go for the army rules, the War Scroll rules. What are they called? The battle sheet rules that are on your battle sheets, like your Overlord, your warriors, and then we'll go into the actual War Scrolls themselves, the battle scrolls. What is the term? I can't remember. It's slipping my mind.
Data sheet.
Data sheet. Thank you. So data sheet rules that you find on your data sheets because those have changed, and then we're going to go into the actual data sheets, and then after that we'll talk about stratagems.
Okay, so special rules you're seeing on data sheets. They're all going to be, like, you have a page to tell you exactly what they all are. For example, dimensional translocation is basically describing how you deep strike. Right,
these are all rules you're just going to see on your data sheets commonly. So if you can't remember what that is, go to page 80 and it'll tell you what it does.
So many units are going to have that. Many units in this book will have living metal, which is what you'd expect it to be, same as before.
This is exactly that. But the biggest change here, everything with multiple wounds has it now.
Yes. Okay, so regain a wound in your command phase.
Beginning of your command phase, technically.
Technically doesn't really matter right now, but any command phase you gain a wound. But a lot more things had it than did previously.
Right.
And then reanimation protocols.
Ooh,
so I don't want to read it. It's very, very wordy. It's very wordy. I'm going to give you the translation of it after reading it a bunch of times and figuring out how it actually works.
Right. It took us 3 times to read this before we comprehended it at first.
Basically a feel no pain that you can't take from mortal wounds.
Right.
And you can't take if the entire squad has been dead.
Right.
So you have to let you do the roll after the attacking units finish all their attacks.
Right.
And then if a unit of tactical marines killed 10 Necron warriors, a 10-man squad, there's no reanimation protocol.
Right.
But if they killed 9, you'd put 9 dice into a pool, and then you would roll them, and for every 5+, you'd put a Necron warrior back on the table.
Right.
Doesn't count as a casualty. He ignored the damage.
Right. So he doesn't count like for morale purposes specifically. Now, there are a lot of opinions on this. This is a much better rule than they had before.
And worse. Because
yeah.
I think ultimately we agree it's better.
Wait, I even say it's like I would say like the old reanimation protocols, you almost never got it because of all the insane amounts of firepower.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, at least so now you're gonna get it on things you didn't before, now you're not getting things you
Yeah.
So if you have 2 wounds on a model, you put 2 dice in the pool.
Yes.
But you have to roll 2. So for example, what has 2 wounds infantry?
Lich Guard.
Lich Guard. Okay, so you knock over a Lich Guard. You kill a Lich Guard.
1 Lich Guard.
You have to roll 2 5+s for them to get back up.
Right.
You cannot bring 1 wound back. You have to roll completely. Destroyers. You have 3 wounds.
Yep.
You can't roll 1 5 up and be alive with 1 wound. You have to roll all 3. You have to get up fully with your wounds. So it's worse for those guys because often you shoot destroyers. If you didn't kill them outright, then you go hide for turn and wait for a couple of turns where they came back to full.
100%.
Now that's not happening anymore. But those models get living metal. Now, are you saying the Lich Guard got living metal as well?
Yes, they did.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything with multiple wounds.
Different. It's all just different.
Yeah. Anything with multiple wounds now has living metal. So, as an example, like Steve said, so say I have 10 Lich Guard and you have a squad of aggressors that fire at them. I lose 4. We'll say I take 9 wounds. That means 4 Lich Guard die, 1 has a wound on it. Those 4 Lich Guard that died, I take dice equal to their combined wounds characteristic, put it in a pool, I roll all that. For every 2 5-ups I roll, I can bring 1 Lich Guard back. The rest are permanently dead.
No, which is great because if you kill half the Lich Guard squad and you can't get to them for the next turn or the turn after that, they're not rolling, constantly getting back up.
Exactly.
Once they're off the table, they're off the table. It's way better as the player playing against them.
Now there are a couple of war gear things that let you reanimate.
Sure, there's always going to be something, yeah. But yeah, so it's relatively, when you kill them all, it's probably not coming back. It's probably on the table.
Which is, Steve is right, this is a much better rule for giant squads of 20 warriors and immortals. A little bit weaker, well, not a lot, but a little bit weaker for the Lich Guard.
I'll say it's a positive change for the Necron player and the player playing against them.
Yeah.
But to say it's a functionally worse feel no pain or ignore damage is true.
But there's also a lot more utility to it because of the way you reanimate the model.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
You're going to see it actually happen in our game.
Right.
So I'm killing Necron warriors. There's 20 Necron warriors, and I shoot 1 squad into them, and I kill
4.
I kill 4, and 2 of them get back up.
Those 2 come back in the beginning.
He puts them in the front.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, he's getting close to I gotta shoot him again. And he goes closer. Like, I shot him, and he reanimated onto the objective. Now, before we saw that happening in the command phase, we didn't know how it worked, right?
Right.
But now that's not a thing. It happens in the shooting phase or the fight phase.
It's very clear. It's very clear how this works. So, like with a generic feel no pain, this is better for 2 reasons. Because with a generic feel no pain, if you make your feel no pain, well, you never remove that model from the table and put it back. With the Necrons, you actually remove all the models, and then you do the reanimation protocol pool to put them back on the table. Now, this is good for 2 reasons, because you can then reposition your Necron warrior, or you can reposition your Necrons with the reanimation protocol in general, all around the table. Maybe you made a mistake, like I couldn't quite I didn't advance far enough to get on that objective. Well, you either have the option.
That's what I was about to say.
And now it's like, do you shoot me to get me that objective?
So that's the thing. There'll be times I'm gonna look at a squad and be like, oh, I'm not gonna bother to try to whittle any of them down because I'm gonna have him, like, he's gonna move, he's gonna get free movement out of it.
Yeah.
Now, but I may still do it if I know the rest of my squads are going to finish the squad outright.
Right.
But if
you don't know that,
you're not going to do chipping damage anymore.
Right.
You have to put them down completely, unless they're either already on an objective or they're not going to go anywhere important. You have to keep this in mind because it got me in the game. They're like, oh crap, I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Now there is a stipulation.
Right. The stipulation
when you dive in the charge phase. So if I were to shoot him with Overwatch, he is not allowed to place the models closer to me
to make my charge easier. The charge is always going to be the same with your animation protocols. It's good to clarify that because then it makes the rest like obviously the model that comes back comes with its full wounds back. It has to remain coherent to the unit. But because it's done in steps, say squad A shoots at them, kills 2, 1 comes back, boom. Now squad B shoots at them and kills 3 and 2 come back. Those 2 can now come back to where that first one came back from squad A shooting, and then thus making a bigger presence of warriors and netting them a lot of free movement. I keep saying warriors as the generic example.
I've seen a lot of people arguing back and forth whether it's better or worse. and
That
than what it
utility
used to
alone
be. But the problem,
huge.
the thing here is, it doesn't matter if it's better or worse than previous. You can't actually quantify it properly. It is good in how this book now plays.
Yes, 100%, and that's what you have to consider.
Good how this book plays. I dig it. I like it.
The old reanimation protocols, albeit thematic, they've done a good job of making this seem the thematic reanimation protocol that I like to imagine in my mind, because you would still remove the models and then you put the models back.
We lay them on the table because you can't.
That's true. Yeah, you just lay them down dead on the table and then they stand back up. Whereas in 7th edition, it was just like boring, feel no pain. It's like they just don't go anywhere.
Actually, they tell you to make a pool of dice, put dice in there, and take them off. But everybody's laying them down.
You still have to remove the ones you allocated the hits to based on the saves because of cover and all that stuff. So it's
one little thing. Okay, there's a bunch of little things in like 9th editions, like we're trying to speed the game up, but there's a couple things that
this slows it down to a crawl.
Now you're going to see something that we're not going to do for the first few games, but you have to wait for a unit to fully resolve all their attacks.
Yeah.
When you know a unit's not going to kill you, you can just roll right away.
Right. 100%. Yeah.
So there's going to be that fine thing of like, okay, this thing is really cool, but doing it rules as written exactly will slow the game down a little bit.
To speed it up, you could just say, I'm taking all the saves on the ones in the back. Because you know I'm going to pull the ones from the back.
Exactly.
Yeah. Stuff like that. Also, another good point for reanimation protocols, a typical feel no pain in this game. You shoot at, we'll say, in the old way, you shoot at an immortal, and say he had a 5-up feel no pain with a supercharged plasma gun, he takes 2 damage from, a Plague Marine's a better example. He's got 1 wound with a feel no pain. So you shoot at a Plague Marine with disgusting resilience and you wound him with that plasma gun, he now takes 2 wounds that he has to make both of them. Now, that warrior, that same immortal or warrior is gonna be dead. But I only have to make 1 feel no pain to bring it back. I don't have to ignore both to bring it back.
I hit him in the last cannon. I do 6 damage to 1 warrior.
1 roll brings him back.
He puts 1 die in the pool. 1 roll brings him back.
Yeah, I don't have to succeed on 6.
There's all kinds of buffs and nerfs to the way it used to be, but it doesn't matter because the overall has changed. So it's cool. It's good.
It's so hard to compare it to the old one. The old one was super swingy. It was either the thing your opponent hated the most and it was crazy oppressive, or else you literally never got to see it because you're fighting against a competent opponent who knew how to fight Necrons and I had a good list.
To be completely fair, I was prepared to be like, to beg on him. Like, I don't think I'm not gonna like it. It's not gonna be good.
You played 1 game against it.
No, but what I mean is just in general, I just had this strong feeling that they're never gonna make reanimation protocols work good. I was prepared to like this is bad. Here's why. But no, I like it. I can't.
Yep, I'm also a huge fan of this reanimation protocol. I like it. I think they were very smart with this because a lot of people did not like the 7th edition reanimation protocol, the players of Necrons and their opponents, because it was boring. It slowed the game down. It was roll into reroll into roll into reroll. Yeah. Now it's just a big dice pool. You roll it all at once, and it's very similar to that 7th edition without being as oppressive. Because if you do kill my whole unit off, I don't get it at all. As opposed to in 7th editions where I would get it for every single wound roll, and it just took forever to kill even 1 Necron warrior. Like a quick little example: to kill a Necron warrior, they'd have a 4-up armor save. They could reroll 1s. They had a 4-up feel no pain. They could reroll 1s. So 4-up reroll, 4-up reroll, right? And it was just. Yeah.
We'll also point out,
kill 1 warrior.
When we go through the war scrolls, there will be some things that will interact with this roll a little bit, but there's not that much of that.
So yeah,
for the most part, it's just gonna be a 5-up roll.
A lot of people online I've seen were like, well, it doesn't seem that good. It's only a 5-up, not very reliable. Here's all the stats of it working. There's probably a lot of ways in that book to augment that. There is not. There's only 1.
Well, there's 2.
What's the other one?
The warriors.
Oh, they get to reroll it. Yeah, that's true.
The warriors have a built-in reroll 1.
Yeah, so warriors still have the same rule. We are a legion. They get to reroll 1s. We'll get to that in a second because we still have to talk about the biggest addition to the army, Datasheet Rules wise, is the rule command protocols. This is a rule you're going to see on your Necron warriors. On your Necron units, in addition to dimensional translocation, living metal, and reanimation protocols, command protocols. So, if every unit in your army, excluding the dynastic agents, shards, and unaligned units, is from the same dynasty, and you select a noble model to be your warlord, so it has to be an overlord, a pharaon,
not a cryptec,
or a royal warden.
Yeah.
This is eligible to benefit. This unit is eligible to benefit from this ability, and the following rules apply. After both sides have deployed, but before you have determined who will have the first turn, you must assign a different one of the command protocols below to each of the first 5 battle rounds, and note this down secretly on your own army roster.
Prediction. Everybody's going to call this the Necron Doctrines.
Right.
Because in 7th edition, everybody called everybody's the Decurion.
Right. Well, I mean, Space Marines had doctrines before.
If you don't understand what I'm saying, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Just gloss over it. But if you were playing back then, you know exactly what I mean.
I highly suspect every army is going to get an additional rule like this if every unit from your army, so like I could hypothetically play like a Necron detachment and a...
Why would you?
Chaos detachment.
Why would you?
Why would I, right? So it's the same thing with Space Marines. As long as every unit in your army is a Space Marine unit other than online, you get combat doctrines. This is the equivalent of combat doctrines. Sisters of Battle are the other army that have the same thing called Sacred Rights.
True.
The exact same thing.
So there are 6 protocols.
Right.
And each protocol has 2 directives.
Yep, so you choose the order of these protocols that are going to happen throughout the game. They give an example here. I also want to note that there was a little bit of confusion on reanimation protocols from us, and I've seen a little bit of similar stuff online about like repeat this process, right? They have a clear example of how this works. It's clear cut. There's no arguing it. Reanimation protocols works the exact way we just said.
Yeah.
Now, command protocols. There's 6 of them here. There's protocol of the Eternal Guardian, protocol of the Sudden Storm, protocol of the Vengeful Stars, protocol of the Hungry Void, of the Undying Legions, and of the Conquering Tyrant. And they all do vastly different things. Now, you get to see what your opponent's army is before you choose the order of these. Your opponent has no idea what the orders of these are until that battle round actually begins, and you choose it before you know who's going to go first. I'll start off with the first one. We have the protocol of the...
Oh, you choose it before you know who's going first?
Yes. You choose before you know who's going first. So you've
Because in our game, I said, what's your protocol active?
No. Like, so these are secret...
Oh, you choose the order.
I choose the order, right? Yeah.
Your opponent won't know the order
Until the battle round
after
begins.
somebody decides who's going first.
Exactly.
Got it.
Yeah. So the protocol of the Eternal Guardian is the first one, and I'm just going to quickly go over to the Dynasties to see which one gets the protocol of the Eternal Guardian, because I think it's Nihilok. It's got to be. Yeah, it's Nihilok. Of course it's them. So Directive 1. So again, once you've determined who goes first, and say this was the first active one, each time an attack is made against this unit, if it did not make a normal move, advance, or fall back this battle round, this unit receives the benefit of light cover as described in the Warhammer 40k core rulebook. That is the first directive. And if you don't want to choose that one, this is the secondary one. Each time an enemy unit declares a charge against this unit that has this rule, which pretty much everything in this has the rule except for like the shards and all that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. It is allowed to, no matter where it is, it can declare hold steady or set to defend. Hold steady is Overwatch on a 5-up instead of 6. And set to defend is +1 to hit in the fight phase. So you don't have to be in defensible terrain.
Now, without knowing the rest, I'm like, okay, I'm probably going to keep this as my first one every turn.
I would do this as my first one every turn, I think. Even reading the rest of it, there's another one that's a competitor if you're not playing against a shooting army.
There's argument for second place, but we're not getting to tactics. We'll get to the rules.
Right.
Tactics. Okay.
Yeah, so this is, the tactics here for this one would be you're fighting against an overwhelmingly powerful shooting army that's going to hit you turn 1, and if you're scared of them getting the first turn, you take this, and you get light cover on your whole army, essentially.
If you know you can hide turn 1,
right.
If you got to come out turn 2, it's good turn 2.
It's a perfect turn 2, because if you can come out on turn 2 and sit down on like 2 or 3 objectives, and then you don't want to move, that's awesome for turn 2 as well. So it gives you a lot of flexibility, and it does make the decision kind of hard when you want to use these protocols and what order you want to put them in. This is going to be a steep learning curve for a lot of people at first, I think.
I think so, yep.
And if you don't want to worry about it, you can just roll 6 dice, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bam, there you go.
But what'll happen is, there's no ever going to be a perfect order, but somebody will come up with a pretty good order that works most of the time.
Yeah,
wait for that.
That's definitely going to come out.
Who gets the bonus in this one?
That is Nihilok, so they get both directives. So they both get light cover if they don't move, and they get to set to defend or hold steady if they're charged. And that's now, if you're confused, hopefully you're a little more enlightened, but that's how that works.
The second one is Protocol of the Sudden Storm. The first directive is add 1 to the move characteristics of Maul's unit. That's pretty good for turn 1.
That could be a great turn 1.
Directive 2 is if this unit is performing an action, it can still make attacks with ranged weapons without the action of failing.
So
that's pretty good turn 2.
That's a good turn 2. That's a good any turn. That could be a turn 5. That could be a clutch turn 5 one, right? Like,
True.
I need this action, but this is the only unit I can shoot with, and I need to kill that. Thank goodness I did Protocol of the Sudden Storm on turn 5, right?
Now, who gets a bonus from that one?
Protocol of the Sudden Storm, I believe, is the... Oh, jeez. You know,
Sudden Storm. That's my guys. Neferek.
Neferek does the Sudden Storm. Okay, yeah. So those are the guys who automatically advance 6 and can teleport when they move.
Extra movement.
Yeah, extra movement as well on top of that if you wanted to do. So they move 5, and then there's Relentless March or now that increases your movement by more.
True, yeah.
So your guys could move 13 inches on the first turn.
Right through terrain.
Right through terrain and models as well. The next one is Protocol of the Vengeful Stars. I believe this is the Mefrit one. Yes, this is the Mefrit one. Each time a model in this unit makes a ranged attack on an unmodified wound roll 6, improve the armor penetration of that ranged attack by 1.
No, I'm not a big fan of those.
That's like a turn, like random turn 3, 4.
I'm gonna throw it anywhere. Yeah,
you kind of throw it wherever because it's probably gonna be good then. You want a lot of your models left still when you do it, It could be a good turn too, but you never know. The second directive, it's each time a model in this unit makes a ranged attack that targets a unit within half range, they don't receive the benefits of cover. I don't like that one that much.
Okay, so I know one of them aren't going to use. There's 6 of them and there's only 5 turns in the game.
Yeah.
So far, this is the one I'm leaving out of the deck.
Right. There's which one didn't I like at all? You're not going to use Hungry Void. There's
Okay.
no way you're using.
Well, let's
Hungry
check out
Void.
that one. Hungry Void. Protocol of the Hungry Void.
It's the
Directive
same.
1.
It's the same thing, but for melee. So
Well-
if you have a close combat army, then yes.
So melee attack 6 improves the opportunity for 1. The second one is you charge with charge first one to combat.
+1 strength.
Plus 1 strength.
Yeah.
Now that's better than the other one, I think.
You think it's better?
Yeah.
Well, I was like,
I'm not gonna like it. I don't know.
So those are the ones you're gonna swap out mostly. Those are the ones you're definitely not gonna use based on your army. Like if I'm playing like all like Lich Guard, or if I'm playing all Rays, or if
I
I'm
kind of feel like if
robot,
they're within 12 of you, you don't care about the cover, you're probably gonna charge them.
100%.
Unless you're bringing only war.
Yeah, I would probably never use
Depends
the
on
cover
the
one.
list,
And
yeah.
another reason I would never use the cover one on Vengeful Stars is because there's a stratagem called Solar Pulse, which you pick a unit, your whole army ignores its cover.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And it's the good kind of ignoring cover too. It's the one that ignores light cover and dense cover, but nothing ignores obscuring.
Is the next one a turn 3 one?
Protocol of the Undying Legions. Okay, so I tried this one out in our game, and I was because I don't know if it's because I had it active or because you had other motives that turn. It didn't actually trigger that much.
Well, also you can build your list. Okay, so first directive.
Right. The first directive of the Undying Legions is each time this unit uses its living metal ability, it regains 1 additional wound. So instead of
Now,
healing
if your
2,
army's
1.
built around living metal,
Right. We're talking like mechanized Necrons here, like monoliths, flyers, doomsday arcs, and that's only really relevant if the damage is spread out. Typically, people when fighting Necrons never spread damage out on Necrons, in my experience.
it's fair.
I would almost never see this probably trigger, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is, right?
Well, I mean, I will give spoilers to the game. Didn't a certain something stay alive long enough to...
I didn't use I didn't use the living metal part of that. I used the reanimation protocol part.
Oh,
of it,
okay.
Because I read it, I'm like, wait a second, this is actually...
Excuse me. Sorry.
I had a monolith in my list, and it has living metal, so it heals a wounded turn. I'm like thinking, I can make it heal 2 wounds now.
Arcane was so good.
And I'm like, wait, like this is not that big. The other effect, the second directive, is each time you make a reanimation protocol roll for a unit with this rule, command protocol rule, you can reroll 1 of the dice.
It's not terrible.
It's not terrible, assuming
There's no
you're playing
Sudden
against-
Storm, it's no Eternal Guardian.
Right, but if you're getting hammered by like 3 or 4 different units, that's like 3 or 4 rerolls you get to do, right? That could add up. That's the one I end up going with, but you put a lot of your firepower into the monolith that turn, so it only really came up on one of my units.
So the last one is the Protocol of the Conquering Tyrant. Directive 1, add 3 inches to the range of units' aura abilities to a maximum of 12, and increase the range of the following abilities to this unit has by 3 to a maximum of 12. So Lord's Will, My Will Be Done, and Rites of Reanimation, they're not auras, but they do have a range.
Right.
So you increase the range on those special abilities. We'll tell you what they are later.
Yeah.
And Directive 2, if this unit is eligible to shoot, this unit is eligible to shoot in a turn in which it fell back, but if it does, until the end of the turn, each time a model from this unit makes a range attack, it starts 1 from the hit roll. So you can fall back and shoot for your whole army that turn.
Yeah.
At a -1. Now, if you can put that in the perfect time.
I want to say that's a turn 5 protocol, because I'm thinking my army is stretched thin. It's going to be hard to stay in my
4.
auras. You think 4?
I think by 5 doesn't matter.
5 doesn't matter.
Either the game's over or falling back shoots not important enough.
Maybe 4. Maybe you're right on 4. It's just
It's a 3 or 4, I think.
yeah.
But
It's hard to gauge. You can see my conundrum here.
you gotta play around. But you're gonna see Eternal Guardian in turn 1 most of the time.
Oh, and-
you see Sunstorm on turn 2 most of the time.
Right, and I should also note that
think.
you don't actually gain. It's not an army-wide rule you get. You have to be within 6 inches of a character to benefit from this.
What?
That's how these work. You have to be near characters. I didn't say that. That's the second part of it.
That is rough.
I've never had the game we played. Didn't even come up once. It wasn't even an issue.
Okay, so how many characters do you have that are not HQs?
Just
Warden, is he HQ?
has to be. It can't be a shard character either. So it has to be any character. So the only characters I have that aren't HQs are HQs.
So you only have 3 to battalion.
Right.
So, okay.
Well, there's a little bit more flexibility with the Cryptecs now too. You can have 2 Cryptecs per 1 detachment slot.
Okay.
But I'll have you know that typically Necrons do not want to veer from their characters. They never really have because of the auras and everything. It helps them quite a bit.
Cool.
Now there's a couple of examples of strategic reserves and whatnot where that would be the case.
Oh, is this why Nemesaur stayed back with the...
Yes,
Okay.
100%. Yeah.
Okay, I'm understanding a little bit more about the way you played then.
Yeah. So And these only work if you have a noble. So say all your nobles are killed, your lords and your overlords and your pharaons, or Silent King, then you do not get command protocols anymore. You have to have nobles alive. You have to have nobles in your list. So if typically everyone had nobles because My Will Be Done is great, and
Of course.
or just My Will Be Done is really
You have to
great.
have HQs in every detachment anyway.
And you have to have HQs. So and Cryptecs are a lot less valuable than they're still good. But they're okay.
Strange,
they're
yeah.
not. They're strange. They're not good for what I want. What
Right.
I would typically use them for. But I'm going to be playing a lot of games with
Yeah,
Cryptecs.
to sort of, there's a little caveat here. Going through the book, there are many different types of lists you can make.
Right.
You can make lists that are going to want Cryptecs. You're going to make lists that aren't going to want Cryptecs. Like, I love the options in this book.
100%. So what I'm going to do now is I did promise them the dynasty traits that you make your own dynasty with. I'm going to quickly go through those, and we're going to jump into the data sheets of the new units, because I know you guys want to hear about that, but I know a lot of you want to hear about the custom dynasties you can make. So if you're not interested in that, skip that part. Next up, we have the data sheets. We're going to start this off with HQs. That makes the most sense, 100%. We have all of our named HQs. They're all really cool. They belong to the certain dynasties. None of that's really changed whatsoever, and none of them have the core keyword, obviously. In this book, typically the rule of thumb is it has core if it's a unit of multiple models, and that's pretty much it. Because I'm pretty sure even the Reanimator, like even the single model things are not core. Let me see if I can't find it. It's right here. Reanimator is not core. Yeah, so pretty much multiple model units are core. There might be some exceptions to that, but that's a general rule of thumb. There has been a lot of changes. You probably thought that My Will Be Done. Obviously, before it could take, when Indominus came out, it was like pick a unit +1 hit. That was all, Doomsday Arcs, like awesome, +1 to hit, two hitting on 2s with Doomsday Arcs. My Monolith can hit on 2s. My Flyers, before they fly off, they're going to go hit on 2s. Now it is something you do in your command phase. You pick only a core unit to do it to. So like Warriors, Immortals, Destroyers, whatever. It's still pretty good on them.
Yeah.
Before it only worked on infantry, so it's still pretty good. Now Relentless March is an aura that they all have. Not all of them, but like your nobles have it, so your lords and your overlords. And that will give them +1. It gives core units within 6 inches of this model +1 to move. Now, when we initially read this, it sounded like, oh wow, these all stack. Like you could have like 3 guys with a Relentless March all near each other and +3 to move. But then I'm like, oh whatever, I'm gonna go double check something on auras. And then it's hidden very obscurely in the core rule book. Thank goodness there's a glossary in the back that says auras with the same name never stack.
Yeah.
So that just clarified that right there. So don't worry about that at all. A few changes to note. Massive changes. Imhotep the Stormlord, Lord of the Storm, got changed. It used to be you pick an enemy unit, and on a 2-up they took that many mortal wounds.
Which character are you talking about?
Imhotep the Stormlord.
Oh, okay, because every time you say pick a Stormlord, Lord of the Storm.
Do I say Imhotep the Stormlord, Lord of the Storm?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Imhotep the Stormlord, Lord of the Storm. His Lord of the Storm ability is now you pick a unit within 40 inches and visible. You can't pick a character if they currently benefit from the Lookout Sir rule. And then on a 4, you roll a d6. Is that, sorry, it's a lot of words here. Okay, so roll 1d6 for each other enemy unit within 6 inches of that model. On a 4-up, they take d3 mortal wounds. Then on a 4-up, the model I picked suffers d3 mortal wounds. 3. So instead of it being 2-up mortal wounds, it's now works like that. So it's almost like fundamentally different. It's good and bad because it's always 3, no more than 3, no less than 3. But everything else nearby gets nuked pretty hard too, or has a chance to get nuked. I would still suspect him to come into play very hard or very often. He's a Pharaon. He can do My Will Be Done twice, and he's the Grand Strategist. So it used to give you 1 command point, now it gives you 2.
Yep, pretty cool.
Other than that, though, I think he gained an attack. He's at 4, but I'm not too sure on that. Not super important. Orkan the Diviner.
He's not cheap. He's not exactly expensive. He's not exactly cheap either.
Yes. Talking about Orkan the Diviner, if you like to use him a lot, he still has the same ability where he becomes, the stars are right, he becomes Orkan empowered.
Yeah.
Now, this is where we get into the fundamental changes of Cryptecs. Orkan the Diviner is a Chronomancer Cryptec.
Yeah.
He does no longer have the Technomancer ability. He does not increase reanimation protocol rolls by 1. In fact, none of the Cryptecs do. That is the big upset on my end, but I understand it. I get it.
They're all little techno majors now.
Each 4 different schools of Cryptec do something so vastly different. So vastly different. Master Chronomancer. In your command phase, you can select 1 friendly Necron unit within 9 inches of this model, and until the start of your next command phase, you can reroll charge rolls made for that unit, and models in that unit have a 5-up invulnerable save. The major difference between him and a regular Chronomancer is the fact that he can choose any Necron unit, whereas a regular Chronomancer can only choose a dynasty they're a part of, or he can be part of like 2 different dynasties.
Because he's a dynastic agent.
Yeah, he is. But he's also part of. Oh no, he's not part of.
Yeah.
I used to think he was part of Sawtech, but he's
No,
a dynastic.
he can join anybody he wants.
And he's got all that stuff. And then he's got his own built-in abilities for close combat. But Chronomancers now, typically you bring a Cryptec with a Chronomatron, and it would have a 3-inch bubble of 5-up invulnerable save against shooting attacks. Now it's a 5-up invulnerable save against everything.
True.
And you pick a unit in your command phase, not everything around it benefits.
How many points is he?
He is about 120.
So almost 10 Necron warriors.
Right. For a 5-up invulnerable save.
I'd rather have 10 more warriors.
Than a 5-up. Yeah,
but I'm not saying for sure. My gut says I'd rather just not take him.
Warriors. Exactly. This is where the
it's half an HQ slot too, right?
It is one of your. No, he does not benefit. He's only the non-crypt.
No, sorry, I thought you were talking about the Cryptecs.
Oh, the Chrono. Yeah. So he's 120. The Cryptecs are 85 or 80.
Oh, okay,
they're
85.
Yeah.
Cheaper.
We have Anrakir the Traveler.
Okay, Arcana Diviner might be worth 120 because of his empowered. He strength up to 7 when he empowers himself.
He could become a beast in close combat.
But I'm not saying take him.
He could be. But you never know.
So Anrakir, what were you saying about my boy Anrakir?
So Anrakir fundamentally does the exact same stuff he did before.
Yeah.
He has +1 attack to core units, which still works with Lich Guard and all that.
Really good.
He still has his Mind in the Machine ability, works pretty much the same, except you get to roll. I can't remember. You pick a vehicle that is within 12 and roll 3d6 against his leadership, and then you get to fire one of his weapons.
He is base strength 6.
Yeah, so he's strength 8 with his Warsight. He's always been that way.
So he's one of those guys who's not very expensive, he's not very cheap, but he's kind of good.
He's 140 points.
He's also a dynastic agent, so you can take him without throwing off your...
Right. And then you would probably make up your own dynasty when bringing him or whatever. It could be.
I think he'll fit with my teleporting guys.
He works, and his My Will Be Done works on any Necron core unit. It doesn't have to be part of your dynasty. We have the Vargard Oberon here, who has the Ghostwalk Mantle still. Cleaving Counterblow works pretty much the same way, but he actually, a rule I didn't expect him to have, which kind of makes sense, is he's got Dimensional Translocation, which is the Deep Strike rule Necrons have. So Vargard Oberon can Deep Strike. I can't quite remember if he did that before, but that is something he can do. He's got Living Metal and Command Protocols. Cleaving Counterblow lets him fight before he dies. And now he's got the new Lord ability. So Necron Lords have a new ability called the Lord's Will. In your command phase, you select a core unit within 9 inches, and they get to reroll hit rolls of 1. And that's it. Whenever they make an attack roll, reroll hit rolls 1, shooting and close combat. He's got the Vargard's Duty, so he makes it so Nemesis Zandrak cannot get shot if he's within 3 inches of him. He's got the Ghostwalk Mantle that lets him teleport to Nemesis Zandrak as well. And he's got a new rule called Ever-Present Protector. If you have Nemesis Zandrak in your army, which you probably will want to do, Vargard Oberon can be included for 100 points. That doesn't take up that slot. He doesn't take up an HQ slot.
So it's a way of getting a Lord in your list.
Without actually...
But this boy is Sawtech. That's the...
Yeah, you had to play
downside.
Sawtech. You had to play Sawtech with Zandrak.
Because I'm not playing with Sawtech.
Oh, fair. Okay.
Not even for Nemesis, but we'll get to him.
You know what? We'll jump right to Nemesis now because he's kind of relevant. We just talked about the Vargard. Nemesis is an overlord. He is a noble. He has Living Metal command protocols. He's got My Will Be Done, Relentless March, which again increases movement or +1 to hit.
He's not a fighter, though.
He's not a fighter, no. And his forced warlord trait is Eternal Madness, which lets him reroll wound rolls. So it's kind of whatever. So you typically want to make sure you bring in, if you really want to...
Well, you have to balance him out some way.
Right. So if you want a better warlord, you have to make sure you bring at least another... either Imhotep, the Stormlord, or another Overlord that you can make, because they have to be at least the same tier. Otherwise, he's forced to be your Warlord with the Royal Court rule. Yeah. He's got You know what? He's got Transient Madness. We'll talk about this. I actually didn't end up using this at all in our game.
Yeah, I was reading wait, you didn't use this?
It wasn't important. It never because I can either +1 attack to their melee attacks, or I can improve their Ballistica by 1. The unit he was beside was already BS2. And Solar Mills charge. You can reroll charge rolls. So I'm not even.
So he can buff a unit.
Which he always did before.
Luka, what's counter tactics?
I just want to talk a little bit more.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Transient Madness did get buffed.
Sure.
You picked a unit and you randomized which one it was, and now you roll 3d6. If you roll under his leadership, you actually get to pick it.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So you get to control which one you get. But if you roll over his leadership, then his Transient Madness kicks in. He's like, Solar Mills, over there, get him, stuff like that. It's always funny. I always love Nemesis Zandrak. Counter tactics, though. Let's talk about counter tactics. This is a huge buff for this guy, and one that I think we'll see him in a lot of lists. Mm-hmm. Once per battle, when your opponent declares they will use a stratagem during a battle round, but before any command points are actually spent, This model can engage in counter tactics. If it does, your opponent cannot use that stratagem this battle round.
It's a better vect.
It's a guaranteed automatic. No matter what, they cannot use that stratagem. And in a game of dice, guarantees are some of the most powerful things you can have.
Actually, Luka, how many command points does it cost you to use that ability?
0.
Oh.
0. It cost me nothing. It cost me bringing Nemesis Zandric, but he's still good overlord.
But you got to be Sawtech.
But you have to be Sawtech. Oh no.
I'm not.
That also includes Imhotep the Stormlord.
That's amazing. What did you? No, you can't tell me what you used it on because I want to read spoilers for the battle.
Right. So,
but yeah, we played a game of chicken through most of the game. Well, I'm going to use this stratagem. Do you want to do anything?
No.
No.
Well, I know exactly what I'm saving that for, right? And it's just, it's so it's the entire battle round. So if it's so good. So if you're like engaged in combat and like they're trying to do something defensive, you're shooting at them, and they want to do something defensive, and you know it's coming up, you'd be like, no, counter tactics, you can't use that. You don't get to defend against any of this.
Well, I'm thinking rotate ion shields, transfer physiology, charging after advancing.
That's one of my favorite
fall
ones.
Back and charge stratagems.
That could get a lot of people because like it's a lot of those stratagems that allow you to advance and charge will only be used after they've committed to the advance.
Yeah.
So like full tilt for knights. The full tilt allows the knight to advance and charge. You advance, you move them, you declare full tilt. I declare counter tactics. Your knight can now not shoot guns, and he's just gonna stand there and do nothing. It's so good.
You gotta be careful when he's on the table.
You have to be careful.
Just like when you're playing with Vect, right?
Yeah. Well, it just does so much.
Vect's about 4 command points now?
It's 4 command points, yeah. 4 command points. But I mean, you can do it multiple times. You can only do this once per game. But in my experience with Vect or this, it's a game of chicken. Your opponent won't want to do it because...
Like, I want to bring a small patrol of Sawtech.
Yeah, you could do that. You could do a patrol of Sawtech and just bring Nemesis Andrew. Yeah, you could absolutely do that. He could just be assisting whatever forces
He'll
there.
just sit with some death marks.
That's a narrative loss, like 100%. But it's
I don't want to get him started.
Yeah, you don't want to get me started on that. We got Illuminor Cesaras. He is a Technomancer Cryptec, which is one of the 4 schools. He got
a beefy new model.
Yeah, this new model, he's got real good. His weapons are great. He pretty much stayed the same. His mechanical augmentation is the same. If he kills something, he can do his mechanical augmentation twice.
A lot of his stuff was shown off already.
And then the Psyker stuff, yeah. So you guys know about him, but his Technomancer ability that gave +1 to reanimation protocols is no more.
Right.
This is the Technomancer ability called Rites of Reanimation. In your command phase, you can select one friendly Necron core unit within 6 inches of this model. One destroyed model from that unit is reanimated. So following the normal rules for reanimation, you put them in coherency, all that good stuff. If the selected unit is Necron Warriors, it's D3 instead, and each unit can only be selected by this ability once. But he is the Illuminor. He is a master Technomancer.
Per phase.
Per phase, yeah, per phase.
Per phase.
Per phase.
What's per phase?
But you can only do this in the command phase.
Well, when you said only once, like never again.
Sorry, yeah, you're right.
Once per phase.
Yeah, it's once per phase. You can bring one model back to a core unit, so like one Destroyer, one Lich Guard, or one Immortal, or D3 Warriors. Which I do like my Warriors. I'm going to be trying my best to make Warrior lists work. Now, he's a Master Technomancer. He's the Illuminor. He can do that twice per phase. So you can choose 2 units to bring back. You can say he's beside 2 Necron Warrior units, D3 back, or Destroyers.
He's no slouch, eh?
No, he's not. He's really good. He's 160 points, though.
Yeah, but I mean, he can fight decently. He can shoot decently.
Yep, exactly, and he can further increase the capability of those Necrons as well.
Right, you know, augment units. Like he's pretty good.
He's in my next list.
He is also, isn't he? Yes, he's a dynastic agent.
Of course, yeah. He belongs to no dynasty. I'm still going to play I might try Nihilok off or something. Like when I bring dynastic agents, that's when I'm going to veer off of Sawtech and try out the other builds.
What's the thing here? What if you have an old Illuminator who's like this big? Can you still use him?
I mean, I don't.
Because his new base is like this.
He's on a. What's bringing him to 60? I think he's on a 60.
I think he's on an 80.
He might be. He's on a 60 or an 80. I can't remember. I don't have him in front of me, but he's huge. The old Illuminor is a 32.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like his base size is twice as big, if not more.
Yeah. He's huge. I'm not sure what base. You're right. I'm not sure what base.
But he's like his Eldritch Lance is like strength D3, strength 8, before D6. He's got like D3 melt-a-shots.
Yeah.
Strength 8, D6 damage, and he's great in combat too. We got Trazen the Infinite, who is fundamentally the same. Oh no, he's got a new rule called Ancient Collector. Everything else is the same with him, except he's part of. I swear he was Nihilok. Did they take that away?
No. He's actually through and through.
Okay,
This guy's such a rogue. He's the original rogue trader.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I swear, I thought he was like had ties to Nihilok, but then he like veered off.
Maybe he was a part of them originally.
Maybe I'm just imagining that. He's got the Ancient Collector rule now. If this model is included in your army, you can use the stratagem that lets you take an extra relic for 0.
That makes sense. I like it.
Or sorry, for 1 less. This costs 0. Oh no, it costs 0 to use. Yeah. That's right. That's what it is. So sure, he always brings a relic. It doesn't have to be on him. He's obviously a named character. He can't, but he can give it to a character.
He's got the vaults, right?
Yeah, he's got the vaults. And then he's got the same surrogate host ability where he jumps into another character if he dies. He's got Relentless March and My Will Be Done like a normal Overlord does. And a Phase Shifter because he's got a 4-up in Vault Save. And his weapon's pretty much fundamentally the same. And then we're going to go on to the rest of the characters, which I can just kind of briefly go over because there's not a lot of changes here. Is most of the name characters that I've seen a lot of the big changes. We have our Royal Warden, who is the exact same as he was before. He lets something fall back and shoot or charge. I think almost mandatory in any Necron.
And cheat. He's cheap.
He's 80 points. He's got a great gun. I love him.
Yeah.
Great addition to any Necron army. We have the Scorpec Lord, who works the exact same. He's just a pretty beefy combat guy, right? He rushes forward. He wants to do that. We have a Locust Lord, which is they've come with 3 destroyer cults now. There's, instead of just destroyers, there's Locust Destroyers, Ophidian Destroyers, and Scorpec Destroyers. Scorpec Destroyers are the melee beasts. The Ophidian ones are the elusive, kind of deep-striking ones. Yep. They're close combat-based, but they're more mobile than the Scorpec ones. And the Locust is the old-school Destroyer.
Yeah, well, we kind of recognize the Destroyers.
They're the floating platform with the guns. The Locust Lord is the old Destroyer Lord, who is pretty much the same. Now, this is where I want to talk about war gear. He can take a Phylactery, which allows him to gain D3 wounds instead of 1, which is the same as before. He's got 1 more attack than he did before. He still has the same rules for reroll and hit rolls of 1 when he attacks, and he gives Destroyer Cult units within 6 of him the ability to reroll wound rolls of 1. He's got a Phase Shifter, but he can take a Resurrection Orb. Now, Resurrection Orbs, I think, are good. Now, I don't know. I'm going to explain it, and it's worth 30 points. So you let me know. You usually have a pretty good mind of like, I wouldn't take that or I would take that. So once per battle in your command phase, the bearer can use the Resurrection Orb. If it does, you select a Dynasty unit within 6 inches of the bearer that is not at its starting strength and has not had its reanimation protocols enacted this phase. It won't have it enacted in the command. So you pretty much can't target it with Res Orb twice. This unit's reanimation protocols are immediately enacted, and every destroyed model begins to reassemble.
So how does it work then? You roll die for every missing model or every missing wound?
No, every missing. You assume that every model is, like, say I'm missing like 8 Lich Guard, I'd roll 16 dice.
Okay.
Yeah.
30 points?
30 points. Like I'm thinking mostly for Necron Warriors, they're whittled down to 5. I roll 15 dice and maybe get like 5 back.
I would say for 30 points, I would bring it because that could win you the game.
That could be huge.
I think wasting 30 points in half your games is worth when the clutch moment helps you.
You could bring like 1. You don't have to bring more than 1. I'd say always bring 1 Res Orb.
1 or 2 Lich Guards standing up, 1 or 2 Warriors standing up.
Well, I'd be a lot more, well, it depends on the amount missing, but yeah. Like best case scenario, your Warrior somehow miraculously lived down to 1 model, and then bam, Res Orb, get 19 back maybe.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to do the way I see it is, it's a
gamble. It's like gambling points almost.
There's a game where I'm not sure it went up yet. In fact, I know it hasn't, so I probably shouldn't say too much. Okay, there's a game where I have a 30-man boy squad drop down to 1 model. I pay 2 command points to keep them alive, spend 3 more to bring them back. Right. This is a version of that that's not as guaranteed, right, yeah. But it's 30
only
points
30
to
points.
3 command points.
Exactly.
So 30 points is a lot, but at the same time, it's not.
I think
I've played 30 points down many games because I couldn't fit. Like, there's nothing left to fill the last 30 points.
I think 100%. There'd be very easy to justify bringing in Res Orbs. I'm just happy that they're finally good again. I think the Orb of Eternity the Orb of Eternity is the relic one, so you could often take that and it plus 1 of the rolls, so it's on 4-ups. They come back. Yeah.
Ooh, if you bring in a big squad of Lich Guard.
Yeah, 10 Lich Guard, they come back on.
You
top that? Yeah, heck yeah, you better believe that.
Yeah, I would say that you would definitely bring that. A typical list of, if your list is like 10 warriors, and a big vehicle here, your list has to be prepared for it. If you either don't have a bunch of warriors or you don't have a bunch of Lich Guard, don't bring it.
Right.
If you go with minimal warriors and then vehicles or living metal type things, obviously you're not going to bring it.
Right.
It's for certain lists.
I think I would.
But for 30 points on the list you played, or the list in the vault, I don't think you brought one.
I didn't. I so badly wanted
that
to.
list would have benefited from it.
I think 100%. I just, because of what I brought in that list, I brought a monolith, I brought a shard, I brought a lot of expensive things, so I just couldn't. And it came exactly to 2,000, eh?
You had a model that would buff a unit too,
Yeah.
which would have been there, would have helped with this, though we'll get to talking about that model in a second.
Right. The next HQ up is the Lord. He's the Lord. He can take a Res Orb, which is nice to know. He's got the Lord's Will ability and Relentless March, so +1 movement, and you tell someone to reroll hit rolls of 1. It's nice to have access to more than Triarch Stalker for rerolling hit rolls of 1. And I think the 3 attacks, I don't think you get an extra attack. And then we have the Catacomb Command Barge, went down in wounds, 9 wounds. You can look out Sir Catacomb Command Barge now, and that's, I guess, okay. There's a couple talking points on the Catacomb Command Barge. The Overlords went up to 4 attacks now.
Yes.
So they have 1 more attack. The weapon options are all the same. You can take a Res Orb on them. My Will Be Done is crunched in with the same range. Oh, it's actually 9 inches instead of 6 inches for his because he's on the Catacomb Command Barge. He's got a little bit longer range for that. Relentless March is the same. Quantum Shielding has been completely reworked.
Don't bother with Quantum Shielding. We're going to have to explain it in the heavy sports section.
Right.
Go to that for Quantum Shielding. Keep in mind, this guy's got Quantum Shielding as well.
Right.
Better or worse? Real quick. One answer.
Differently good.
Okay.
That's all I can say for that. It doesn't help, I know. And then the Overlord is the next option. It's just the same thing as the Catacomb Command Barge. 1 extra attack, can take a Res Orb, same war gear as before. Now we come to the important ones.
What model is this?
That's the Chronomancer. That's the new Chronomancer.
Has it been released already?
No, but it's been shown.
Okay, that is beautiful. Sorry.
Well, he's like, you wait to see the bottom half of him. He's really cool.
Okay.
You can look up online afterwards. So we have.
I keep hitting my mic with my beard. I'm sorry.
So we have 4 new Cryptecs. None of them are the old model.
Yep.
The old Finecast one you're used to, like that guy there. So that Cryptec, if you had that Cryptec, that would be a Chronomancer.
Yes.
You would have to just play his Staff of Light as like an Aeon Stave or an Entropic Lance. It doesn't really matter. But this is the only guy that's got the Chronomatron still, which works like Orcan the Diviners. You pick a unit in your command phase, and they get a 5 of vulnerable save against all attacks. And they can reroll charge rolls. That might not be a bad thing to note. That's what the Chronomancer does, but that's all it does. That's all. Oh, he also has a 4 up invulnerable save with the Time Splinter Mantle. And his weapon is whatever. It's okay. The Entropic Lance is really good, but it's kind of expensive.
No.
It's like 1 shot, strength 8, -3, D3, +3 damage.
Other than the fact these are really cool models, none of these wow.
He's a cool model. All he does is give a unit a 5 up invuln save. So you're paying 80 points for this guy to give 1 unit a 5 up invulnerable save.
I don't think I want to ever do that.
I don't think I'd ever bring him.
I don't think so.
There might be some. I think out of all of these, the 2 I would take is the Technomancer and the Plasmancer because they tend typically. I like them because the Plasmancer you can justify him because he does a lot of damage. He's an 80-point character you bring to do a lot of damage, right?
I want to say one caveat here because I don't know yet. I suspect that you're going to want to put more bodies on the table with Necrons than defensive stuff.
It's hard enough. They're expensive. It's hard enough to get big.
Well, the thing is we'll get to it, but their firepower is just double down and do it. Put more guns on the table.
Yeah.
Make your opponent too afraid to pop their head out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The Chronomancer is, he's a Cryptec, sure. If you bring him, you can bring the little cool Crypto Thralls. Those are nice, but I mean, the Chronomancer doesn't quite sell it for me. The next one's the Plasmancer out of Indominus box. This guy's got a great shooting attack, D3, strength 7, -3, 2 damage shots. He has got he's got his old rules he had before. So at the start of the fight phase, every unit within 6 takes a mortal wound on a 4-up. So he can get kind of danger close and zap people for mortal wounds. And he's got the Harbinger of Destruction, which is kind of smite. At the end of your movement phase, the nearest enemy unit within 24 inches takes a mortal wound for every 4-up reroll when you roll 3 dice.
That's not bad.
It's not bad. He's 80 points.
That's not bad. I would take that one.
Right. All of these Cryptecs have the Dynastic Advisors rule. If your army is Battleforged, then for each Cryptec unit you take in your detachment, you can that contains at least 1 noble unit, so you have to have a noble to go along with it. You can include a 2nd Cryptec without taking up a battlefield slot.
Okay.
And these are all about 80 points each. Now the Technomancer can go up in points, and the Chronomancer can go up in points. The Psychomancer, this is the
this is a cool model.
The psychiatry one. Psychomancer. What is the word? Psychology. This is psychology one. There we go. He has got the Harbinger of Despair. His shooting attack's okay, not worth mentioning really. In your morale phase, you can select 1 enemy unit within 12. Roll 3 dice. If it is greater than the enemy unit's leadership characteristics, select one of the 4 results on the right to take effect until my next morale phase. And each unit can only be selected for this ability once per phase. So I can't have like 3 Psychomancers like annihilate 1 unit with these 3 abilities. But of the 3 abilities is They cannot perform actions. That is huge. If it is currently performing an action, it immediately fails. You can really deny a lot of points with that. But you have to get within 12, so it's a little iffy. They also lose objective secured. Huge. Like, I like the Psychomancer a lot.
I think we're going to see some Psychomancers.
Yeah, and then the next one is have the advanced and charge rolls made for that unit. Also super good. But again, you have to be within 12 of them, so it might not be that big.
I don't know, man. Can you get inside of any transports?
Yeah, you can go inside. Well, the only transport is Ghost Arcs and Night Safe.
Yeah.
You can go inside of that, yeah. I guess you could like deep strike them, throw them over there and be like, okay, you move slow now. And then the last one is they cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend, and is not eligible to fight until all other eligible. See, I keep seeing that. I keep seeing that wording pop up specifically, eh?
He's not auto-include.
I think the Psychomancer is. I think I would take a Technomancer and a Psychomancer every time.
Why Techno? I would say 2 Psychomancers and maybe 2 Plasmancers for the mortal wounds, but I can see not taking the Plasmancers. But 2, why Technomancer?
Only if if you're gonna bring like a monolith, and if you do want to rely heavily on. Okay, no, the Technomancer is not that good. The Psychomancer, I agree, is the best one. I like the Technomancer because it can heal vehicles.
So not fly?
It flies, yeah, it flies. You have to upgrade it to have the Canoptic Cloak, though.
Okay.
So the Technomancer is the model out of the Forgebane box.
Yep.
I've already got a couple of them, so I'm good to go on them. These are the guys who reanimate models. This is the mini version of Illuminor Cesaris. So they got the rights of reanimation. In your command phase, you pick a core unit within 6 to return a model to, or a warrior unit to return D3 models to. And that's all. But he can be upgraded to take a Canoptic Control Node and or a Canoptic Cloak. If he takes the Control Node, he has an aura of Canoptic units within 6.
Okay.
Get +1 to hit.
If you play a Canoptic list, I would take him for sure.
100%. Yeah, he gives all Canoptic stuff.
Short of that, I say Psychomancer. Technomancer is cool, but I don't know. I got so many points in the list.
That's the thing, right? I don't like the shooting. I don't like the.
No, the hardest part is these models are so beautiful. These new Necron models are all amazing.
Well, they're all brand new, right? Well, the Technomancer is the oldest, but I think they're all really cool. And it goes in that skew of focusing on the old Necron.
Maybe you gotta bring 3 of those boys.
He's real good.
No, you can't. You can't.
It would take up 2 Force Orc slots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just 2.
I would take 2 Psychomancers, yeah. But the Technomancer, with the Cloak, it increases his movement to 10 and gives him fly. And then at the end of your movement phase, you can heal 1 Dynasty model within 3 D3 wounds. So like a Monolith or the big guy here, or any character even.
So I'll show you, let's talk about the Psychomancer for a second. He's not as good as Judiciary.
Right.
But he also does other things.
Right. Well, I mean, to be fair, with the Psychomancer, he also has the Nightmare Shroud aura. He reduces enemies' leadership by 1.
If within 6.
If within 6. And it also augments their combat attrition roll as well. So by 1. So if your opponent is under half strength when they do a combat attrition check, they have a 50% chance of running away with him nearby. No?
It says subtract 1 from combat attrition test.
Take it for that unit.
You add 1?
You subtract 1. So if you roll a 4, you roll a 3. If you roll a 3, you roll a 2. If you roll...
Oh,
yeah.
Brain fart.
But I do like the Psychomancer. I don't think he's out yet. He's got a cool... You're not seeing the rest of it. He's actually generating an 8-bit skull. Like a ghostly 8-bit skull for some reason. Like a 3-dimensional 8-bit skull.
I gotta go find his model.
Yeah, he's really cool. He's an awesome model. Then that's it for the HQs. We can go on to, we'll do troops and elites next, because the troops, there's only 2 options, let's be real.
That's fair.
So we'll knock out the troops, the super crazy easy. The rumors are true, what you've seen online, the images. Immortals went up to T5, and the Ghost Blaster's 30-inch range now. That's it. That's pretty much it. Their points are, I think they're 18 a model, 17 a model, something like that, around the same they were before. In fact, I guess I have it in the back here if you're really, really curious. Troops.
They have 2 attacks now, though. I don't think they did before.
17. Oh, that's right. They have 2 attacks now as well. Yes, they went up to 2 attacks, and they're 17 points a model.
So they're only 1 wound, but toughness 5.
I actually don't mind the 1 wound.
Well, because
it works well with the reanimation protocol, yeah.
Now, the Necron Warriors have a change that I don't think either one of us expected.
Yeah, I did not expect this at all. They still reroll wound rolls of 1. Sorry, reanimation protocols of 1. Their stat line is the exact same.
Yep.
They are 13 points a model now. So they went up a little bit from, I think, the 11 they were before, but that's fine. They can swap out their Flayer for the Reaper. The Reaper was printed out of Indominus at Rapid Fire 14. Rapid Fire 1, 14-inch range. It's Assault 2 now.
12-inch.
12-inch. 2. So it lost 2 inches of range. It's so good.
Strength 5 minus 2, 1 damage. But what Luka did in our game, we played it from the vault right now, is he just put them in strategic reserves.
And they pop out and they have 40 shots.
I'm like,
40 strength 5 shots.
I'm just avoid this side of the table because they're going to come out with like just and he shot me. I'm like, whatever. I had to go there.
You had no choice but to go there.
I had to take it. I had to take it.
And even like at that point, there was like an Auspex scan against them, and they showed up, and they still just annihilated that unit that was there to defend.
I mean, honestly, like a 20-man squad outflanking, if you get them on the table, if you get them on the table, is gonna annihilate something.
Right.
But small 10-man squads is worth it as well.
And then even I was gonna say small 10-man squads and Ghost Arcs, with those Ghost Arcs supporting the bigger 20-man squads of warriors. It's like the Ghost Flayers walk up the table with the Ghost Arcs, and then the Ghost Arcs dump out the Ghost Reaper Necron warriors inside. That's just a whole lot of firepower you don't want to deal with.
Crazy. Now, like having them like outflank basically. I mean, I could avoid it. I could stay 18 inches away from that table edge.
Yeah.
That's such huge table control.
Not to mention, even if your opponent does that, you still have a cheeky way of getting them on the table with the monolith.
That's true.
With the strategic reserves, yeah.
That's true.
And that's it for the Warriors. Like I am super happy with both those troop changes. Like the troops, were the weakest part of Necron units. It was possible to hold objectives because my opponent would just be like, "Where's your troops? Dead, 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 dead. Don't care how many there are. Super easy to kill them."
Oh, there's one more thing. We test the carbine. Unmodified 6.
Oh yes.
Unmodified 6.
That's perfect. That's perfectly fine. I think actually because it's unmodified now and my will be done does no longer affect that. I prefer the 30-inch range Ghost Reaper now. Rapid firing 18 because I'm Sawtech. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Strength 5 AP2. Okay. Well, let's talk about the Canoptic Reanimator. I want to love this thing.
I want to love it too. It's like 120 points or 100 points or something dumb. It was a Canoptic Reanimator.
Okay, so it's a little toughness 5 monster with 6 wounds.
The only reason it was effective, the modicum of effectiveness it had in our game is because it was hiding behind the massive body of the monolith.
Yes.
That's the only reason.
For the first couple of turns of the game, I couldn't shoot at it because the monolith is enormous. But once it came out, I was like, I'm going to kill that thing now. I'm done with this thing.
Right.
Because it hands out this, it picks a unit and gives them +1 to the reanimation, right?
Right.
Which is not terrible.
Yeah.
But you're paying 120-ish points for this thing?
When you think about that, you just bring 10 more
I just
warriors.
bring 10 more warriors.
Is this guy going to save 10 warrior lives? Probably not. Before he dies.
Before he dies, yeah.
No, he's not going to save 10 warrior lives. I'd rather
his
have 10
melee
warriors.
output isn't great.
His shooting
output isn't great.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go to skill 4, 3 strength, 6 attacks, 2 AP. No, it's 1 damage.
I think this guy needs to be like 75 points.
He's too spent. It's a miss. 75 is about. That's exactly where I would put him at.
Yeah, I think this guy needs to be
a miss.
75. He's unfortunately, and I'll be honest, guys, that's the only way to really get +1 your reanimation protocols. There's nothing else. There's nothing else in this book that does it. That's only him. I know a lot of you are probably disappointed about that. It is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, too expensive.
Yeah.
Hexmark Destroyer. Little. What was it called? The Cataphront? Not Cataphront.
Oh, he was a. Oh no, I know. It's the Gene Stealer cult guy. It's
We're trying to make a
Kellamorph.
joke. Kellamorph. He's a metal Kellamorph.
Right.
Model is beautiful, and that's all you need to know. Next.
Yeah, he's literally the Necron.
His strength and toughness 5 wounds.
Yeah.
His pistol is strength 6 AP 1 damage, 18-inch range. How many does he have?
He's got 6 pistol shots.
Yeah.
He's got 6 pistols, and after he's done shooting his pistols, he gets to shoot a pistol for every model he killed.
And he has the skill of 2, and he rerolls 1 to hit.
Yeah. So and he also overwatches on 2+.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's his thing. He always hits on 2s no matter what. We're gonna go into like.
I just want to bring him. Like if I have this slot for him, he's at least one's coming on my list.
Because he's cool looking.
Well, no, I mean 18-inch range for that many shots to keep on going. I have to drink. I'm getting very dry. I'm sorry, everybody.
I guess it doesn't keep going. He can go up to 12.
I know, but that's a lot for what is the 80 points? I'm guessing by the power level, he's 80 points.
I guess he actually that is a lot of shots. That's a
So
lot of strength 6
I talk
shots.
about points. I'm looking at the power level and extrapolating what they usually are.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, you're right. That's actually not bad.
No, I mean
he's also got dimensional translocation, so he deep strikes. So he deep strikes and yeehaws.
I like him. I dig him. I'm not sure how he wins you the game yet, but I'm positive he does.
I think he's a good pick. You're not going wrong
You
by
bring
bringing
him. I say you win.
Lich Guard's the next one. They went up to 3 attacks.
Nice.
That's a big change for them.
Big change.
Now, their Hyperface Sword and the War Scythe are all the same on that, but their Dispersion Shields got a nice buff. In addition to a 4-up invulnerable save, they get +1 to their armor saving throw as well.
They got
It's a Storm Shield. It's a Storm Shield. So they have a 2-up
These guys
save.
are scary. Toughness 5, reanimation protocols 2 wounds piece, 3 attacks.
Now, their Guardian protocols used to be anytime a character took a wound within 3 of them on a 2-up, they took a mortal wound instead. It's been changed, I think, for the better. Well, narratively better. It's the characters can't only nobles, by the way, not Cryptecs, are protected by them.
Good.
Because before it was Cryptec as well. It would you just can't shoot that noble if these guys are nearby. But they would typically give Lookout Sower anyways. But if there's like 1 Lich Guard left, then they still can't shoot that character.
Okay, now at this point I want to pause. I'm like, taking it all in, it's all pretty nice.
Yeah.
Nothing's been crazy, nothing's been terrible.
Death marks.
We're about to go somewhere.
Death marks. I want to put one little more point on Lich Guard. I think it's a little bit more feasible to bring War Scythe ones now because they essentially have a Feel No Pain.
True, but keep talking about Lich Guard. Let's keep talking about Lich Guard. I want to delay this.
Delay this. Go right on to Death Mark.
No. What else for Lich Guard? I don't know. I like the 2 up 4 up.
I'm going to go for the 2 up 4 every time, but I will at least maybe try the War Size, whereas I would never do it before. It was so just you're paying 300 points for this unit that immediately dies.
Nah, take that. Yeah.
I would definitely take the shield. The power sword's awesome. It's strength 6, -3, 3 attacks a guy. You can get.
It's exactly a power sword stat.
It's a power sword now.
Plus 1 strength, -3, 1 damage.
Exactly that. They had that before when their codex came out, which is nice. But yeah, Death Marks. It's time for Death Marks. These guys are 17 points a model, so 170 points for. Or the 18.
These guys are dirt cheap for what they do.
So 180 points for 10. They have they've been completely reworked. They have a ballistic skill of 2+, now a toughness of 5. Their weapon run from 24-inch range, rapid fire 1 to 36, heavy 1, strength 5, -2, 1 damage that can still ignore the Lookout Sir rule and does mortal wounds on 6s to wound, in addition to its normal damage. These guys are the penultimate sniper.
These guys are terrifying. I mean, okay, so they only have 1 wound, but they're toughness 5. They're an immortal chassis, basically, right? But Bliss Skill 2, with the 36-inch range weapon that hits on 2s, strength 5, -2, 1 damage, mortal wounds on 6. Disgusting. I can't bring my characters. You can't walk out of the space from Captain. He's going to be dead in a turn or 2.
I'm going to go a little bit out of order here and talk about the stratagem associated with them.
You should.
The thing that really puts them over the top is it's essentially their Hunters from Hyperspace stratagem. I can't remember the name of it exactly, but for 1 command point, these guys can also go into dimensional translocation where they deep strike. So for 1 command point, when my opponent brings in reinforcements, I can bring in, these guys immediately come in from reinforcements, just within range of them, more than 9 away from enemies. And they immediately shoot at that unit. Or failing that, if these guys are on the table and my opponent brings something in from reinforcements, if it's within 36 inches of these guys, because there's no range limitation, these guys immediately shoot at them with no negative to hit.
Never going to bring reinforcements.
You do not
on a table with them on the table.
No, especially a character.
In our bat rip I did. But I'm like, I want to go over here. There's 10 shots coming in. I mean, you probably won't kill me, but you could.
For 1 command point, I'll do
You're at least going to do most. You can kill at least most of my wounds.
That could do like 6 damage for 1 command point. I'll do that every time.
I'm going to go jump over here behind this rock instead.
Right. So I forced all of Steve's reinforcements to hide away from them. And these guys were in my deployment zone, and they still had a massive 36-inch radius of, no, don't come here.
The level of fear they brought to the table, the level of control they brought to the table, I think, my gut right now says too cheap.
I think they're too cheap. I think they're going to be in every game.
I can't see a reason to not narrative game, fluffy game, fun game. What I'm saying is, in a competitive standpoint, I cannot see a reason to not bring at least 1 squad of 10 of these, a bare minimum.
Yeah, they can really save your behind, man. Like, they are good. I think they are.
Toughness 5 and
even if they want to move, they hit on 3s. Right? It's not even with their heavy weapon. It doesn't even matter. This is the perfect unit for that backline objective in cover.
That's how he used it too. Yeah. This is the unit holding his backline objective, watching 2 long narrow lanes. And I can't come here or here.
Right, and they got their points value through control. I think they did like a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there. Sure,
but it wasn't what they did. Right. It was what they prevented me from doing.
Exactly, and that's something you always have to consider. We got Flayed Ones up next. These guys have been, they hit on 3s. They're not great. They have 3 attacks. The Flare Claws don't reroll wounds anymore, but they do have AP, which they didn't have before. Each time a model in this unit makes an attack against a non-vehicle unit, hit rolls a 6, count as 2 hits. So that kind of counteracts the lack of attacks. But not rerolling wound rolls kind of makes me sad. But they reduce 2 from enemy leadership instead of 1 now.
Those same prices of a warrior, aren't they?
They are probably around that, and they're not troops either. So
yeah, not a fan. I'm not seeing it here.
They're the exact same cost. I've always brought them because I thought they looked cool.
Yep, that's the only reason to bring them.
And it's a new model too.
They're not terrible, but they don't feel.
I bring them in a melee list, right? If I'm trying to build for melee, Novak or whatever, stuff like that. Crypto Thralls, you can only same thing. You only bring 2 of them. That unit size wasn't increased. These guys are really, really good as long as there's a Cryptec nearby. And if I brought a Cryptec, I would probably bring Crypto Thralls as well. They're cheap. They're 40 points a model, all that good stuff. Next up, we got the Scorpec Destroyers and the Canoptic Plasma Sight. A little weird here. The Plasma Sight is no longer part of the Scorpec Destroyer unit. And in fact, he even has a weird rule called Recall Protocol where he has to be coherent of the Scorpec Destroyers or else he's destroyed. And his coherency is 6 inches of them instead of the regular 2.
Okay.
But he's not part of their unit. He has dimensional translocation, so he himself, if you bring him on his own, can deep strike in near the Scorpec Destroyers, I suppose. He still effectively works the same way where he picks a unit of destroyers at the beginning of the fight phase or charge phase, rolls a d6 on a 1, a destroyer is destroyed. Regardless of the roll, though, they get +1 attack, I believe. What is it? Infused Madness. They get +1 strength and attack on their profile, which is awesome. Especially because the Scorpec Destroyers can go up to a 6-man squad now instead of 3.
Yeah.
Which I expected.
Yeah, maybe, because that would be strength 8 with the Hyper Phase Reap Blade.
And then they have 4 attacks a model. 5 attacks with the other weapons. They have a butt ton of attacks. A lot.
That's fair.
And then he doesn't take up a detachment slot if you have Scorpec Destroyers.
That makes sense.
And then he can't get shot at either if he's near a Destroyer Cult unit. And I'm pretty sure his Infused Man... Oh, you know what? Yeah, his Infused Madness works on any Destroyer Cult. That's why he's not part of the Scorpec Destroyers, because he can also go with the Ophidian Destroyers.
Oh, okay.
That actually makes sense.
That's cool.
Next up, we have the Triarch Stalker, who fundamentally works the same way. If you target something, the rest of your armies get to reroll hit rolls of 1 against it. His weapons have changed now, though. His Heat Ray has changed into what a Multi-Melta is now, because it was a Multi-Melta before. Yep. Now it's just what a Multi-Melta is now. Okay. His Particle Shredder has 7...
Well, Heat Ray disperses a Heavy Flamer.
That's right. Now it's a 2d6 Heavy Flamer as well.
12-inch range.
Which is 12-inch range.
So the other profile of that gun.
It got brought up to speed with the other weapons. So it's a Heat Ray. It shoots dispersed or focused. Multi-Melta Heavy Flamer. We have Particle Shredder, which is Heavy 8 now. We have the Twin Heavy Gauss Cannon, which is Heavy 6 now. And then pretty much the profiles on them stayed the same, except I think the Particle Shredder went down to Strength 6, but got 2 more attacks. So take that for what it is. And its melee attacks are 3 damage instead of D3, I think, now.
Yep.
And AP 2 instead of 1. I believe
he's not that expensive. He's not that bad.
He's not bad. No.
Problem is his footprint.
He's real big, and it's kind of awkward because it's like, is he supposed to go on a base? All the ones we have don't have bases, so I'm pretty sure he comes with a base nowadays.
Oh, is it really?
Oh, yikes. Here we go.
Oh, buddy. Here we go indeed.
So this is going to be a bigger talking point.
We're going to skip this, finish off the rest of Elite, and make this our own section.
That's a good idea. We only have one more Elite choice. It's the Canoptic Spider.
Oh, okay, perfect.
So the Canoptic Spiders...
Is that a new model?
No, that's not a new model. Though
it is a good paint job.
The paint job's just really good. Everything in here is painted up as the Caesarican dynasty. So they got that brass and black kind of look going for them. We have the Canoptic Spiders. By the way, anything we mentioned before, like we said earlier, that has multiple wounds, like destroyers and all that, they have living metal now, which is an awesome thing for them, man. Super good. Mm-hmm. That's a big, big boon. Now, Canoptic Spiders, you can bring them in 1 to 3 man units still. I think they went up to 5 attacks.
Yep, that is more.
They are a little bit cheaper. I think they're 50 points a model now, as opposed to...
The particle beamer's a little... It's only strength 5 now.
Yeah, but it got more shots, though. Oh, no, it's the same.
6,
yeah,
5?
Yeah, it's still the same, because it was a twin particle beamer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, whatever.
Yeah. His close combat got way better, though.
His close combat...
Way better.
Yep. He's actually super good at close combat. He's strength 8.
He still hits on 4s, though.
He hits on 4s, unless you have the Technomancer nearby. Hits on 3s. He's strength 8, -3, 2 damage with 5 attacks each.
I know. Look at his toughness 6 to 6 wounds. He's not that. He's about 80 points ish.
Yeah.
By the power level I'm seeing here, he's not that expensive.
He's actually not bad, and you can bring him in squads of 3. And the best part is they have reanimation protocols.
Oh, you'd have
to lose 2. You'd have to lose 2.
No. You could. Okay, look at you could lose 1 and put that thing on him to get +1 to the reanimation,
and then you still wouldn't get it.
And then you have to roll 6 4-ups and he'd get back up.
The odds of 6 4-ups are very unlikely, but they do have. It's kind of cool.
Like you're gonna roll it, and there's gonna be a game you play where he just gets back up.
But
it's just not gonna happen.
At least they have living metal, though.
Yeah,
they at least have living metal. These guys are worth bringing to a game. I think you would not be wrong, because they do help out Scarabs, who also have reanimation protocols now, and so do your Rays and all that stuff. You know what? The Scarabs are fast stacked around this page. We're going to quickly talk about Scarabs. They are 4 wounds, 4 attacks, same as before. Every time they roll a 6 hit, they automatically wound. No AP, 1 damage. That's how they were in Indomitus. But now they have living metal, which they didn't have before, and they have reanimation protocols, which they did not have before.
6 hit automatically wounds.
Yep. They are a lot better. The same point costs as they were before, which I believe was 15. A Scarab Swarm, fast.
Probably cheaper than that.
15,
yeah.
now they're 15 still. Yep. So all they did was get buffs from Indominus. I like Scarabs, and with the Canoptic Spider, in your command phase, one destroyed model from each friendly Scarab swarm within 6 inches of this model is reanimated. So your spiders automatically bring one Scarab back to every swarm every turn. That's cool. That's super cool.
Nice.
We can talk about the shards now, I suppose.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So we'll talk about... So the Void Dragon was already shown off. We don't have to show the Void Dragon up. But what was not shown off, which is fundamental, everyone online was talking about how crazy the shards are going to be. And they're guessing they're at like... I think people are guessing probably 250 points, right? Not even close. So Void Dragon's already been shown off. Don't have to talk about it too much. But the thing that wasn't shown off that everyone was talking about online is that these guys are unkillable because you cannot shoot them because they have Lookouts, sir. They do not.
They do not benefit from Lookouts, sir.
So under the Enslaved Star God rule, a lot of you might miss this, so be careful, remember this, and be fair with your opponent. This model can never have a relic or a warlord trait. That's all the rule was before. That was it. In addition, enemy models can ignore, they can choose not to, can ignore the Lookout Star rule when selecting this model as the target of a ranged attack. They're independent agents, they're brought to the field as a slave, and they're let loose.
Now, the Catan Shard of the Void Dragon, beautiful model.
Beautiful model.
The other two, well, 2 and 3 are not that great. I don't know. They're old.
They're old.
They got good rules, but these things are hefty in the points.
Oh yes, we're talking 360, folks. And again, don't forget this limitation. You can only bring one per detachment as well.
One per detachment. I don't expect to see one of these on the table every time I play against Necrons. I will see them now and again. I will see them often, I think. I won't see them in every list. They are by no means an auto-include.
But I think in a lot of these cases, they have the rules to justify maybe their point cost. Maybe. Because they can only take 3 damage a turn, and they have living metal. They didn't show that off either. They heal a wound every turn. So that automatically gives them one more phase of surviving.
True. Now, I don't think you're going to be able just to run them up the middle and hope for the best. Right. I think if you do that, they're going to die before they do anything realistic.
Right. I think the way I used the Nightbringer was probably the best way. Where
he dictated. Yeah.
Yep. He skirts up the side and he tries to put a lot of pressure on one side.
He ran from cover to cover. Obscuring to obscuring terrain.
Yep.
As I'm trying to I don't know what I gotta do. I can't send one unit after him, which I kind of, in my opinion, I played that kind of part wrong. What we talked about in the post game. It's just one more thing you have to deal with. But The thing is, your opponent's paying 350 points. You're fighting against it. They're not game-breakingly broken by any means. You gotta deal with them. You just gotta be smart about it. That's all.
The other big change to they're all 350 points, and they all do one thing very well. The Void Dragon is anti-vehicle, obviously good against other things too. The Nightbringer is still anti-character, anti-infantry, can still be good against vehicles though. And the Deceiver does as the Deceiver does. It lets you redeploy. Now, we talked about the Void Dragon a little bit. You've already seen this War Scroll and all that. Another thing the Catans have is they can all cast 2 powers now instead of 1. They know one from the list, and they all have one unique one built into them. So the Void Dragon has his own, the Deceiver has his own, the Nightbringer has his own. The Void Dragons is the Voltaic Storm. You select an enemy unit within 18 inches that is visible to the Shard. You can't choose a character if they're benefiting from the Lookout Star rule. Roll 1d6 on a 2-up, they take d3 mortal wounds. And until the start of your next turn, if that unit is a vehicle whose characteristics change as it loses wound, then it has the number of wounds it has remaining when determining. So pretty much, you're going to bracket a vehicle pretty bad.
For a turn at least.
Right. You have the number of wounds it has remaining. So say I do 3 damage to a Rhino, it's down to 7. It goes down to 3.5 or 4 wounds. I can't remember if you round up or down. I think you round up. But it would be... Yeah, it's just, or a Land Raider even. It's just, that's really good. You can just bracket a vehicle. Not bad. I think I prefer the other ones a little bit more, but that's still kind of cool. He's all anti-vehicle. He's got the cool spear he throws.
They're all really killy in close combat without being ridiculously killy. They're not gonna wipe out 20 Space Marines a turn.
I think the Nightbringer is kind of ridiculously killy.
Well, okay, but the Nightbringer I think has a hard counter. 10 grots.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, I mean, he does have 12 attacks against them at least.
Does he?
He has 2 weapon profiles. He can do Cleave or Scythe.
All right, he's gonna hit it. You know what? Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah.
He's not bad. He's great. He's the best close combat one. The Void Dragon's this weird utility anti-vehicle one because he can heal a lot off vehicles. So the Void Dragon is your ideal one against a vehicle list. The Nightbringer, on the other hand, got some nice changes. He's got He's got the most attacks at 6. The other ones have 5. He is strength 7. The other one's only strength 6. He's got same movement, same weapon skill, same build skill, same 4-up save. They all have a 4-up invulnerable save, and that's where they can only take 3 damage a phase. But he's got the Scythe of the Nightbringer, which got the Reaping Blow or the Entropic Blow. The Reaping Blow is every 1 attack he puts into it is 2 attacks. So he has 12 attacks at strength 7, -3, 1 damage, hitting on 2s.
Yep.
And then the Entropic Blow is wild. It is 6 attacks at strength 14, -4, d6 damage, no invulnerable saves allowed.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he's got a rule called Drain Life. No feel, no pain-like abilities allowed either.
He's going to kill.
He's super
But at the
killing.
same time, he's only toughness 7 with a 4-up save.
Right. It's true.
Honestly, if these guys didn't have the ability to only take 3 wounds a turn,
Oh, they would need Lookoser.
They would be dead in 1 round.
Well, they had Lookoser before, so they were typically okay. But now that they don't have Lookoser, absolutely, these guys... And these guys are going to be great against armies that can only deal damage 1 phase, like Tau, or... That's the only one that comes to mind right now.
Well, they do the benefit from the protocols?
They don't. They have to have the rule command protocols.
Okay.
They have Living Metal. That's the only Necron rule they got to keep, except for the Shard of the Deceiver has Dimensional Translocation. He can Deep Strike.
Cool.
I guess, like, I am mostly enamored with the Nightbringer. His unique Catan power is Gaze of Death. You select an enemy unit within, I thought it was 7, but it's 9. Roll 3d. I played it at 7 in the game for some reason. You roll 3 dice for that enemy unit. It doesn't have to be the nearest. It can be any within 9. And then every 4 up, that unit takes D3 mortal wounds.
Whew.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
huge. It could that could be 9 mortal
Is
wounds.
he the
right?
best one? Better than the Void Dragon?
I love he's my favorite because of what he does. I think every one of these is gonna have a favorite. Every person's gonna have a favorite one of these. These things are great. I wouldn't be surprised if you're gonna want to play with them a lot in every game. The Deceiver is the next one. He is the worst at close combat, but
Still pretty good.
He's still pretty good. Now, mind you, there is a stratagem called Entropic Strike that the Catan Shards can use that ignore vulnerable saves when they go to swing, but the Nightbringer's got it built in already, so he doesn't have to use the command points for it. We have Grand Illusion and Misdirection, which are this guy's special rules. Misdirection is -1 to hit him, which helps with his kind of lack of durability. But Grand Illusion is at the start of the first battle round, you can select up to 3 friendly Necron units, remove those units from the battlefield, and set them up anywhere on the battlefield that is wholly within your deployment zone. So you can always deploy aggressive with your army. And then if you don't win the roll-off to go first, you can just redeploy them behind cover or
Is it
whatever.
3 or D3?
It's flat 3. It used to be 3. It used to be D3. It used to be himself and D3. Now it's just 3.
That's the orc rule I use a lot.
Right. And then they can also be put into strategic reserves, which I'm still convinced you have to pay the command points for if you were to do so. So you can either redeploy them or put them into reserve.
I think you have to pay command points to do that, but
Yeah.
there's gonna be a bit of debate.
Right, just reading through the core rules, it seems kind of convincing, and otherwise it'd be like a little too powerful otherwise. And he's got Necrodermis and Reality Unravels, but he's got like 5 attacks hitting on 2, strength 6, -3 damage.
Yep.
Whereas the Void Dragon he's strength 9, -4, d6 damage with 5 attacks. So like the Shard of the Deceiver is the worst close combat one, but he's the most utility one.
If the Void Dragon is fighting a vehicle, though, the damage is D3 plus 3.
That's right, yeah. So it's minimum 4.
It's minimum 4 against a vehicle.
And then the Deceiver's Cosmic Insanity. Select one enemy unit within 12, invisible to the Shard, roll 1d6, and add the Shard's leadership characteristic to the result, which is 10. And then your opponent then rolls d6 and adds the characteristic of the selected unit. The enemy unit takes 1 mortal wound for each point of difference.
No, wow.
That could be big.
Now, these guys are not unique, right?
They are unique. Those are all unique. They can only have one of them. Your army can only include one.
Because, like, lore-wise, they're not unique.
They're not. No, they're not. There's many shards, but you can only bring one. But then we have the Transcendent Catan, which is he's 280 points. He can only do 1 power. He still has the Fractured Personality, where before the battle you either pick one of the 6 rules he has, which are all fundamentally the same, or you can roll for 2, and it allows you to reroll duplicates now. It didn't let you do that before, so that's nice. So you can roll for 2 random ones and keep both, or pick 1. And he's got 5 attacks at strength 6, hitting on 2s, -4 d6 damage, and he knows 2 powers, but he can only cast 1, but there is 1 power that would let him cast 2 of them. And that's, yeah. He can Deep Strike with one of his upgrades. He can have strength. He can have 1 more attack and 1 more strength. He does mortal wounds to enemies he gets nearby. So instead of like taking away cover, he's got a better Writhing Worldscape.
It's cheaper, but I'd rather pay a little more for the better ones.
I think I'd rather pay, if I'm going to pay 280 points, I'm going to pay an extra like 70 for like way better rules, I think. And then that's That's it for the elites.
That's all our elites. Wow.
Next up, we got some fast attack. Okay, so wardrobe change.
Fast attack.
Fast attack time. Guys, we've been reviewing codexes forever. We're back at it again. Necron's fast attack.
Stop.
You can't.
Okay. All right. Hard to explain why, but we're on day 2 of review. It just... we might be giving you guys too much information.
I think it's too much information.
But whatever, it's fun, so we're gonna keep on going.
And at this point, you know what? If you're still sticking around, you're a trooper. There's a lot more to go, so bear with us here.
Yep.
Let's go. Fast attack. Ophidian Destroyer is completely brand new.
But it's a whole new day, fresh in the morning. First thing in the morning, good to go.
100%, 1,000%
Luka's still asleep.
I am a little bit. It's Ophidian Destroyers. These are brand new.
Yes, they're cool models.
One thing I was confused about is why is there no Ophidian Lord? There's a Scorpec Lord, there is a Locust Lord. Where is my Ophidian Lord?
Well, that just means one day something can come out with an Ophidian Lord.
Yeah, I suppose. These are a homage to the old Necron race back in the day.
Yes, 100%. They actually they were less, so the canoptic things didn't really exist. I mean, they had scarabs and they had the spiders.
Yeah, it wasn't canoptic though.
The destroyers
a Necron wraith
were like, kind of like these new models, but like old.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they're more Necron tier.
Exactly, yeah. So like this Ophidian Destroyer is a destroyer as part of the destroyer cults. So that'll work with certain keywords there. It is not core, actually. I would like to point that out. I don't think any of the destroyers are core. If you would like to confirm that for me, actually.
Yeah.
I just realized that when I said pretty much everything that comes in multiple units is core. Not true. These guys are not core. I'm going to assume if these destroyers aren't core, the rest of the destroyers are not core, which means...
The destroyers are not core.
Yeah, all right. So that means you cannot give them +1 to hit. That means you cannot give them extra movement. That means they just don't really interact that well with your army, which is fitting because they're like the slums and the nothings of in the Necron hierarchy.
Well, I mean, to be fair, these guys have their own built-in reroll hit rolls of 1.
Yeah, they're destroyers. They don't really need the reroll hit rolls 1. You're right there, and the +1 to hit would be nice from a lord. I mean, an overlord. My will be done, but that could be also used better elsewhere.
Yeah.
In a lot of cases.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not better, but it can be used elsewhere. Like just Locust destroyers with +1 to hit would still hit like hitting on 2s rolling 1s is nice. Can't do that anymore, which is a probably important thing to point out. But the Ophidian Destroyers, it's kind of weird because they're also close combat destroyers like the Locust Destroyer, like the Scorpec.
Yeah.
But their main difference is they get a little bit extra attacks because of the weird whip coil body, and they can tunnel.
Yeah, okay, so when I look at their stat line, okay, they move 10, their weapon skill 3, which is good.
Yep.
Their only strength toughness 4, I kind of thought maybe a little bit higher.
It's a little weird for destroyers.
3 wounds and 3 attacks, okay, so far good there. Leadership 10, obviously, because it's Necrons, but only 4 up save. I kind of expected a higher toughness and more of a save, but no, okay. Toughness 4 up save. Now, their Hyperphase or Reap Blade does give them effectively Strength 6 -4, 3 damage. 3 damage a swing. So that's really good. But their defensive capabilities don't seem that great.
I'm kind of sitting here like, the Scorpec Destroyers have the exact same war gear as them.
Yep.
The same weapons, but they're Strength 5, Toughness 5. They move 2 inches slower.
Right.
They have a better save, a 3 up. And they don't deep strike. So I guess these Ophidian Destroyers, there's also... I think there's the capability through a stratagem, and we'll see that in a moment, that they can go back into a tunnel again and then come up through reinforcements again. And I think that's their little...
Okay, that might help them, but right now you're switching from the Scorpec Destroyers. You're losing strength and toughness for 2 movement.
Yeah.
Oh, and save.
And a save, yeah. So
but the ability to deep strike. So unless there's another thing... Well, here's the thing. Maybe you want to go all destroyers, 3 in elite and 3 in fast attack.
That's true. You could do that. There's also something to be said about if these guys were strength and toughness 5 and a 3 up save. Like, why would you ever take the Locust? Why would you ever take the Scorpec Destroyer? Right.
So I just think the Scorpec Destroyers could have been a little slower.
Right.
To make it just a little bit more appealing.
Yeah, the Scorpec Destroyer is still kind of like...
Because 1 8 move, 1 10-inch move.
The deep strike is a big thing too.
They don't fly. Neither one of them fly.
No, neither of them have fly, no.
Okay, yeah, but I mean the models are cool. I think the Scorpec Destroyer models are even better. So
they're both brand new. I agree. I think I like the Scorpec.
I mean, these guys are gonna be a little bit cheaper as well.
They remind me of what was that movie with Dwayne Johnson and with the mummy? He was like the Scorpion King.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of the
Oh,
Scorpion
that's a
King.
great CG.
Yeah.
We'll keep these guys in mind for stratagems.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Wait, they? Oh, never mind. Never mind. No,
Okay. Next up were Tomb Blades. They didn't actually really change that much other than their Particle Beamers weapon profile changed. So I don't know, did a lot of you use the Particle Beamers to begin with?
I did when I played them because I had 10 with the double Ghost Blaster and then 5 with the Reaper.
So like
Beamer.
I liked the Particle Beamer because it was cheaper in points and it let you. This was an excellent unit to add at the end of your army when you had a weird amount of points left because they were so flexible in how you build them.
Yep.
If you bring these guys to your list and you still have like 22 points to play around with, where you can just like really just swap their weapons around and their war gear upgrades. This is like not the only, but this is one of the unique Necron units that can fundamentally change every model in the unit. You could have one guy with 1 weapon, 3 up save, 5 up invuln against shooting, and then you could have another guy that's got a 4 up save but ignores cover, and he's got a completely different gun. It'd be incredibly hard to keep track of, and probably no one does that, but you can do that if you want to.
I don't know if they really have a place left in the army. Maybe keep them a minimum squad. They go around. They're fly with
fast.
4 move.
I would recommend just minimum, if you are going to run Tomb Blades, minimum squads of Tomb Blades because of the way reanimation protocols work now. You lose a couple of them, maybe you'll get 1 back. You could run a giant squad of 9, but it's not going to have the same effect that the old reanimation protocols had. They do have living metal now, but I kind of covered that earlier by saying everything with multiple wounds has living metal. Your best bet is to just zip around the field. Don't get charged because they're awful in combat. They do not want to get caught in combat. They cannot fall back and shoot anymore, obviously, because...
They're pricing you pretty up there when you give them all their upgrades, right? So
yeah. When these guys could fall back and shoot, these guys are awesome. Like one of the best things in the book. Mm-hmm. But now, failing that, lacking that, they're a little lackluster.
They're for what you want them to do, you can find cheaper, more efficient ways of doing it throughout this book.
100%, yeah. We're 1,000%. Next up, we have Triarch Praetorians. These guys didn't really change whatsoever. They got living metal.
Cool.
And their weapon is a lot better, too.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't say didn't change much, but their Rod of the Covenant is much better.
One is it's pistol.
Yes.
Oh no, the particle caster's pistol.
That's a particle caster. So they can
Wait, what's
take
a particle caster? Oh, I've never even seen one modeled that way.
It's they got the weird. It's got the weird like double bladed hand weapon and like it's you either take the Rod of the Covenant or the Void Blade and the particle caster. The Rod of the Covenant it's only 1 shot, -3/2 damage. Then in melee they have 3 attacks, -3/2 damage. I think they only had 2 before, so that changed as well. But they're still strength toughness 5, 2 wounds, 3 up save.
I still think you want the rod every time, not the particle caster.
I would also take the rod every time. And there's stratagems for them, like before, where you get +1 hit in either phase, and we'll cover that when we get to the stratagems. These are the Praetorians of the Triarch, right? They are they uphold the code of honor that the Necrons. Like I said, these are when I mentioned earlier the guys who watch the battlefield to make sure that the Necrons they're observing are adhering to the code of honor. These are the guys that do it. They literally sit there hovering over the battlefield and they determine, is this an honorable combatant? Yes. Then are these Necrons here following the codes of honor decreed to them to fight them? Yes. Okay, all is well. I'll go fight. Are they vermin? What are they doing? Don't care anymore. All right, let's go fight them. Right? They just make sure the Triarch's code is upheld. That's their whole thing. They're like a narrative addition to your list.
They still have the dynastic agents, so not going to throw off your. You're not getting your special rules, but not going to throw off your documents.
Right. Like for these guys,
10 moving a fly, toughness 5, 2 wounds. I mean, they're solid.
If you want a solid, tough, fast-moving infantry, these are the guys you add to your list. Otherwise, that's the only niche they really fill. But they are durable. They're going to get around.
So, okay, your 2 weapon options are the Rod of the Covenant or the Pistol Particle Caster and Void Blade. Right. Like Luka said, the Rod of the Covenant is shooting, strength 5, -3, 2 damage, 1 shot.
Right.
Or 3 attacks at strength 5, -3, 2 damage. And your other option is the Pistol, which is Pistol 2, strength 6, 1 damage, 12-inch range. And then the Void Blade is effectively a power sword with +1 attack.
Yeah.
Now, I don't like it when there's no real, like, if the Rod of the Covenant was only 1 damage or melee, I might see which one would you go with.
Right.
But that 2 damage just kicks them over the edge, and I still think you're not going to see the other option.
No, they should have made the Void Blade every 1 attack is 2. They should have made the Void Blade hit 6 attacks with him.
Oh, that would have been too much. That would have been an auto pick for the Void Blade.
I think
6 attacks per infantry model?
Oh, maybe lower the AP then. Do that, but lower the AP.
Something. Yeah. I want both options to be viable.
Yeah, I personally like the Rod. The ones I have built have the Rod of the Covenant anyways. Actually, all I did was take the leftover bits and bought a box of Warriors and made some bad conversions, but it works. And I had the head still, so it worked out. Next, big changes for the next one. Canoptic Ravens.
Yeah, buddy.
These guys went down 10 points a model.
Okay.
So that's nice, but they also went down to strength.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that changed here. So their movement's about the same. They still have fly. They can still fall back and shoot and charge. That's just built into an ability called Slinking Strike instead of built into Wraith Form, because they used to all be built into Wraith Form. Wraith Form took a big hit. In fact, it's only a 4-up invulnerable save now. It used to be a 3-up.
Which is good. Honestly, this is better. This is more healthy for the game.
Yeah, 3-up invulnerable save. Like
you get all the 3-ups out of the game.
I think that you can tell looking at the Space Marine Codex, Storm Shields, all that stuff. 3-ups are going out of here. We'll see what the Thousand Suns still have to say about that, because they have very easy access to 3-up invulnerable saves when their Codex comes out. But I don't have a 3-up invulnerable save in this book. I don't think the Space Marines have a 3-up invulnerable save. Don't know what Gilliman's going to have, because he's not in the Space Marine book.
What, for a Primarch, I'm okay with it. But if you're going to keep 3-up invulnerables in the game, keep it super rare.
Right. Even the Silent King, when we get to him, he does not have a 3-up invulnerable save. He's got 4-up. So you can tell the pattern they're going with there, and I agree. I think 3-up invulnerable saves are real soul crushing.
The problem with what I just said was, if you keep 3-up invulns in the game, but super rare, eventually they'll become more common again. That's like the later codex will end up like, well, this troop choice is super elite in combat, hard to hit. They get the rare 3-up.
Right.
But this bike squad is also really super elite and jinky, so they get the rare 3-up. Yeah. So either it's out of the game or it's in the game. Right now it's limited. Right. Let's see if it's removed completely or.
I guess we'll have to see when it comes to the Custodians too, because they're going to have 3-up invulnerable saves on their Guardian, the Sword and Shield guys.
I suspect, and I don't want to be a pessimist, but the idea of limiting it is going to hit the first couple codexes, Space Marines and Necrons, and then they'll be ignored.
Yeah.
And everybody else will have their 3-ups. But I'd rather see limits out of the game completely. But
I don't think there's anything wrong with the Custodians having it either on their troop choice, because if they only had a 4-up, I just feel like they just fall over dead a lot.
Well, that's what you just said is my point. And it's the exact theory. Once you say you justify it once, you keep justifying it.
Exactly. I know exactly what you mean, yeah.
I'd rather 3-up invulnerables be completely out of Warhammer 40,000. That's not going to happen.
Right. So, to make up for the Wraiths, going down to Strength 4, the Vicious Claws, which are Strength User minus 2/2 damage now, are just Strength plus 2 minus 2/2
So back to regular.
So they're still Strength 6 minus 2/2 damage.
Were they not Weapon Skill 3 previously?
No, they were still 4.
They were 4 previously?
Ooh.
I feel they were Weapon Skill 3.
I know that all the other Canoptic stuff was Weapon Skill 4. I think these guys might have been 3, but they've just been brought in line with the rest of the Canoptic stuff.
So they are Weapon Skill 4.
Yeah, they are right now, and if they were 3 before, which a little part of me makes me think they were, I probably should have the book in front of me, but they were at least, they're no more than 3 before, but you can get these guys all up to 3 with the Technomancer, right? If you do want to run Canoptic stuff, bring a Technomancer, because they can heal these Wraiths. Oh, by the way, Wraiths do get Reanimation Protocol, but they have 3 wounds.
It's going to be hard, but it's not impossible.
It's
Luka
nice
will
to
get
have.
it. Luka will get it.
I'll get it. It's nice to have. It's very nice to have that, and they are not.
And Living Metal. I mean, Living Metal's a big deal.
Yes, they didn't have that before either. Like, these guys, I think at 10 points cheaper, pretty much the only thing they really lost is they actually got an attack as well, by the way.
Yep.
They went up in attack.
Well, there's more to talk about, though. Like, the Transdimensional Beamer is their assault weapon.
Right.
It's 12-inch range, strength 4, minus 3 damage.
That used to be D3.
I don't know if I don't know if you want to take it with the ballistic skill 4, though. And secondly, they got whip coils. So they're strength user, so only strength 4.
It's 10 points a model for that weapon.
Yeah, I wouldn't take it. Not for ballistic 4. So whip coils are strength user, so strength 4, minus 1 damage, but you make 2 attacks every attack. So 8 strength 4 minus 1 attacks, or 4 strength 6 minus 2.
See, that's a good example of weapon options I like. So you have 8 attacks per model that are hitting on flat strength.
How many points are whip coils?
I think it's nothing. I think it's just a straight swap. It's 0 points. You can just swap it out. So it's you either have 4 strength 6 attacks minus 2/2 damage, or 8 strength 4 attacks minus 1 damage.
I don't think I would take the whip coils anymore.
Yeah, so the whip coils did lose their ability to let them fight before they die.
Sure.
So it's nice to have. You could run 2 squads of Rays. One's got whip coils, one has vicious claws, but I also prefer to lean towards the vicious claws because it's just I just like them. The biggest attraction for me is the higher AP.
Yeah, well, 2 damage, right?
Yeah, and 2 damage is nice, but the high EP is I hate having a bunch of attacks and everyone just making their saves.
Yep.
Especially in a game where it's all about more guaranteed damage.
Like if you're going up against orcs or you want the whip coils, but I mean, then you're tailoring your list to your opponent. Your general pick here is going to be the Vicious Claws.
Like there's even if you're fighting like guardsmen, or if you're fighting, I guess you're winning guardsmen on 2s or 3s, but way more time. I'd rather have whip claws against guardsmen. I'd rather have whip claw against like Drukari.
But at the same time, you don't worry about charging. You're not charging them with your raids.
You're shooting them down with flayers.
And the raids are going after the vehicles.
It's the same thing with the orcs. You'll be shooting orcs with flayers, and they just have no save. They're off the table.
There'll be instances where you're going to be like, oh, I wish I had whip quills right now, but whatever, I have my Vicious Claws. You're most often going to want your Vicious Claws anyway.
Yeah. Also, so I think these guys, a lot of people are saying these guys can get nerfed. The 4 normal save, it's a nerf, but it's being brought in line with everything else, so that's whatever. That's just a state of game change, I think. And they went down 10 points, got an extra attack. I think I actually do like the race still, especially with Living Metal and Reanimation Protocols.
With the 3 bin ball, they were auto included.
They're also not core. You know what? My biggest gripe with them is they just always die to mortal wounds.
That's Terminators, right? They just like fast moving Terminators.
Yeah, exactly.
They were.
And that is pretty much it for the fast attack. They never really had a whole lot of fast attack options. They're mostly like elites. The Necrons have always been like heavy in the elite options. I guess they have a lot of heavy support in a way too. I'm gonna try out some heavy supports here. One thing I want to note is that the Locust Destroyers, which are the Destroyers of old, are now heavy supports instead of elites. They used to be elites.
Right.
No, they're fast attack before actually.
Yeah, they were fast.
So like a few of the units got swapped around. The Transcendent Catan was heavy, now it's elite.
Yep. But now you have Locust in elite, fast attack, and heavy support. Sorry, not Locust. Destroyers in 3 spots.
Exactly. That's probably why they did that.
A destroyer list is very viable.
100%.
Doable. I'm not saying maybe viable. Yeah.
I mean, I'll try. Well, I mean, once I get all the destroyers, I'll try it out. I need the Ophidian ones still. We have the other ones. I don't think the Ophidian ones are actually released yet, though. But the Locust Destroyers, they got Living Metal, which is a nice change. They have Reanimation Protocols. It's going to be a little bit harder to make it work, though, just because of the amount of wounds they have. A squad of 6 of them, if you're losing 1 every time you're shot at, probably never going to reanimate that. The odds of rolling 3/5 ups, very unlikely.
I mean, again, I've seen you do it plenty.
It could happen. That would be very discouraging for your opponent.
It would. It really, really would. But I mean, when you're playing against Necrons, you just expect things to get back up. Don't kill the table of your opponent. Kill what you need to push off objectives and stuff like that, because they're getting back up.
You want to, you almost never want to try and plan to annihilate them in with one unit shooting them, because you know you're going to mess that up, and then it's just going to nullify half your shooting. Just kill a little bit there and here.
If anybody has anybody's going to have trouble fighting the Necrons, just focus on the mission, focus on the scenario, and you will be fine.
Right. Don't be afraid. Just focus on scenario for the most part. And then these guys are just a lot more durable than they were before.
Well, that's more of a tip for new players, because I get a lot of emails about new players. Like, my buddy plays Army X, and I can't, he always tries to beat me. Well, here's the thing. When you send me this email about the Necrons right now, how strong they're going to be at the beginning of this edition, just remember, just focus on the scenario.
Yeah.
If you focus on the scenario and kill only what you have to, you're going to be fine.
A good rule of thumb for 9th edition right now, it does not matter what it's sad to say, it does not matter what your opponent's playing. It matters on the list you build and the scenario you can focus on.
I don't, what you said is kind of contentious, but I actually, with what you're trying to say, I agree with.
Yeah. It's because the way the scenarios are laid out, and it's about having a good list that can hold the middle, a good list that can get to the table quarters and survive and do a little bit of damage. It's all about pushing your opponent off of objectives and staying on objectives.
Yeah.
So I guess it's not true. It doesn't matter what your opponent's playing. There are some cases where it'll be like hard counters.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Games are always going to have stuff like that, but like anything, like sometimes if there's a thing that you're not going to be able to kill, don't try. If there's a thing that's going to destroy you, don't be afraid of it. It's let it happen. Just destroy a unit or whatever. Sometimes you guys are going to die. Sometimes
It's not about killing your opponent completely. It's about saving as much face as you can while getting as many points as you can.
I'll say this without giving any big spoilers to our game that's in the vault right now. There's a point in the game where I'm like, I let my fear of a unit dictate decisions for my movement phase, where by the end of the game I realized, you know what, I should have just sacrificed what I was trying to save, and I would have been in a better spot. Things are going to die on both sides of the table.
Right.
Less so for Necrons. That's going to be part of their thing.
Yeah. Ideally, they're going to try and win every game through attrition. That won't be true every time, but they do have the tools to make that happen most of the time.
Yeah, as the balancing sets right now, you're still going to, I think really fast armies are still going to outplay you.
Right.
But who's going to outkill you?
My favorite thing with Necrons always has been, I agree that a lot of people think that they're slow, but these guys are deceptively fast.
That's the thing. You know
Yeah.
what? We got to stop for a second. Let's go back to heavy support because we're talking about wrap-up stuff now. Let's go back to heavy support because I got more to add to that.
Yeah. So Locust Destroyers, the stats are the exact same across the board. They have their 3-up save, movement 8, fly, same weapon skill with skill. They reroll hit rolls of 1. They ignore moving and firing heavy weapons with repulsor platforms. They gain living metal. Their weapons stayed the exact same except for the additional heavy destroyer you can throw in there. And I think their points also stayed the same. These were one of my favorite things to bring in 8th edition because I found them to be so reliable compared to the lackluster rest of my army. So Locust Destroyers are 55 points a model, which is about the same as they were before.
I don't know if I like the Enigmatic Exterminator.
As opposed to the Destructor?
I don't know if I like the structure either, but maybe I do. So the Exterminator is 36-inch range. Mm-hmm. This is for the heavy destroyer.
This is the heavy destroyer.
So one per 3, 1 per 6, 1
I
per
believe
squad?
it is every increases if it includes. Doesn't quite say. It'll say somewhere. For every additional increase the team's power rating by if it includes you can only have one. That's right. You can only have one.
Okay.
So you can actually have a 7-man squad here. That's new.
Okay.
I believe you had to swap one out for a heavy destroyer. You can have 6 destroyers and 1 heavy destroyer in here.
Okay, so we're also talking about the deck. So Locust Destroyers, you can also take a squad of just heavy destroyers.
Right, that's still a heavy support option.
The options they have is one is the Exterminator, 36-inch range. They're both 36-inch range.
Yep.
This is heavy 3d3, kind of cool.
It's blast as well.
Strength 7 minus 1 damage.
Right.
It's not that interesting.
No, this is going to be good at killing things that your flayers are going to be good at killing already, right?
Exactly. And the other gun is heavy 1, strength 10 minus 4, 3d3 damage.
Now,
I dig that.
I do like this gun, and these are if you have heavy destroyers, the old upgrade kit for destroyers with the long Gauss gun, that's this exact same model, folks. That is what you would use. Your heavy destroyers would have a Gauss Destructor equipped on it, which is that strength 10 minus 4 3d3 damage gun. They just have a new model for it if you want to get the new model. It obviously looks amazing, right? New models for Games Workshop always fall into that category.
I don't know if you mentioned, they ignore the penalty for movement firing heavy?
They always, they've always...
Because they're still infantry.
They're still infantry.
But they ignore the heavy.
They kept that rule. And they get to reroll hit rolls of 1. They do have 4 wounds as a heavy destroyer. I believe that is new for them because they only had 3 wounds before.
Interesting.
Other than that, though, 3-up save, same profile, 2 attacks still.
Were they moving 8 previously?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, were they 10? They were 10 before, actually.
So movement 8's not bad. It's not bad.
They went down movement, now that I think about it, and they stayed the same points cost. And their reanimation protocol is a little bit harder to pull off. And with a hit to extermination protocols, these guys did take a nasty hit, unfortunately. But that's okay. They brought the rest of the book up.
Yeah.
I'm always a big fan of that. We have Annihilation Barges next. I am pretty sure you are exactly the same, minus the Twin Tesla Destructor you could take, which is now heavy 10 instead of heavy 8.
This is boring. There's nothing about this thing I like.
So the Annihilation Barge used to be good back with the 5th edition Codex and 5th and 6th edition. And the beginning of
anti-air, right?
It was your best anti-air and kind of good mid-vehicle level range. Like if you're shooting at anything with armor 10 or 11, this is the weapon you want to shoot at it with.
Tesla with no AP and only 1 damage is just not interesting.
This is a gun built for the previous editions of the game where it was good against medium armor.
I know I say things about units that there's other things in the book that I can do better and cheaper.
Right.
Everything in the book does whatever this thing wants to do
way better
and cheaper.
This thing
has no purpose.
This thing has suffered the second they took away armor facing on vehicles. This thing has suffered.
Because it's not the cheapest. It's over 100 points. I don't know what it does for you that it does nothing.
I'm not too sure what the purpose of the Annihilation Barge is.
It's the first time we're talking about quantum shielding.
Yes.
Now, we kind of skipped over when we talked about the Catacomb Command Barge.
Right. This is the other kit of the Catacomb Command Barge. So if you buy this kit, build a Catacomb.
Yeah.
Or
don't buy this kit.
Or don't buy this kit. I like the Command Barge, though. I think it's kind of a cool kit.
I'm not a big fan of it.
Now, the quantum shielding, what it used to do is after you...
Forget it. Don't get it all complicated.
Okay.
It was dumb and really useless or overpowered.
It was super skewy, and it was very powerful. Yeah, the more damage your weapon did, the more unique it was.
Basically,
the more useful it was.
A knight couldn't hurt a Necron vehicle. Couldn't hurt it when they're training.
Exactly. A knight with the flat 6 damage, it was impossible to hurt a quantum shielding vehicle with the stratagem popped.
No, I think I like it. It's actually really good.
It is super good. It gives any vehicle with quantum shielding, they gain the quantum shielding keyword because that'll interact with the stratagem. But they have a 5-up invulnerable save now, which they did not have before. In addition to that, you can only ever wound any vehicle with quantum shielding on an unmodified roll of 4-up.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So
four
super
ups.
good.
Yeah, ones,
Super
twos, and
good.
threes always fail no matter what. So no matter the strength of your weapon, you're only going to be wounding on 4 ups. So your strength 9 last cannon, wounds on a 4. Strength 8 melta guns, wounds on a 4. And I still have an invulnerable save.
Now, I'm just going to quickly double check. For the most part, your vehicles are at lower toughness than you would expect for Necrons, though.
Yeah, so
So it
those
kinda
toughnesses
balances.
all stay the same. They always have that toughness.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's still toughness 6. It's now the one nice thing about these vehicles that were all toughness 6, they used to only have a 4 up save. Now they have a 3 up save.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. So the
Well, Quantum Shielding was really good, right?
Yeah, quantum shielding did make up for that. Like, you pretty much had no save, but the biggest counter to Necron vehicles were like supercharged plasma or not supercharged plasma, either one, because then the non-supercharged you'd almost never ignore the damage. And like bolt guns were like frustratingly good against quantum shielding vehicles because that was like the exact opposite of how it used to work. But I don't want to go too deep into that rabbit hole. Doomsday Arcs are next at 200 points. They went up in points. Their weapon stayed the exact same. They got the blast keyword, which
Did it say the exact same?
sorry, the weapons stayed the same.
Are you sure?
Heavy D6, strength 10, -5. It might have been -4 for the.
Wasn't the low power mode heavy D3?
No, it was heavy D6.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it was heavy D3.
Okay, so whatever it is, it's now
Yeah.
2 profiles. One if you move, one if you don't move. If
Yeah.
you move, is only 36 inch range.
Right.
Strength 8, -2 D3 damage.
I think it was D3
D6
shots.
shots right now.
Oh, maybe it was D6.
And if you don't move, it's 72 inch range. Strength 10, -5 D6 shots.
Right. And then they still have the 2 flare arrays on it, which are just the same
Rapid
profile
fire
there.
5.
Yeah. They have quantum shielding now. The biggest thing for them is they went up to a 3 up save as opposed to a 4 up save. They still have their 14 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 10.
Living metal, 3 up armor save, quantum shielding.
Yeah.
A little on the expensive side, but not too bad. It's 200 points.
Right.
It's right on the cusp
Yeah.
of a little higher than I would like to have seen it.
Pretty sure they went up about like 20 points. Doomsday Arc went up. Oh no, they were one. They're actually 190 points. Sorry.
190? Okay,
They
that's
were
not-
180. They were 180.
I'll take 190.
I would because I bring 2 or 3 of these every game, and these things were always super. I loved these. I loved the Doom Scythes and Destroyers. I found them all incredibly reliable to make up for the lackluster.
But toughness
rest of the army.
6, 14 wounds.
Right.
So, quantum shielding though, so that should help you out.
The toughness 6 is almost like it doesn't. All that really means is like bolt gun weapons still get to wound on 5s. The toughness 6 at that point is almost like a redundant stat because of quantum shielding. Doesn't really matter how strong your weapons are. You only wound on.
Strength 7 still winning on 4s, right?
Exactly. If strength 7 still wounding on 4s. So you're only ever wounding these vehicles on 4s or 5s, and that is it. Which is nice to have that kind of guarantee because the quantum shielding before might not have ever worked. At least this one always kind of works. I'm very happy with the quantum shielding change. I kind of like the gimmicky rule before they had. It was kind of fun, right? And it was because all it did was frustrate your opponent, but this is better. You know?
A plasma was one way to hurt reliably Necron.
Reliably, yeah. But I mean, well, what a surprise. Everyone ran plasma everywhere.
No additional plasma. All right, the last heavy sport worth talking about, that there is to talk about today, is the Canoptic Doomstalker.
guy's
I love this model.
He's a cool model. He's like the Reanimator, but taller and scarier looking. So very War of the Worlds, like it's like that big spider walker. Well, not spider walker, but kind of like a spider walker.
You got a monster with 12 wounds, strength toughness 6, ballistic skill 4 up, 3 attacks, whatever, and a 3 up save.
And his he does. Funny enough, this guy has like no melee attacks, even though he's got like these big forelimbs. Or like he's got like these big legs, no melee attacks. So he's got 3 strength 6 attacks, no AP, hitting on 4s.
Now the gun I just talked about on the last vehicle, where low power mode, high power mode, if it moves, doesn't move. Same thing, only the ranges are different.
Yeah,
it's 24, 48 instead of 36 and 72. Other than that, it's the same.
Instead of it being a cannon, it's a blaster. So it's just a slightly lower powered one. And this even has a flare on it too, but it's only got a twin flare instead of an array of flares. So it's only got rapid fire 2 on that bad boy. Though it does come with a 4-up invulnerable save and living metal, which is very nice to see on this guy. I'm a huge fan of the 4-up invulnerable save. And he has a weird rule called Sentinel Construct. Each time an enemy unit declares a charge against a friendly one of my units or dynastic agent unit within 6 of this model, it can, and this one is not within engagement range of any enemy models, it can fire Overwatch at the charging unit as if it were also the target of that charge. It doesn't get any bonuses to the Overwatch, so it still hits on 6s unless they can clear hold steady.
It is ballistic skill 4 up, as opposed to Doomsday Arc's 3 up.
Yeah.
So, but oh, I just bracket. Okay, so my question is, even though it has lower ballistic skill, why would I ever take a Doomsday Arc? This thing's better in every way.
This thing's better in every way.
I mean, it's got slightly less range, but only 12 minutes. Like, it's not that much. Like, it's 24 and 48.
It doesn't have the quantum shielding either.
It moves 10.
Yeah.
He doesn't need quantum shielding.
Doesn't
It's
need
got 4 bid vuln.
It's easier to wound though. It's true. It all depends on the situation, right?
He's a lot cheaper.
It's true.
He's about 140-ish points, I'm
He's
assuming.
50 points cheaper.
Yeah.
He's 50 points cheaper than and then there's a cool strategy that interacts with him too. I do like this guy. I am a big fan of him. He doesn't have fly though, if that matters.
Sometimes it would, yeah.
Right. I could bring just hitting on the 4s kind of feels bad.
He has 1 flare array, not 2.
Yes, he doesn't have. He has 1 twin Ghost Flare array, not 2 Ghost Flare arrays like the Doomsday Arc. The Doomsday Arc has a lot more firepower. Like
a little bit more firepower.
He's got 20 shots at rapid fire range as opposed to 4.
Oh, it's a twin Ghost Flare. It's not flare array. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He's got a lot more.
He's got 20 strength 4 shots at rapid fire, and it could be 18 for Sotek. But this guy's still pretty good. I'd say they're pretty comparable. And if you want to use new units, then you can use new. You can get this guy hitting on 3s with a Technomancer nearby too. He's got 12 instead of 14, 3 up save, same as that guy, same toughness. So I don't know. I would definitely try him out. They can be. I'm not too sure. Like they kind of fill the same role. They're just different point costs. One's cheaper, a little bit less effective. One's more like. Is it worth 50 points for more flare shots and a better BS? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's too early to tell. This is a brand new model. Looking at it on paper, we can have our opinions. But
when you start crunching down lists,
yeah,
I just love. This is probably one of my favorite I love all the Necron models.
Right.
This is my favorite.
Like the big walker thing. Yeah. I mean, I think it's super cool. I think it's an excellent addition to the list too. It's weird because it's just like a Doomsday Arc, but a Canoptic unit. So I don't know.
That's heavy support.
Yeah, that's heavy support. We're going to go ahead and cover the dedicated transports and flyer aircraft rules now.
Well, for one, there's only 1 dedicated transport, and the flyers also are doing the job as a transport. So it makes sense to go together.
They're all kind of together, right? So we have the Ghost Arc. First and foremost, folks, it did not get open topped. I don't think we're ever going to see open topped.
I don't know why it doesn't have open top. It's so clearly open topped.
We're never going to see open topped.
It's also open side and open bottomed.
It's like literally open on all facings.
But guys,
I guess open top gets to stick with Eldar, Dark Eldar, and Orcs only. Even though
So just as races, except for the metal races?
Yeah, except for my Xeno.
It's whatever. It's not that big a deal, but it's confusing because the model is so clearly.
It was a little it was probably one of the best things to have open topped back in. I remember you could rely heavily on a squad of 10 warriors and a Ghost Arc.
Well, back in the day when I was first doing battle reports, I would play Necrons mostly because I have my troops in a transport. I can move a chunk of my army with one hand.
Yeah.
I'm right-handed. That's the camera hand. You put it in your left hand. It was a great way to do bat reps.
It was very easy.
Super efficient.
It was very effective too. Let's put it this way: you'd have this thing if it could shoot guys outside of it, or shoot the guys inside of it. You could have 4. It depends if you're using the Reapers. We'll say assume flayers. That's 30 strength 4 shots at -1 on a 12 movement model, right? And it would be too. If this thing was open top, it would be too much. I'm almost certain of that. And I understand why it's not open top.
I'd pay more for open top. Oh yeah, whatever.
I would. Yeah, you could. That's true. You could always make this thing 200 points.
Yeah.
That's true. You could always make it more expensive. And then at that point, they'd kind of just feel bad, but it's still good.
You had a 12-inch move, strength toughness 6, 14 wounds.
Yep.
You got quantum shielding, hovering, living metal, command protocols, repair barge.
The repair barge is
2 flare arrays.
The repair barge rule got completely reworked. Now all it does not let your unit reanimate like a res orb would do. Instead, in your command phase, you select a Necron warrior unit within 6 inches, and if you do, return up to D3 of the models reanimate, and then you can only be selected for this ability once per phase. So it's not like you can't have 2 Ghost Arcs to 2 D3 to 1 warrior unit. It's only 1 per warrior unit.
It can transport 10 Necron warriors and or infantry characters.
Or characters, which is I've never ever put a character in a Ghost Arc. I don't know. It's cool you can do it, I guess, but
if it was open top, a bunch of Cryptec destructors in there.
Yeah, I guess. But there's that whole argument about things not getting rules or abilities while in transports too, and it's.
I think we're gonna ignore. Did we talk about that?
I don't know. We didn't ever. There's no point in talking about that.
Yeah, not in this video anyway.
Yeah, not in this video.
Okay, so Night Sights is one of the flyers we got options to take. It can also transport, I'm assuming.
Yep, it carries 20 infantry.
Any infantry, core infantry. 20 core infantry. Core infantry.
So Immortals, Death Marks. Not that you would carry Death Marks. Lich Guard, sure, whatever. You could put your 10 Lich Guard in there and a character in there. You could put your blob of 20 warriors in there, 2 squads of 10 Immortals.
I think a mix is nice.
Yeah.
Dynastic infantry characters.
Sure.
And even Dynastic agent infantry characters.
Yeah, that's true. Dynastic.
Oh, they're actually infantry models.
Only models.
So that means
you do like the Praetorians.
Praetorians,
Pretty
yeah.
much only Praetorians. Because anything else, any dynastic agent at that point is a character.
So you got move 20-50.
Yep.
Ballistic skill 3, strength toughness 6, 12 wounds, 3 attacks because of attacks, 3 up armor save. Comes with a twin Tesla destructor.
That's the only thing
It's a
that's
terrible
really
gun.
changed.
I don't like that gun.
Nope, it's not good at all. It went up 2 shots, which is nice, you know, and like the Night Scythe itself's points, I'm pretty sure it stayed the same. Like it didn't really go up. Flyers, Night Scythe, no, it went up 10 points.
It's just not interesting.
The Doom Scythe.
The Doom Scythe is nice though.
Yeah, the Doom Scythe.
It's the same, not a transport.
Right.
But,
Went up 30 points.
But
200 points, but it has a heavy death ray now. If you were a little concerned with its spoiled death ray on the monolith, don't worry. This bad boy's got the heavy variant of that. So it is, instead of heavy D3, is now heavy 3, strength 12, -4, D3 plus 3 damage.
And it's 36-inch range now.
Yes, and
It's long range now.
and the twin Tesla destructor also went up the 2 shots, which is nice to have, nice to point out.
Oh, wait a second. The twin Tesla destructor, I mean, I haven't played Necrons in a while. It's 36-inch range now. It wasn't only 24
It was
before?
24 before, yeah.
So it has got longer range.
It has longer range as well.
So
yeah.
Necrons used to be capped back when I played them.
They were 24 inch range.
Everything was 24-inch
Yeah.
range.
Yeah, they have
Now
much
we got some
longer
long range
now,
here.
because you got your Doomsday Arcs now, you got your Doom Scythe, the Twin Tesla Destructor's
But
longer
a
range.
flyer with that heavy 3, strength 12, -4, I mean, that's a
Yeah.
D3 plus 3 damage. It's a solid attack.
Like they're 200 points a model now, but if you wanted to run like 4 of these in a couple different detachments, or 3 of them, I guess technically, you're done. More power to you. Like these things
Only
are
toughness
awesome.
6, we got living metal, right? Like
They have living metal. They're 3 up save. They're -1 to hit still because they're hard to hit. These guys are excellent addition to any Necron army. These things were good before. They're even better now. 30 more points is definitely worth a guarantee on that weapon. I would 100% pay 30 points for that.
I want to see AP on that Tesla destructor.
1, right? At least 1.
Just one.
Something. Oh, it's so
Or
bad.
damage.
It's just so bad.
It's not the worst. I mean, some
does
armies would
nothing.
love to have that, but
It does nothing. The only thing it's good to shoot at is things that wounds on 2s.
it's a bad gun
Yeah.
in this army.
Right.
Yeah, because you have so much AP everywhere. It's like, okay, well, this thing's gonna fire at, I don't know, I guess the guardsman because everything else melted the power armor.
And it's all unmodified hit rolls to 6 now as well, so you can't give a.
That's expected. That should be the
of
case.
course, yeah. And like the Immortals Tesla is still pretty good because you get 2 shots with it, and it's strength 5. It's got a clear job. The Immortal Tesla. This one is. I have no idea what this one's supposed to do. This heavy Tesla. It essentially shoots at the same targets that the Immortals shoot at, but with 2 more strength.
I mean, I don't even think you take Tesla anymore with Immortals.
No, I think
I don't think Tesla
Right.
as a choice anymore for Necrons.
I would go with the Gauss Blaster as well.
Yeah.
The Gauss Blaster. I'm pretty sure it's called the Gauss Blaster. Other than that, though, the Doom Scythe is the same. Went up in points, but his weapons got way better. So, like, completely justified. I would still bring... If I'm bringing 1 detachment, I'd still bring 2 of these guys. I have
So to clarify what I think we're both
my
trying to say is, when you make a list, you have so many points to use. You need to put your points into weapons with good strength and AP,
Yeah.
or you need to put points into weapons that are this Tesla.
no.
I mean,
It's just still-
like when you look at the stats, some armies would love this gun.
Right.
It's just that this weapon is the mediocre weapon of Necrons for Necrons. Like this is, I'm better off spending my points elsewhere with this AP.
Right. It's like, I would bring the
Or
Doom
more
Scythe.
shots.
I feel like I would bring the Doom Scythe for the heavy death ray alone. Right? Like, the Twin Tesla Destructor is just there. Like, whatever.
I mean, the only army I want to like maximize my Tesla destructors or a Tesla at all if I'm playing against Harlequins.
Yeah.
Lower toughness.
That's like the
informant
target,
involved,
yeah.
everything.
Any
It's
toughness 3 target.
It's the perfect weapon for fighting. Well, it's the best weapon in this book for fighting Harlequins.
Yeah, 'cause they have
But
no-
against
yeah.
just what every other army wants something else.
100%.
Lords of War.
Last units to talk about with all of the...
Incorrect. There's one more category after this.
Oh no, is there? Oh yes, there's bad terrain. All right, this is Lords of War terrain. Oh no, there's another Lord of War. There's so much stuff. Okay. You know what? You talk about the obelisk. I'm
Okay.
gonna count something.
You do that. Okay. So Obelisk is still the Obelisk. It's that kit where you make the Tesseract Vault or the Obelisk. It's still lackluster. It doesn't wow me. It's still kind of boring. Okay, so we have Movement 8, Strength and Toughness 8, 28 wounds, 6 attacks, and a 2-up save. Now it has 4 Tesla spheres, which are 24-inch range. Strength 7. It's Tesla. AP 0, 1 damage. 6 is a hit, score two additional hits.
You know our opinion on Tesla.
Yeah, so it's very bad. No, how many points is off? It's
almost
power
400.
19, so it's all exactly.
It's almost 400. It's like 380 points, 370 points.
It does have living metal. It's
it
got
does have
gravity pulse. In your shooting phase, you select one enemy unit that can fly and within 24 inches. Have the move characteristics for models in that unit. If it's an aircraft, roll 2d6. For each point it exceeds the toughness characteristic of the unit, it suffers one mortal wound. Not terrible against aircraft, but I'm not bringing 400-point model that's not going to do anything else unless you have an aircraft. It's just bad. It's just horrible.
It's 370 points.
It can deep strike.
It can deep strike. Can it? Oh, Death Descending. Yeah. Did you tell about the hovering sentinel part where it can increase its damage on its Tesla weapons if it stands still?
No, where's that?
It's hovering sentinel. If this model remains stationary, then until the start of your next movement phase, if the Tesla spheres have a type, they go up to assault 6, strength 8, damage 2.
Okay.
Still bad.
Still okay.
Not 370 points.
These Tesla are still only 24 inch range.
Yeah, these ones are only 24 inch range, eh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, whatever.
It's still for how many points?
370. It went down 20 points. It was 390 before.
If it doesn't move ever, which is not what you want to do in 9th edition.
You pretty much want to deep strike it and just stays right there. That still counts as moving, though, obviously.
Toughness 8, 28 wounds, 2 save. It'll survive a turn, maybe, or two. It's just that those points are better spent elsewhere. If you have one, it'd be good in a little narrative thing. It doesn't fill a role that this army needs filled.
Like, what does this thing do? It's so because the gravity pulse is a new rule for it. Steve just explained it.
No, gravity pulse has been there since the inception.
Well, sorry, it's a new take on it.
Yes.
It's a new take on it. And then hovering sentinel is the new rule for it. But the 2d6 against toughness on an aircraft, most aircrafts are toughness 6 or 7. This thing's going to do 1 or no mortal wounds on average.
Right. Yeah.
Right? It's wild.
Yeah. Now, 24 strength 8 Tesla shots with no AP 2 damage will do work.
Yeah.
However, spending those points on immortals will do the same work.
It is nice that it's 2 damage. It is very nice. I am not going to disregard that. And it is 24 shots that trigger Tesla.
Again, to be fair, I'm not talking about balance overall, internal balance.
Right.
This codex is loaded with multiple damage weapons.
Oh, 100%. That have high AP.
That have IP.
Yeah.
It just doesn't fill a role.
That have longer range.
Let's just move on. It's just not great.
The obelisk is there if you like the model and you really want to use it. But let's be real, the next one, the Tesseract Vault, is 500 points, but it's worth those 500 points, I think.
That's this guy right here.
This guy was always good before, and because of the nature of the powers of the Catan getting inherently better, this guy also got better because of it, because he's the only thing that can shoot out 3 powers, as long as he's in his full bracket. He's 500 points now. I think he's like exactly 500 points on the dot. 25 power here. Tesseract Vault, 500 points.
Well, I'm going to do a quick...
It was 550, it went down 50 points.
I'm going to do a quick comparison to this, the obelisk. So it's only toughness 7 instead of toughness 8 because it's opened up.
Yep.
It doesn't have it has the same guns, but if it stays still, it doesn't have the bonuses.
Right. So it's more mobile.
Not as shooty as the obelisk. And it doesn't have the gravity pulse, but it has powers of the Catan.
Yeah, and it knows 4 powers from of the 6. It doesn't know any of the unique ones. It just knows 4 of the generic ones. And at the end of your movement phase, if this did not advance or fall back, like the other Catans, it can use a number of powers equal to the number shown in the table. So at full brackets, it can shoot out 3. At middle bracket, it shoots out 2. And between 1 and 8 wounds of his 30, it shoots out 1. Now, this thing got a nice buff in the form of a 2-up save. It only had a 3-up before. And it keeps
30 wounds.
It has 30 wounds, which I believe had 25
I think 28.
or 28
I think
before.
28 before.
And now it has, it always had a 4-up. It keeps its 4-up invulnerable save.
4-up invulnerable, big deal.
That is so big.
Without that, I wouldn't even consider this thing.
No, it didn't have that before at all, right? And then the 8th edition Codex came out. This thing was like 487 points, and it had a 4-up invulnerable save. This thing, there's 3 of these in every list. Every list had 3 of these bad boys. And I'll be trying this guy out, I think, in my next game.
Oof, it's going to be a hard time fitting through the terrain.
100%. And luckily, it's like a little elevated, but I'm going to be trying him out in my next game because he went down 50 points, because he's a lot more durable, more wounds, better armor save, and he still is really good with the powers of Catan because, like the antimatter meteor, for example, I'll give you an example of that one, how it works. Instead of it being a 2-up to do D3 mortal wounds, it's a 3-up to do flat 3, and it's D3 plus 3 mortal wounds on a 6. This guy gets +1 to that roll. So on a 2-up, he does 3 mortal wounds, or a 5-up, he does D3 plus 3 mortal wounds to the nearest within 24.
I think he's worth it. Now, there's something worth pointing out that we're talking this obelisk and the Tesseract Vault, they're Lords of War, right?
Yeah.
It's costing you 3 command points to bring this in the game.
You have to remember that if you want to bring an auxiliary detachment, it's going to cost you, even if you bring the 3 big Titanic Lords of War, that still costs you 3 command points, I believe. Yeah. You can either bring 2 Lords of War for 6, or 3 big Lords of War for 3, but then you're spending all those points on 3 big Lords of War. If with the super heavy actual detachment, you can bring 5 Lords of War. It's
6.
I think it's 6. Is it 6 if you're bringing? No, you're right. It's 6 if you're bringing 3 Titanics. 3 if you're bringing 3 Lords of War that are not Titanic, that are all not Titanic. So Steve is right on that. So if you want to bring 3 of these big boys, 6 command points. If you're only bringing 1, it's 3. That eats up a lot of your command points with the way the new detachments work. But Steve's 100% correct on that.
Yeah. Okay. So pretty solid, but we have one more. Well, we have 2 more. The next Lord of War is a little disappointing that it is a Lord of War.
Yeah, but it's understandable.
It's still an amazing model, the Monolith.
Yeah.
Back with a vengeance.
So the Monolith, again, we'll see that same kind of table presence it had when it first kind of came out.
Yeah,
the Monolith.
But, I mean...
Is it going to be in every list? Probably not.
Its major drawback was the short-range guns. Now they're longer.
Now they're longer. Yeah, that's exactly it.
So you had toughness 8, 24 wounds, a 2-up save.
So it was always toughness 8 before. It went up 4 wounds, and now it's a 2-up save. Doesn't have an invuln, though. No quantum... If this thing had quantum shielding, this thing would be overpowered.
This thing it can be terrifying. Well, it was terrifying for Space Marines.
Yeah, I actually played this in the game.
It has this particle whip up top, the little crystal, which is heavy D6, 36-inch range now.
Yeah, it used to be heavy 6, 24.
Yeah, yep. And now it's strength 12, -3 damage flat blast. I like that better than the way it was before.
100%.
Even though it was heavy 6.
Like he's I think, how many points did this bad boy win? He went up a lot of points though to like represent these like major buffs you guys. It's like 170 more points, I think.
Now his Ghost Flux
90.
arc are the same as what they were before, except for the 30-inch range, they're 24.
No, they're rapid fire 3. They used to be heavy 3.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
They doubled their shots essentially.
Now, the weird thing is, as good as those are, they also take the death ray, which we've seen on the community site, which is only 24-inch range, heavy 1, strength 9, -3, D3 plus 3 damage. I don't know which one you want to take, which gun you want to take now.
It's an extra...
It's 4 of those or 4 of the flare.
It's 20 extra points to bring the 4 death rays.
Yeah, it might be worth it though.
Yeah.
But I think both gun options are viable. I'd magnetize it.
Yeah, I mean, if you can pull off a magnetize, then I'm not too sure how the new kit works, but I agree. I think both those weapon options are great. I played with the old Monolith, so I just played with the Gauss Flux Arc, which is now a potential 24 strength 5 -2 shots on top of his heavy D6 particle whip shot, which is blast still. Now,
we got, it can deep strike. It's got way better firepower and resilience than it had before. Yeah. Now, I'm not seeing here, but I know guys can come through the portal as getting off a transport. Is that a stratagem?
That's Eternity Gate. So Eternity Gate is if this model remains stationary in the movement phase, and then in the following reinforcement step of that movement phase, you're allowed to bring units that are in strategic reserve wholly within 3 of this bad boy. So in addition to be able to use strategic reserves on the table edges, you can actually pull them out of the Monolith. It gives you an extra option of where to pull them out of. And I think that's great. You like before you'd have to commit them to the Monolith. So if the Monolith was destroyed, then you just lost your unit inside of it if you didn't have the CP to bring them out. Now you can, now you can be like, okay, I'm going to probably bring them in on a table edge, but if I absolutely need support in the middle of the table, I have the Monolith.
Yeah. And
there's also a stratagem that will allow you to bring a unit to that Monolith.
Before we talk about the best part about this thing, how many points is this guy?
370, I believe.
So he's not cheap. He's pretty pricey. In the new model is beautiful.
360.
360. Okay, so as we talked about, I already think he's worth it. Now, Luka, why is he so terrifying?
That Portal of Exile. Boy, do you not want to get ever charged by a Monolith.
Yeah.
So the Portal of Exile acts as a offensive and defensive kind of tech for it, right? It's the same thing that allows your Necron warriors to teleport to the battlefield. But when enemies get too close to it, it kind of arcs out to them, grabs them, and pulls them in, and exiles them, puts them into purgatory, essentially. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And the way this works is the Monolith went up to 6 attacks. It is strength user.
8. It's only ever 8. It's always strength 8.
Yeah, so it's always strength 8, -3, 3 damage, automatically hits with this weapon. So its weapon skill 6 doesn't even matter. This guy automatically hits with the Portal of Exile. Now the Portal of Exile has always had gimmicky defensive rules throughout the ages.
Yep.
It used to
This is by far the best one.
This is the best one because before it used to be an initiative check and then you're out of here, and then it was on a 4 up you take D6 mortal wounds.
So there's gonna be one in our game that we played.
Yeah.
And I had to make a decision at one point in our game. All right, sorry about the disjointed break there. Our memory card filled up. We talked too much, so we had to switch it off.
We used too many words.
We used too many words today.
Okay, so back to the monolith. Kind of
We
lost
were talking about the Portal of Exile.
Yeah, the Portal of Exile. Oh, and like
because
it's
I was
gimmicky
debating
nature.
on whether or not I want to charge the main aggressors and the power fist.
That's what it was,
Because if I don't kill him, there's a stratagem, which we'll get to, which is make him fight as if he had full wounds.
Right.
So you have 6 automatic hits coming at them, wounding on 3s, which are toughness 5.
Yeah.
And just
Dead aggressors. Yeah.
single save, 3 wounds.
Like, this is an excellent weapon.
Terrifying. I want that. Like, I'm not gonna say auto include, but like, I want one of these the most on my list.
Let's put it this way. When I went to go play Monolith before, it was for the narrative kind of homage to the past, where
Right.
it was always cool to see a Monolith
You
on the
brought a
table.
monolith to tone down your list.
And now it's like, oh yikes, you're bringing a Monolith, hey buddy. It's like kind of bringing a Knight, right? It's the same kind of points level. It's the Lord of War slot now. It's not. It doesn't have the invulnerable save a Knight has, but it's got like a 2-up save.
The fact that it's Lord of War is his big downside.
Yeah,
It costs you
yeah.
3 command points to bring this thing.
I think that's
essentially.
And you're also paying 300 and some points.
You're paying to bring this thing. You're paying to bring this thing.
But it feels good when you bring it. You know, it felt pretty good. Now the Eternity Gate thing, I gotta say, when it brings things in from Strategic Reserve, is a little slow because it itself is not allowed to move at all. And then
when it already has an 8-inch movement,
Right.
it's not bad.
And then the things you do bring in from Strategic Reserve come in the reinforcement step, and they have to be wholly within 3 of it. They are also not allowed to move. But there's no restriction to how far away from enemies they have to be. So
Right.
there's always that. So it's both good and bad. And that's pretty much it for the Monolith. And here's the Silent King, guys. He is big. Like,
okay, so I'm gonna do a quick comparison to those who play Age of Sigmar. Catacross, that's his name?
Catacross, yeah.
He's like that. So it's 3 models on one platform, bunch of wounds. It's toughness 7, 16 wounds.
It's actually 5 models.
It's 5 models?
Because it's got the weird little monoliths that it's got these like obelisks that follow him behind that have to take the wounds first and they die first, and then
True.
And then his Triarch die next, and then
so
he dies.
it's got 3 bases.
Yeah, 3 bases.
But the main base has 3 guys on it, and basically
Right.
when you've taken so many wounds, one of the guys doesn't fight anymore.
Right.
You lose an attack. You lose one of the weapons you would fight with, and the more wounds you lose, the one weapon the other guy fights with. So it's a little wonky that way. I'm not a big fan of those things, but I get what they're going for. They want to make a little diorama on it.
thematic
It's
or something,
beautiful.
yeah.
So typically, what you see is the character on his throne with his guards, little diorama. You would take the character off and play with it, right? No,
Right.
you just bring the whole diorama.
Bring
with
the whole themajig, man. Like, so a little narrative thing. The 2 little guards, those 2 little guys on his throne. Those are actually the Triarch.
Yep.
That is the Necron Triarch in this one model. It's the Silent King and his 2 uplifted praetors from their humble origins who joined him. One is the Pharaon of the Blades, and the other is the Pharaon of the Stars, which I think is the official titles of the Triarch. There's the Pharaon of the Stars, the Blades, and then the Silent King. Typically how it goes.
You get the weapon skill to skill 2 that you would expect. Strength 5 base, toughness 7, 16 wounds, 6 attacks, 3-up save.
6 attacks is misleading, though, you know. I gotta say, 6 attacks is very misleading on this guy.
I think it's 13.
I think in the end it comes down to about 13
Yeah.
attacks. It's gonna be hard to explain everything, but this guy will try and take it step by step. In addition to the Silent King and his Triarch, you get these 2 triarchal men here, which are these obelisks with these giant weapons built into them. They're actually called Annihilator beams.
I believe it's Menhir.
Menhir. There's triarchal Menhir. He's got the Annihilator beam in each one of them. Each one is heavy 1, strength 4, -4, 6 damage a shot. Very good. Very
wow.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we have one of the Triarch have the Staff of Stars, which is a shooting attack, which is Assault 9, Strength 6, -2, 1 damage. And
Not
then
bad.
the Silent King has the Scepter of Eternal Glory, which is Assault 3, Strength 8, -3, 2 damage.
Not bad.
There's a lot of shots. This thing's got like 12, 13, 14 kind of varying strength shots. They can obviously all split fire in different directions if you need them to. Now, the way that this guy kind of works is... Oh, where do I even begin?
I got it.
Yeah, okay.
So you see 6 attacks on his profile, right?
Right.
So the weapon he'll be using will be the Scepter of Eternal Glory. That is what...
That's the Silent King's weapon.
What's his name?
Caesaric.
Caesaric's weapon. Okay. So this weapon is strength +4, so strength 9, -3, 2 damage. That's what he attacks.
Yeah.
But now his other 2 guys get to attack as well.
Right. The Pharaoh of the Blades has a Scythe of Dust. Every time this model fights, the Scythe of Dust, the Pharaoh of the Blades, gets to make 4 attacks with this Scythe of Dust. And no more than 4 attacks to be made with this weapon. That's pretty much
just that guy fighting by himself.
It's pretty much, this guy's got 4 attacks, he swings with it. He is strength
9.
He's strength 9. He's strength 8 -4, 3 damage to swing.
Yep.
That's awesome. And then the other Pharaoh, the one of stars, has a Staff of Stars he gets to swing and melee with. He makes 3 attacks with this at strength 5 -2, 1 damage. Not that great.
No, but it's extra attacks.
It's extra attacks.
But there is a bunch of special rules.
So that's his 13 attacks. So one guy attacks for 4, one guy attacks for 3, and then the Silent King attacks for 6.
Yeah. It's a unit. It's not a character, it's a unit.
It is technically a unit because he's got a rule here that stipulates what takes wounds first and then who dies first and all that stuff.
Well, let's start from the left column and go work our way down.
Right. He's got the Noctilith Beacons. In your opponent's psychic phase, Caesar can attempt to deny 1 psychic power as if he were a psyker. That's okay, sure. Nice. It's nice to have for Necrons. They don't normally have access to that other than Gloom Prisons, which is the Canoptic Spider.
Okay, here's the best one. Well, the one I'm most afraid of. At the start of the fight phase, if there are any enemy units with an engagement range of Caesaric, until the end of the phase, those units cannot fight until after all eligible units from your army have done so.
Right. So if things charge him, I get to go first. If he charges them, I get to go first and no interrupting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is pretty good there.
So you probably want to shoot this guy. He's only toughness 7 with a 3 up save.
Right. You're going to be relying on his 4 up mortal save. He's only got
16 wounds. Honestly, how expensive is he?
He's got more than 16 wounds because the men here have he's got 26 wounds technically.
Oh, effectively, yeah.
Yeah, he's got effectively 26 wounds, but he is, I had it right here, he's shy of 500. I think he's like, Silent King is 450, yeah. 450?
I think he's on the pricey side. I don't think you're going to see him that often. I think you're going to kill him with guns.
I think this guy will die to gun, this guy will probably easily die in one turn every time. Sorry?
Yeah. So they get the 4-up invulnerable as well.
So he's got the whole collective of models have a 4-up invulnerable save. The rule for the Menhir is while this unit contains any Menhir models, it does not count as a character for the purposes of Lookout Sir. On each time an attack successfully wounds this unit, the attack must be allocated to one of those models. The destruction of the Menhirs is ignored for the purpose of morale checks, and if Caesaric is ever destroyed, before they're counted as being destroyed as well.
So the cool thing about the Menhir is they have 5 wounds each. There's 2 of them, right?
Right.
So if you're throwing multiple damage, you could end up wasting. So you the first last cannon does 3 damage. The next last cannon does 6 damage. Well, you're only killing off the first Menhir. Only 3 of those damage are actually doing anything, and then it goes to another one. So with multiple damage weaponry, you might absorb extra shots. But I don't think he's gonna be that survivable. The 4-up invuln, don't get me wrong, is amazing. But I think you're going to shoot this guy down.
Right.
You're not going to want to fight him in close combat.
I was thinking maybe Lichguard can protect him, but the problem is he's not infantry. He is vehicle.
He's vehicle.
Yeah.
We have a couple of auras. We have Pharaoh of the Stars, while Core Necron or Triac Praetorians are within 6 of him. Each range attack made by a model that you can reroll the hit.
Right. So he's a chapter master. So the Pharaoh of the Stars is the chapter master for re-rolling hit rolls, and the Pharaoh of the Blades is the exact same thing, but for melee attacks. Oh, but no, re-roll the wound roll.
It's re-roll the wound rolls for melee attacks.
Yeah, so you get to re-roll hit rolls for range attacks or wound rolls for melee attacks.
His next aura is the Relentless March. Core Necron and Praetorians within 6.
It actually works for Praetorians, which is kind of funny, yeah.
Well, because it makes sense. The Praetorians, yeah, exactly.
The Triarch Praetorians, right?
You have one to the movement.
Yep, which is just a better Relentless March ability because it affects.
That's right.
Yeah, it's because it affects Praetorians, so it's just better in general, and it affects all Necrons.
I think that's a real cool lore thing that it affects the Praetorians actually.
Yeah, I like that.
Is my will be done the same?
It's got a longer range, so it's got the Catacomb Command Barge range of 9. You can also hit Praetorians with this one, so you can choose any Necron core unit or Praetorians.
And you do it twice because he's a Pharaon.
And he's a Pharaon, so you can only affect one unit once. But he's the Pharaon of the Caesaric Dynasty, so you can choose 2 different units for that one. He's got the voice of the Triarch once per battle at the start of any battle round. If he is on the battlefield, he can alter your command protocol. If he does, the command protocol that you did not assign to any battle rounds before the battle becomes active for your army. It's kind of weird wording on that, but for that battle round instead of the one you assigned for it. So pretty much saying You can swap out the one you're not using for that battle round if you want to.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's going to be that great just because the one you're swapping out is probably not going to help your army in any way, shape, or form. It's nice to have. It's a cool rule to have, but I don't see that one being a huge one. The next one is the Menhir rule where they take the hits first.
Yeah. The Silent King, he has to be a warlord, obviously.
Right, that's part of the rule.
And you gain 3 command points.
Yep. So you can bring, because he's got the Supreme Commander keyword, so he can be brought as part of the Supreme Command detachment, and he will refund your battalion's command points. You can actually bring him and like a big guy, and that would cost you nothing. Yeah. Or you can just start the game with like 15 command points. Or more if you're playing a bigger point size game.
Okay, so the next rule talks about how if there's 8 or few wounds remaining, you can't make attacks with Staff of Stars, and you lose the Fair or the Stars ability. And if you have 4 or fewer wounds remaining, you can't use the Scythe of Dust or the Fair on the Blades ability. So basically saying, I've taken this many wounds, one of the 3 characters is dead, this many wounds, the other character is dead, until he's the last one.
Right.
Now, the last rule he has is why I don't like this model that much.
Vengeance of the Enchained?
He explodes on a 4+ for d6 mortal wounds for everything within 2d6. I think...
It's so devastating.
I think if your opponent goes first and they have enough anti-guns, you can kill him in 1 turn and then have that explode in your opponent's lines. That is kind of a lot, because you can't hide this guy.
You can't hide him. The one thing that kind of throws me off is the Triarchal Menhir rule. It says, while this unit contains any...
Wait a minute, you can hide him.
How come? Wait, why?
He's only 16 wounds.
You have to have less than 9. You have to have...
No, full underline sight.
Oh, yeah, you can... Yeah, but he's massive. He is massive. You can hide him. He's not Titanic.
Yeah, he is not Titanic, and he only has 16 wounds, technically, even though the Menhir give him 10 more wounds.
Right. You can... You can put him behind obscuring terrain. He can't get shot, but he's also a massive model.
True, but I mean, if you have a spot to put him behind obscuring terrain, he doesn't get shot turn 1.
Absolutely do that.
Okay.
100%.
So it's not as scary as I thought it was.
Right. There's that. That's a good thing to point out.
That's a big deal.
The Menhir, it points out something weird here. While this unit contains any Menhir models, it does not count as a character for the purposes of the Lookout Sir rule. Like, why would they state that? It doesn't get the Lookout Sir rule. Like, it makes me think he gets the Lookout Sir rule somehow, and I'm not too sure why. And it's kind of driving me nuts. Because you see that, right?
Yeah, I don't...
So while it has any of those like obelisks still alive, it does not count as a character for the purposes of Lookout Sir. And each time an attack successfully moves this unit, so like while they're gone, it does count as a character for the purposes of Lookout Sir rule. But he's got 16 wounds on his profile, so...
What I suspect is probably it was part of original incarnation. It got changed throughout playtesting or whatever. Maybe when he was down to the last 4 wounds, he counted as just being Caesaric by himself.
It would be kind of cool if everything died and it was able to take the model off the base.
Well, I would see the little side cart things that they're on.
Yeah.
I would have those many times.
And then pull them off as they die. Yeah. You could do that. I would have loved if this model had a rule like that. If you kill off both of his, not kill them off, but wound them off the field, then he just comes off and acts as a little character on his own, and then you just get the...
To be fair, like, the fact that they're mixing these 3 characters together is impeding the Lookout Sir.
It is, yeah.
So maybe the original incarnation had them... there's no point speculating. And, as it stands right now, he's the Lookout Sir.
Technically, each of them only have 4 wounds. They're kind of, like, soft-bodied. Because like except for the first guy, he takes 8 damage before. I got to imagine that some hit on the throne.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. First guy's got 8 wounds and then 4 and 4.
It's 4 and 4. Like the Silent King is at full health when the model's got 4 wounds left, and he's only got like 2 attacks. You know what? Like all things considered, the Silent King on his own's kind of buns.
Yeah, well, I mean, come on. He spent the last 10 dozen years, running away from his people, and then he saw some scary bugs. Did I go back to my people?
Yeah, like when it's only the Silent King left, he's got 2 attacks that are strength.
User?
Scepter of Eternal Glory. No, he's still strength 9 with it.
Oh, he's +4. Yeah, you're right.
2 attacks though, and like the only thing he's got going for him is the fact that he's the voice of the Triarch. He can swap the thing. He's got My Will Be Done twice.
This isn't a meta-changing model. It's pretty cool when you're gonna see it.
He's got a lot of cool shots, but it's very easy to kill this thing. I know a 4-up vulnerable save does not scare a lot of you out. It's swingy. A 4-up vulnerable save. This guy could never die.
Sometimes you take nothing, and sometimes you die on 1 round of shit. That's
I got a 4-up. That's 100% a 4-up save. Like I would bring this guy. If you go first, this guy's awesome. 100%. If you get to go first, this guy's awesome. He's got a lot of cool.
Is this too expensive for me for 9th edition?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't want to spend 500 points on any one model in 9th edition.
I would definitely bring him to games though.
Oh, absolutely.
He's absolutely. Yeah, he's the silent freaking king.
I think you already know this, but anytime you say something you don't want to do this in whatever 9th edition, that is if you're talking about competitive,
Yeah.
not even like not tournament. I'm talking about just like competitive gaming. If you want to try to beat your buddy, maybe this guy's useful. But you know the scenarios usually, as it stands, the way we play the game right now, playing the scenario is probably more useful than this guy.
Right.
Until other game modes come out, if we ever get other game modes.
We will. We're going to get open play, and we're going to get some Maelstrom of War.
Oh, that is all the Lords of War.
Please. Yes,
many of them.
That is it for the Lords of War, and the last sheet is the Convergence of Dominion.
Yep.
The piece of terrain here.
The last data sheet we're talking about.
52 of them, by the way. That's what I was counting earlier. That's a lot compared to what Necrons had before.
Convergence of Dominion, the new Necron terrain.
Right. They are I've heard Google pronounce this as steel, stele, and it's pretty much supposed to be like an Egyptian, not necessarily Egyptian, but you know, like the grave tombs, like they engrave things on and all that.
Bro, you're Canadian. There's a company right on the corner that's pronounced steel here.
Is that how they pronounce it? Steel?
I'm pretty sure it's pronounced steel.
I think it is steel. It's not spelt that way, but it's star steel.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about the model real quick. It's a piece of Necron technology, pylon, and then cemented over.
Yeah.
I love the model. It is crumbling. So the model, amazing. I love it. I don't even know what it does. I want to bring it. So it seems expensive at 6 power. What's that, 120 points-ish?
About that. You get 3 of them for this, and they're not set up in regular coherency, but they are all set up wholly within 12 inches of one another. So they could form like a triangle thing if you want to, but essentially they actually have living metal. They have a 3-up save, toughness 8 with 10 wounds each. 10 wounds in total. Each one has essentially... or is there 3 of them with 10 wounds each?
No, it's 3 with... It's not a 3, Star Steel, 10 wounds. So all 3 count as one model with 10 wounds.
Interesting. Weird.
Yeah, because look at the obvious answer here. See, a Cesaric, 1 Cesaric, 7 wounds, 2 Menhir, 5 wound, right? It would be 5 for the 2.
Right.
Oh, wait.
I think
that's arguing against what I just said.
Yeah. I think there's 30 wounds collectively between them all.
That seems like a lot.
Toughness 8, 10 wounds per model, and then they do bracket. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It all makes sense. Okay, I don't know, kind of like a brain fart there, but it does seem like a lot, but it's 120 points.
120 points for 30 toughness 8 wounds?
Yeah, but they can move if you do an action. They're otherwise immobile.
So when these units first set up on the battlefield, models do not have to be set up in coherency. Instead, each model must set up wholly within 12 of one other model from this unit.
Yeah.
And it's treated like a separate unit. Yeah, they're 10 wounds each.
I guess it doesn't have to be a triangle. It could be like a line of them as well. They just have to be wholly within 12 of one other model. They give you an aura called Dominion Protocols, while a friendly core unit is within 6 inches of this model, add 2 to its leadership characteristic. They get leadership 12 Necrons.
You got Dynastic Command Node. Well, Command Protocol is active for your army. Friendly units with the Command Protocol ability are within 6 of this model.
Get the benefit of that rule. So they count as characters for the purpose of the Command Protocol rule.
Okay. Okay. What's Translocation Protocols do?
So yeah, this is, if there are any Star Steel units from your army on the battlefield, Cryptec units in your army can attempt to perform the following action. Activate Translocation Protocol. So at the end of your movement phase, one Cryptec from your army that is within 3 of any of them can start to perform this action. It's completed at the end of your turn. Once completed, select one of the Star Steel units and remove it from the battlefield. In the reinforcement step of your next movement phase, so after your opponent's next turn, set that Star Steel unit back up on the battlefield anywhere that is more than 9 away from enemy models. If the battle ends and it's not on the battlefield, it is counted as being destroyed.
Now, each one of them has a transdimensional abductor. It's assault, a D3, strength 4, -3, 3 damage.
It's only 12-inch range.
Yeah.
It's kind of boo.
You know what?
Yeah.
I think I like this. I think I want to bring them in every army. I'm not seeing the exact answer yet, but I bet these are going to be fantastic for scoring late turn directives.
I guess they do. Do they score?
They're models in your army.
Fortification?
Wait.
The fortifications.
Actually, they are fortifications. Maybe fortifications don't score.
So I was going to say my biggest gap of knowledge in this
I think fortifications can't score.
Is when it comes to fortifications, because
nobody ever uses them.
No one ever uses them. They're trying to put them into the armies. The Sisters of Battle have one. Orcs have one. No one buys it. These guys have...
Orcs don't have one.
The Knights have one. The Admech have one. I've never seen it used. Like, does it have to deploy in a deployment zone? Can it go in around the table? I don't know anything about the fortification rules. I know there's a lot of neutral ones you can do too, but...
Yeah, fortifications can never control objectives.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
So these guys can teleport around. They're only 12-inch range guns. They're Assault D3, Strength 4, -3 damage. Again, another high damage, high AP weapon, kind of going along with the Necron theme here. Except, it's... I don't like it. I probably...
You know what? For 120 points, I can make a toughness 8, 30 wound wall.
Yep, you could make a wall, 100%. You could just put them all right beside each other.
I'm telling you, I don't know it yet. I see this thing being used, like this thing is important somehow. I don't know yet, but I'm telling you this thing's important. I'll figure it out.
It's got living metal and command protocols, so they themselves can benefit from their command protocols as well as giving them out to units nearby. I do like the fact
They
that
have no weapon skill, no movement, no attacks, no leadership.
they hit on 3s. Yep.
I don't know why they have strength 6.
I don't know why either. They could have just put dash there. They have no attack, so they don't get to attack either. Maybe for abilities that interact with strength. They're cool. They're vehicles. They're buildings. So if you're like Imperial Fist or whatever, you get +1 damage against buildings and vehicles. Bam, these things double up on that.
I'm calling it most overpowered thing in the book. I don't know why yet.
You don't know why yet. By far the most powerful thing in the Codex, for sure. Like without a doubt there. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna figure it out there, buddy.
Don't know.
It can teleport turn 5. I'm not sure why that's good, but it'll be.
It dies. It dies if it teleports. It can't teleport on turn 5.
No. I mean, on 4, and it comes back on 5.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. You could.
If you need that last turn line breaker, this is the one.
If you get that action off, my man, then yeah, you can definitely. Does it count as line breaker? I guess.
Yeah, it would. They don't control objectives.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, and that's all the profiles. I don't know how I feel about the Convergence of Dominion. Let me tell you, when this book came out, that was not the one thing I went to. I'm like, oh yeah, they have this thing. What does that do? Sure, it's another weird fortification thing I'm probably never going to use.
Do you have more than one of them? How many little fortifications? Oh wait, is this the cost command points to bring?
No, you can bring one fortification in a battalion. I think. Again, that's where my gap of knowledge comes in.
Nobody knows anything about fortifications because nobody.
I know a lot of you out there watching this. Like, I know exactly.
I know fortifications.
I know fortifications. I use it very. I'm sorry.
We are spoiled them here at MiniWarGaming because we just have tons of terrain already on the tables.
Yeah, the battalion's about one fortification. No, it's a separate detachment, but it doesn't cost any command points or something. Yeah, you can bring fortification network. Command points 1 CP unless you like your warlord or something. It's the same keyword as it or whatever. I don't know. Something weird. You can bring 3 fortifications. You could bring 9 convergences of Dominion.
I might.
You should be that guy.
I'm going to figure out why 9. People go, I don't want to play against Steve and his Necrons. He has 3 convergences of Dominion.
It's 120 points. It's exactly. So 360 points in convergences of Dominion.
Somehow it's good.
That's a lot of shots. It is a lot of shots. 12-inch range, though. What's up with that, right? Like, it's like to defend your territory and you can only do...
But they have to be in your territory. Okay, so you can find a way to block off a wall. Like,
and you can,
shoot my little thing.
I guess. You can shoot my wall. the concrete's going to chip off or whatever weird solid...
I know that's bad as I'm saying it, but I'm going to find out why this is amazing. I will.
It's cool.
I'm going to go order 3 boxes of them right now.
And then after that, you have your, this is where it shows your points off and your glossary for your rules. So how does reanimate work? Bam, right there. But if you want a bigger description, you go to the page number.
Glossary is amazing. Reference is amazing.
And now,
smart.
Let's talk about the stratagems. If you sat through all of this just for the stratagems, you could have just clicked the timestamp. But hopefully you got some good information before all that.
Let's do stratagems. I think many people are just clicking this timestamp and coming right here. Welcome.
Yeah, for you, it's been quick and painless.
This has been 2 days for us. This is a marathon.
This is I think we've been reviewing first impressions for codexes. If you combine this and the Space Marine one for about, at the end it's probably going to be about 7.5, 8 hours. 7 hours maybe.
How long is this video going to be? Colin, edit out all the crap.
Oh, guys, friends, everyone, let's do this. It's stratagem time. So stratagems work the same way that they did in the previous edition, where as long as you have one detachment that is not like a super heavy auxiliary or auxiliary support or fortification network detachment, then you have access to these stratagems in your game.
You have 4 full pages of stratagems. And before we get into it, I want to ask you one question. So the Space Marine stratagems in the Codex went from like the really good ones, really balanced, kind of like went to here.
Right.
How do you feel about these ones?
I feel the exact same way.
Okay.
A lot of some of them are like the Space Marine one. A few stratagems are missing. Like Duty Eternal is missing from the Space Marine one, but that just got thrown onto the Dreadnoughts, right? We mentioned. I want to say this now. We mentioned this earlier about nothing in this book having a 3-up invulnerable save. There used to be a Dispersion Shield amplification for 2 CP where it would boost the invulnerable save on a shield to a 3-up for the Lich Guard, and then on if you rolled a 6 on a save throw, it would bounce the shot back into a mortal wound. That is gone.
Good. Get rid of those 3-ups.
What I want to say though is I would have liked to keep that stratagem, get rid of the 3-up, but I liked the bouncing back. It was a
okay, yeah. Make the stratagem bounce back on a 5-up or something.
Right. It was like I would have liked to see the shield actually just the 6-up keep it built in. That would have been real good.
I'm not a fan of those.
I would have loved that. And then make the stratagem, make it on a 5-up or something. But they lost that, everyone. I'm sorry. I know a lot of you had a lot of fun. That was one of my favorite stratagems.
Did you also have one like really great unit? Everybody took like Reavers and have their shock grenade rules become a stratagem?
No, I can't say I did my man.
Okay, all right. Space Marine still winners. Okay, so the first one is called Transdimensional Corridor, 1 command point.
Where do you get the trans part from? Transdimensional? It's just dimensional corridor.
You know what I was thinking of? I was thinking about Transliminal Slide from the Catan. I was like, I was actually...
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was thinking about Transliminal Slide.
Transdimensional? I don't know.
There's one thing they used to have. I was going to ask you, like, I figured I
it was the Apocalypse Rule thing, that's right.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, I was really fast for the video, but now I did the thing. So does that still exist?
No.
It's gone. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dimensional Corridor for 1 command point.
Use this stratagem
We've been doing this forever.
I know. Yeah. Use this stratagem at the start of your movement phase. You select a core infantry unit from your army that is on the battlefield. You remove that from the battlefield in the reinforcement steps of this phase. So you use this at the starting movement phase, but then you only resolve it in the reinforcement step, so okay. And then set that unit back up on the battlefield anywhere that is wholly within 3 inches of a friendly monolith model, more than 9 away from enemy models. That's going to be hard to pull off. And by the way, these are color-coded like the Space Marine ones. I got the hiccup, sorry. They're color-coded like the Space Marine ones. These light green ones are your battle tactics, things that you're going to typically use throughout the course of the battle, probably frequently. Epic deeds, you have your requisitions, and your strategic ploys, and lastly, your war gear stratagems that trigger off.
The categories, they don't matter.
Yeah.
They don't matter.
It's just to help you remember where they might be in the book. You know, that kind of stuff. That stratagem, I'm not a huge fan of it because it's super restrictive. More than 9 away from enemy units, that's almost never going to come up. It might. You need some support in the middle. You need like troops on an objective because you think your opponent's going to come snag it later. Bam. I've already cleared out that area. Let's bring them out over here. But then you're probably giving up an objective over there by doing that. So
I think it has its uses. I really do.
It does. That's definitely not something you're going to be using all the time, though.
1 command point for techno-oracular targeting. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase before making a wound roll for Necron models in your army. Do not make a wound roll for attack. It automatically wounds a target. So 1 command point to make 1 attack automatically wound.
Automatically wound.
You know what? Sounds like, that's not, I wouldn't do that. But you're going to do that.
Yeah, that's brand new for Necrons. That never existed before, whereas the previous one was just a
when you got 1 shot left,
Yep.
hitting on a 3 and you missed, okay, I'll use my command point.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to risk not wounding. I'm going to spend another command point and guarantee the wound.
Yeah. We're talking like maybe a Doomsday Cannon or like the Relic.
I'm like the Relic Tachyon Arrow.
Yeah. If you with the Relic Tachyon Arrow, you hit on a 2, you failed and you had to re-roll it, and you're like, yikes. Well, this is a once per game relic, so I guess I'm spending another command point to automatically wound with this. You get no save, take 6 damage, get off my table.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it seems like nothing, but I think it's a thing every army would like to have in their
right.
It's a tool that you're happy to have in your belt.
I think you're going to typically save that for anything with a Doomsday gun on it or a Tachyon Arrow for sure. I'm trying to think of other guns, like maybe a 3 damage weapon.
One time you're going to shoot that last
like
aggressor squad. The 1 model still in the objective. You gotta get him off. He already transhumaned. Boom, got him.
Techno-oracular targeting. Yeah, that's a good point. Transhuman, or like even something that's toughness 8. Yeah.
This thing has. I think you're gonna see this used a lot. This thing has plenty of uses.
And that is why it's a battle tactic, I guess. Next one is Extermination Protocols. This one got nerfed. Extermination Protocols used to be 1 command point, a destroyer unit.
It was too good.
It was way too good. 100%. Reroll all failed hit rolls, reroll all failed wound rolls. Now it is it still only works for Locust destroyers.
Yep.
So it's not I actually thought that this would work for all the Destroyer cults. I'm a little disappointed to see it only working for the Locust Destroyers, which is the older ones. It's 2 command points, and they only get to reroll wound rolls.
No, I think it's still good because they have the built-in reroll ones to hit.
Yes.
And their guns are really good for taking down vehicles, but they're only strength 6.
Right.
So you can use this in
I would still use this every time.
You're still going to use this. It was just too good before. It was. You would keep 5 command points for that unit aside for sure, because you were going to use that strategy every turn, no matter what. And anytime there's a strategy that you use every battle round, no matter what, it's too good.
Right. And now this one's a little questionable because you might be down to 2 command points. Like I might need that 2 command points for like a resurrection.
Now it's good. Now it's usable. Now it's not so. Yes, this is.
Things coming back together. And again, my mentality or my thought process on this is they're trying to take away a lot of the pizzazz from stratagems. Like these are good, but these aren't game-breakingly good.
So.
And then bring a lot more focus on those data sheets.
I'm gonna jump to like the little wrap-up things for a second, but we're kind of talking about it. When everything comes to here, if Games Workshop does that with all the codexes moving forward, that's a healthy state of the game. It's not possible that it's gonna scoot upwards, but this is exactly
this is a step in the right direction.
It's exactly the right thing. In my opinion, and Luka's opinion too.
Next one, we have Storm of Flensing Blades for 2 command points. This one will interact with Flayed Ones. Use it at the end of the fight phase. Select a Flayed One unit from your army within engagement range of an enemy unit, and they can fight again.
Okay, I don't care.
So this...
How armory Flayed Ones.
This is because of what they did to Space Marines. It kind of makes sense for Necrons. Where they said this one dedicated close combat unit can fight again, which is the Assault Intercessors.
Assault Intercessors are Flayed Ones.
Right, now it's Flayed Ones. Now this
you might use this one because you get like 20 Flayed Ones. Right. You're going to have 5,
I'm definitely going to try out Flayed Ones because they're my favorite model.
Oh, okay.
They're one of my favorite things.
I think they're old. They always break.
Surprisingly, they've been okay recently.
There are new Flayed One models, right?
There are, but they're not released yet. But they've shown new Flayed Ones up. I will definitely be getting some of those.
We got Fractal Targeting for 1 command point. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase. Select 1 Tomb Blades unit from your army to the end of the phase. All rapid-fire weapons in the model are treated as Assault 2. That is potentially not great, but also it might be okay. Models models you do penalty for advancing fire assault weapons. Okay.
Right. So you can essentially you can advance your Tomb Blades and fire the rapid. If they have twin Gauss blasters, then you'd have. It'd just be 2 because the rapid fire 2s there's Assault 2.
If they're really far away and you want to get a couple shots at something, but for the most part.
Right.
I'd rather just take the not advance and get twice as many shots if they're in short range.
Right.
So it's very situational.
Yeah.
This is one of these extremely situational. You can probably play Tomb Blades in every game and get to like 30 games before this even comes up to this.
And that's gonna be hard to remember in a lot of cases.
Not great.
And then I want to mention for the Storm of Flensing Blades as well. That means Novak did lose their fight again stratagem. They have a new stratagem now, which we'll cover in a moment. Judgment of the Triarch is the next one. This is kind of a rehash of the old one. It's pretty much the same. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a Triarch unit is selected to shoot, or in the fight phase when a Triarch unit is selected to fight. They get +1 to their attack hit rolls.
Not bad for 1 command point.
Right, and then I'm pretty sure, I'm trying to recall that this worked on the Stalker before, because I thought it only worked on the Praetorians, but it may have worked on the Stalkers before as well. But it works on the Stalker and the Praetorians now, if it didn't before.
We got Eternal Protectors for 1 command point. Use this stratagem in the fight phase. Select 1 Dynasty Lich Guard unit from your army until the end of the phase. While the unit is within 3 of a friendly Dynasty Noble model, add 1 of the attack characteristics to each model unit.
Oh.
Great.
Phenomenal. I would 100% use that. If I have Lich Guard in my army, 1,000%
you're gonna use that
every time.
Unless you're fighting against 3 guardsmen. You're gonna, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't use that. Don't use it that time, Luka.
Right.
But you're gonna use this thing most of the time they're in combat.
Well, Lich Guard went up to 3 attacks. That puts him at 4 attacks
right
now. And if you have Anrakir the Traveler nearby, he gives an extra attack to things. That's 5 attacks on Lich Guard.
That's a lot of attacks.
That's a lot of attacks. We got Resurrection Protocols. This is we're on to Epic Deeds now. This is the rehash of the old character one where they could come back to life on a 4-up. Use the stratagem in any phase. When a infantry noble, or infantry cryptech model from your army is destroyed, you can choose to roll 1d6 at the end of that phase instead of using any rules that are triggered when that model is destroyed. Surrogate Host, which is, what's the infinite guy?
Trazen?
Trazen the invincibility. So you're pretty much saying you can use this instead of that if you want to. If you do so, then on a 4 or more, set that model back up on the battlefield as close as possible to where they were destroyed and more than 1 inch away from any enemy models with D3 wounds remaining, and it can only be used to set the same model back up more. You can't use that more than once on the same model. Now, this is better than it was before because it used to only be 1 wound.
Yeah.
Now it's D3, but it's still a 4-up.
Still not going to work half the time you use it.
It's not going to work half the time. I, in a lot of cases, do use it because say you charge my character on your turn to kill him in the fight phase, then I will have him on my turn. But he comes out of engagement range as well. Yeah. So I get to move, shoot, and do whatever I want.
All the things you need to do.
I think it is still a great stratagem. I just wish it was a 3-up. A 4-up is a little iffy. 3-up might have been too good. I get it. It just hasn't worked for me in a while, so I'm a little sour towards it.
Okay, well, what about 2 command points for a 3-up?
I would do 2 command points for a 2-up.
Ooh.
Yeah, I would do 2 command points. I would do 1 for 3, I think is better, but I'll accept 1 for 4. I accept 1 for 4. Again, we're talking.
And you can't reroll that die anymore, right?
And you can't reroll it. That's the big thing, because I would often spend 2 command points for a 4 reroll.
Right.
But since 9th edition's come out, it's gotten a lot weaker.
All right, we got Strange Echoes for 1 command point. Use this stratagem in your command phase. Select 1 Catan shard from your army. Select 1 power from the Powers of Catan page. That model that he doesn't know. And use that power. It's 1 command point for...
You pretty much swap
it. Replaces.
You replace it. So it's
I thought this is where he would use an extra power.
That's a dimensional destabilization.
There is one.
There is one. It's,
okay.
That's the destabilization.
So you can... Okay, it's like that...
From Chaos Familiar.
Yeah, okay.
It's Chaos Familiar.
It's Chaos Familiar for Catan.
Yeah. We have the Deathless, which is good. I like it. The Deathless Arise. Use the stratagem in your command phase. Select 1 Technomancer model from your army. Until the end of that phase, the model can use its Rites of Reanimation ability 1 additional time. So this is the one that chooses a core unit to reanimate 1 model in it, or D3 warriors. So you can choose a different unit for 1 command point to bring a model back, or D3 warriors
But
back.
only one unit can be fitted by 1.
Exactly. You can't double up on the same unit. I'm pretty sure this would work on... If you have Illuminor, he can do it 3 times because he's got the Illuminor rule, which lets him do it twice already. Right. Yep. So he can do it a 3rd time with the Deathless Arise.
Additional time, right? So Dimensional Destabilization, 2 command points or 1 command point.
Yep.
Use a strategy in your move phase. When a Catan shard for your model, use the power of the Catan. Roll a d6. That model can immediately use the corresponding power from the powers of Catan, even if it's already been used this turn. If the model is Titanic, it costs 2 command points, otherwise it's 1. So in our game, I think Luka used it every time you were able to use it. Yeah.
Because the new Catan powers are very powerful. I wanted to note that the Tesseract Vault here does count as a Catan, obviously, so you can only have 1 per detachment. But I guess he'd be in his own detachment.
He would be in his own detachment.
So you can bring him and a regular Catan in your
but that's
whatever.
That's almost half your army.
That's half your army, yeah.
That's like 800 points.
And then the typical rule for the Catan powers is you can only ever cast the 1 power per phase. Sorry?
Like 900 points.
Yeah. So with them, like Antimatter Meteor, if I had 3 shards in my army, I can only do Antimatter Meteor once. But this stratagem supersedes that. Entropic Strike, this got reworked. It's a lot better, but different. Use this stratagem in the fight phase when a Catan shard model from your army is selected to fight. Until the end of that phase, each time a melee attack is made by that model, invulnerable saving throws cannot be taken against that attack. This used to work for any character, and it would be the first attack you did.
Yeah.
So it never really came up unless I was attacking someone who had 2 wounds left with an Overlord who was about to swing at him. Like, just make sure the first one kills him.
This one's situational.
Right.
Especially since what's his name already does
the Nightbringer already has it built in, but this could work for the Void Dragon. If the Void Dragon's hunting a vehicle that has an invulnerable save, you would absolutely
You would. Oh, we have Hand of the Pharaon for 2 command points. This is the first requisition stratagem.
This is an upgrade stratagem.
Yeah. Use this stratagem for the battle when mustering your army. If it does not contain a model with a Pharaon keyword, 1 Necron Overlord gains the Pharaon keyword.
Which means he would have to automatically be your Warlord at the same time.
Yep. And that means he gains the ability to do My Will Be Done 1 additional time.
Right. That's
the extra movement.
Right. This replaces.
No, if My Will Be Done the movement or the shooting.
Sorry.
My Will Be Done, is it the extra movement or is that the extra to hit?
That's the extra to hit.
Okay, so 1 more unit plus 1 to hit.
Exactly. So this replaces the Pharaon's Will, which was a 1 CP stratagem where you would target an Overlord or something that had My Will Be Done, and they could do it an additional time. So this is so instead of
it's
doing
2 command points, is it worth it?
Well, typically I would use it like 3 times in a game, like the old stratagem. So I'd be like, okay, I need these 2 units to get +1 to hit. So 1 CP, then the next round I do another CP, and then.
So it's a bargain if you were using.
It's a bargain.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is an upgrade now.
Interesting.
This is also a good way of like it's kind of feels weird if you were to do it. If say you're playing Sawtech and you have an Overlord and you make him a Pharaon, it's kind of like playing Ultramarines and upgrading a guy to a Chapter Master, right?
Yeah, 2 command points I think it's a bit much. Maybe not. I mean,
it's not bad. I wouldn't use it every game. It depends on my build. If I'm doing like massive infantry spam around me with like maximum squads, like 20 warriors, then I'd be like, I would definitely use it because then they're both +1 to hit.
But now that you don't need it on Tesla anymore, it's not
as good, right? It's nice to hit on 2s, but yeah. When you combine that with the Royal Warden and like a 20-man squad falling back and shooting 40 shots at +1 to hit, then you have a lot of power there. We have the next one is Dynastic Heirlooms, another requisition one. This is your standard. You pay 1 command point and gain an extra artifact. for another character. You can't stack up artifacts on the same character, but it does have a stipulation now. Instead of it being like 1/2, now it pretty much says you can use this a second time if you're playing Strike Force, or a third time if you're playing Onslaught battles.
Right.
I don't think I've played an Onslaught battle yet, so...
The last one for Requisition is Rarefied Nobility. I haven't read it yet. Do I even have to read it? I'm assuming it's the Warlord thing?
It's the so you can make additional characters, give additional characters Warlord traits, and it's the same rule as the Heirlooms one, where you can do it a second time for 2 command points, or a third time in Onslaught.
I just read the next one.
You read the next one?
I like that one.
Go for it.
Enslaved Protectors. This is the first strategic ploy stratagem. Use this stratagem in your opponent's charge phase. Select 1 Canoptic unit from your army until the end of the phase it is able to perform heroic interventions.
Yes, this will be great for...
I love that. We're seeing that like crazy.
Yeah. Just
so many armies. I have to play like so. Does anything in your army can it heroically intervene like a character? Oh yes, a stratagem for these guys. You guys can do, and we've seen so much of that nowadays. You have to
100%.
You have to ask when you play. You have to.
Yep. You always ask. Can you heroically intervene in any way, shape, or form with stratagems or characters nearby that I don't know about? Yes. Okay. Well, keep that in mind. That's not bad. Obviously, like what comes to mind is 6 raids, for sure.
I know. Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah, this is probably the best case. Like Scarabs.
Even a spider now is going to be terrifying.
Yeah, I got to try spiders, actually. I have to try those spiders. I as we were going through, I didn't realize their power when we first went through it. And then when you pointed it out, I'm like, oh, shucks, I guess you're right.
Shucks. Are spiders still like 1 to 3?
Yeah, you can bring 3 in a unit. They're kind of cool. They have reanimation protocol, but it's never going to work. But they have it.
They have it.
The next one is a great stratagem for Necrons, especially for the Titanic stuff. Stellar Alignment Protocol. It's 2 command points or 1 command point. 2 command points if you're targeting a Titanic unit here. So use it in your command phase. You select a vehicle from your army that has a wound characteristic of 10 or more, and then until the start of your next command phase, that model is considered to have its full wounds remaining for the purposes of determining what characteristics on its profile to use.
That's so good.
Awesome for the Monolith. Awesome for the...
I'm thinking Monolith and Doom Sides.
Attached Strike Vault, and Doom Sights as well. Doom Sights as well. Like,
1 command point for Doom Sights, 2 for the Monolith, but that Monolith.
Well, I think for this guy, because this guy can shoot out 3 powers at full bracket.
Oh, yeah.
So if you get this guy down to like 8 wounds, he's only shooting out 1 power for 2 command points. I shoot 3 powers again.
Or another 1 command point for...
And then another power. He can just shoot out 4 powers. Because he knows 4 powers. So he can, for 1 command point, he can shoot all 4 powers out. This guy, you want to get right in the middle of the table and just start blowing your opponent's army away.
But that's what Quirk used to do for 8th edition in the tournaments, right? Like
you'd bring 3 of them. And it was.
I don't know if it worked by the end of it, and I don't think that's gonna work. Honestly, I don't think that's gonna work in 9th, but it's gonna be fun to try.
Right. You can't even really bring 3 anymore because you'd have to bring. You're only allowed so many detachments in 2,000 point game, and you can only bring 1 of these per detachment.
Right.
So you'd have to bring 3.
You couldn't.
You couldn't bring 3 in 1 detachment. You'd have to bring 3 auxiliary detachments, and then that'd be your list.
It's your 3. You have
And then you don't get any of your Necron rules. You're literally just playing with them, and you don't
and
actually.
You're wasting just points on you.
Yeah.
Because you can't have a 4th detachment.
That's right, and you don't even have.
No, you can't do it.
There's no way you can do it. There's no way it's feasible.
Reanimation prioritization for 2 command points. Use a stratagem in your opponent's shooting phase. When a Necron unit from your army is selected as a target of an attack, select 1 canoptic reanimator model from your army that is within 6 and visible to the targeted unit. That model the model can use its Nano Scarab reanimation beam ability as if it was your command phase, selecting the target unit to be healed by its reanimation beam. Okay, I'm going to explain. I'm drained.
It's a lot of words.
Okay.
So this is actually very basic.
That
it's
big,
very wordy.
tall, spidery thing to pick a unit to give +1 to reanimation, right?
From Indominus.
You do that in your command phase.
You pick a unit and it gets a 4-up reanimation protocol.
If this was 1 command point,
it'd be great.
I might bring one of those guys. I think they're a little too expensive. It's this one here is I want to love this one, and it can be really good. It's hefty at 2 command points.
My only problem with the reanimator is it's great to bring, but it's going to get killed right away every time, and it's not hard to kill. So it's not like it's costing your opponent a lot of their firepower to kill.
If there was a way you can reliably keep it at a line of sight from your opponent, then bring it.
So
I just don't think that's possible.
You could use Obscuring Terrain, but the way his rule works is he constantly has to be in line of sight of the target. Imagine it's falling behind, sustaining this.
It's got a constant beam going at him.
It's got a constant beam going. So the second
I love the idea of it.
Yeah, the second he's out of line of sight, and the second he's outside of 6 inches, the beam it's cut off.
But to be fair, they could have made this thing more expensive and more resilient. But then it kind of like it's almost great. It's just a really weird point to resiliency level. That's the only thing I have a problem with this thing. It's almost amazing.
I am definitely not going to scrap him. I've tried him in the 1 game.
He's beautiful.
And I think he performed pretty well in the 1 game we played. for the amount of time he was alive. He saved some Necron warrior lives, but you have to imagine you could almost bring 10 more Necron warriors for the cost of him. So you have to think, is this guy going to save more than 10 Necron warriors? Right?
I just don't think so.
You
count how many 4-ups he makes?
It could, against the right army, playing against like Astra Militarum or something where they have just so much massive small amounts of firepower, absolutely he'd be incredibly valuable.
You're constantly rolling?
You're 10-man guard squad fires at my warriors, 4-ups rolling ones. 10-man guard squad fires at my warriors, 4-ups rolling ones. At that point, probably. But against Space Marines with like repulsors or aggressors, probably not.
Just the Astra Militarum will have the line set guns to target them, right?
It's
They're
true,
going to get them.
Oh, they will, yeah, sorry, that's true. Astra Militarum will have like the Basilisks or the Wyverns that will just take them out right away.
Yep.
And then, yeah.
A lot of armies have guns that can fire out of line of sight. That's going to be, if that's on the table, it's going to be a high target, a high priority target.
I'm going to try him. I'm going to keep trying him. This at 2 command points a little iffy.
Yeah.
We have Burrowing Nightmares for the next one. This is for Ophidian. This is the one I was talking about for the Ophidian Destroyers. Use a stratagem at the start of your movement phase. Select an Ophidian Destroyer, which are like the Wraith-like ones with the little tail, from your army that is on the battlefield. Remove that unit from the battlefield in the reinforcement step of your next movement phase, so after your opponent's turn. You can set that unit back up on the battlefield anywhere that is more than 9 away from enemy models. And if the battle ends, that unit counts as being destroyed. So you can't hide them or whatever.
1 command point for self-destruction. I love it. I really do. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when it cannot pick scarab swarm from your army and select to fight. Select 1 model from that unit, and after it has finished piling in, you can select 1 enemy unit within engagement range. And roll a d6. On a 2 to 5, that unit suffers d3 mortal wounds. On a 6, it suffers 3 mortal wounds, and then you destroy the scarabs. I love it. I love it.
It's almost guaranteed.
That's so cool.
I wish it wasn't a 2-up.
No, it's got to be a 2-up because you got to fail it once in a while because those fails are what makes the game.
It's true. It's the war game. It's the luck aspect. I get it. If this game was
you're gonna
all
fail
guaranteed,
as many times you roll that 6, right?
Right. Yeah, it's true. So this is better than it was before. It used to just be D3 mortal wounds, and I don't think it was a 2-up roll either. It might have been. I can't. If it was like a 3-up or a 4-up, it was kind of bad. But now with the addition of flat 3 mortal wounds on a 6, very nice.
I love it.
You're charging aggressor. I don't really like to use aggressors or terminators a lot, but it's the easy. You think 3 wounds. Yeah.
A lot of wounds, a lot of toughness or saves.
Yeah, it's just they got a good save, high toughness. The scarabs aren't going to kill that guy, but 1 scarab could be the martyr.
Well, mostly there's the one guy you got as projectiles. There's a 1 vehicle with a couple too many wounds. I don't want to put my anti-guns into it.
Yeah.
I'll send a scarab after him.
That's where this shines.
Yeah.
That's where that shines. The next one, we have Prismatic Dimensional Breach for 1 command point. It's a very wordy one. Use this stratagem in your reinforcement step of your movement phase. Select a core unit from your army that is in strategic reserve, and then select 1 friendly Night Scythe or a monolith model that is on the battlefield. Set that core unit up anywhere on the battlefield that is wholly within 3 inches of the Night Scythe or monolith model and not within engagement range of enemy units. You can't use it in the first turn. This is good because it supersedes the monolith's built-in rule of it not being able to move. So you could then move your monolith and then use this in your reinforcement step and then poop out guys.
Not turn 1.
Right, not turn 1. So on turn 1, you move forward. On turn 2, you move your monolith forward and then poop out guys for a command point. That is very powerful.
Solid stratagem that you're going to use, just not every game.
Yeah, I would, if I had those Ghost Reaper guys and I needed the middle, I would 100% use that strategy.
I think Luka's interpretation might be accurate.
Yeah.
The battle tactics or stratagems you can use most of the time.
Right.
And these ploys you're going to use, but it's not every game.
Exactly.
They all have their uses, but they're a little more situational.
Yeah.
What was next? We got Shadows of Drazak.
Drazak. That is one of the.
It's just you target 1 command points. Oh, is it? Okay.
It's one of the Star Gods, yeah.
So a flayed 1 unit from your army, 1 command point. You subtract 1 from the hit rolls against them.
Yep. So he's actually the flayed 1 shard.
So you use the shooting phase or the fight phase. Make the flayed ones -1 to hit. That's actually not bad.
For 1
that
CP?
makes flayed ones a little more interesting to me, actually.
100%. There's also another great one for, you're gonna like it against when is it? Is it you know what? It'll come up. You know what? You're gonna be like, this is the one I like. 100%. Okay. Yeah. So Shadows of Drazak, love it. That's also something I'm going to be utilizing with flayed ones as much as I can. We have Aetheric Interception for 1 command point. They got a lot of strategies.
This is the one I hate.
This is the one you hate? Oh yes, this is the
another one. No, don't get me wrong. I actually love it. I think it's amazing.
Right, this is the one for Death Marks. That's really good. So use this stratagem in the reinforcement step of your opponent's movement phase. After an enemy unit has been set up on the battlefield, I select 1 hyperspace hunter unit from my army. The only one that is Death Marks, and then you do one of 2 things. If they're in reserves already, you set them up within 18 inches of that enemy unit and more than 9 away from enemy models, and then you can shoot at them. And then at the end of that phase, shoot at that unit as if it was your shooting phase, but until the end of that phase, it can only target that enemy unit. So essentially, something comes up from reinforcements. If your death marks are on the table, they immediately put their guns at them and shoot at them for 1 command point. And again, they're hitting on 2s, strength by -2, 1 damage, can target characters, and do mortal wounds on 6s to wound. Or they can show up from strategic reserves and then immediately shoot at them as well.
Crazy good. Crazy good.
Very good. It really brings death marks into light in 9th edition.
Death marks. Okay, so Relentless Onslaught. 1 command point. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase. Select a core infantry unit from your army when it's selected to shoot. To the end of that phase, each time a model from that unit makes an attack with a rapid-fire weapon, an unmodified score of hit 6 scores 2 hits. It's like Tesla for all your rapid-fire weapons. I can see using it if you really want to get a couple extra hits.
If I was shooting 40 guys, if I had 40 shots coming at you, sure, why not?
Yeah. I mean, if you have the command points to spend.
If I'm not already grossly overkilling the unit I'm shooting at, or if I'm trying to pick away wounds at a vehicle or something.
The thing is, like, it's 1 command point. It's not bad. That 1 command point is probably better spent elsewhere. But there'll be times when, you want to do this.
You might want to do this, Like, again, mostly trying to get something off an objective.
Yeah.
The next one is Curse of the Pharaon. This is, Pharaon. This is kind of a shout out to Tomb Kings. Use this stratagem in any phase when a Necron vehicle model from your army is destroyed. Do not roll to see if that model would explode. It does so automatically. If it was Titanic, this costs 3 command points instead of 1.
I like automatically exploding. I
do.
Really,
it's
do.
nice to have that in your back pocket.
Oh man, I love those.
Especially for something that does D6 mortal wounds.
Atavistic instigation.
Wow, that is a word. Atavistic.
Atavistic is 1 command point. Use the stratagem in your shooting phase when a Doom Scythe model from your army is selected to shoot. After you select the target for the model's heavy death ray, select 1 enemy with a 3 to target.
You can target the target itself though if you want to.
You can select the target itself if you wish. The enemy unit can either brace or duck for cover. If it braces and is not a vehicle or monster, it suffers D3 mortal wounds. If it ducks for cover, until the end of the turn, subtract 1 from attack characteristics or models in that unit, and it cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend.
Yep, so you can...
Okay, it's not as good as a Space Marine one.
Right, it's not, because they can still interrupt and fight and all that stuff. But if essentially you get to do an extra D3 mortal wounds to a unit, or they lose an attack.
Okay, because the death ray isn't great against infantry.
Right.
It's not meant for infantry.
Right.
But if you have no good targets to fire at it, fire infantry, this stratagem makes it that much better.
Or you can shoot at the vehicle beside the infantry and still target the infantry with that, because you can target a unit within 3 inches of your main target.
Ooh.
So it's like
I like it. Again, it's in the ploy section. You're not going to use it all the time.
Right.
But you will.
I'm trying to think of the perfect example. Like, you're going to charge Space Marines, they lose an attack when you charge them. You don't have to worry about them retaliating.
Well, if I'm fighting against other Necrons, I'm going to hit your Lich Guard with it.
Yeah, exactly. You neuter Lich Guard with it, right? Yeah.
This would be great against aggressors. Anything that's going to charge you, right?
This is the next one for 2 command points. Revenge of the Doomstalker. Use this stratagem in any phase when a Dynasty character unit from your army is destroyed by an enemy unit. Select 1 friendly Canoptic Doomstalker model from your army. It gets to do these 2 things. At the end of that phase, that Doomstalker model can shoot as if it was a shooting phase, but it can only target that enemy unit, and only if that enemy unit is eligible target for that attack. So if it's like a character or out of line of sight, then you won't be able to do it. But until the end of the battle, each time that Doomstalker model makes an attack that targets that enemy model, that enemy unit, add 1 to its attack.
Is that the tall guy with the...
Oh, big gun.
Awesome.
That's the Doomstalker. He gets +1.
It's 2 command points though, but I like it.
So say you have a character out in the middle of nowhere trying to do ambitious character things, and he fails, and then he dies. If you had a Doomstalker, well, that Doomstalker would be like, well, especially if he dies to like a vehicle with a lot of shots or like a tough vehicle, then the Doomstalker would be like, oh yeah, well, I get to shoot at you with my Doomsday Blaster, which could do a crap ton of damage for 2 command points. Not bad. Like, it's situational. You're not going to use that against like a squad of guardsmen that killed one of your characters, but you'll use that against like a Land Raider or a Repulsor or whatever. 100%. That's kind of cool.
All right, we're moving on to the War Gear stratagems. The first one is Disruption in Fields. 1 command point. In the fight phase, 1 Necron core unit can add +1 to the strength.
Yeah,
that might be good.
That's the exact same as it was before. For Lich Guard, that puts their war size at strength 8, if they want to. That puts their Hyperphase Blades at strength 7. It puts all your basic core stuff at strength 5. That will also make that's pretty much +1 to wound in most cases for a Overlord with a War Scythe.
It's really good if you're fighting against Necrons. Well, toughness 5 in your army,
Toughness
right?
5, yeah.
Or even Custodes.
Well, yeah. What I
Nurgle.
what I would mostly use this for is if I just had a regular Overlord with a War Scythe and he wounds like most everything on 3s, I'm like, oh, I could wound on 2s now. For 1 command point, wound on 2s with 4 attacks that like no save.
I think you're right. I think I'm trying to War Scythe, especially Lich Guard units.
You do, yeah, that's 100% for War Scythe Lich Guard. Strength 8 War Scythe
But I
Lich
mean,
Guard.
are Lich Guard Power Sword Strength 5?
They're 6.
6?
They're already
so
6.
they hit with toughness 7 vehicles on a
That's
4.
also really good for them.
Another good one.
Yeah. Disintegration capacitors. This is something I wanted to see the Necrons get. I wanted to see it a little bit more powerful than this, but I'm happy with this as it is. For 1 command point, it's a war gear upgrade. You amp up the power on your Gauss weapons. It is Gauss weapons. Okay, use this stratagem in your shooting phase when a Necron unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of that phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack roll with a Gauss weapon, unmodified hit rolls of 6 automatically wound the target.
I'd use it.
Oh, I use that a lot in the game we played. I think it's really good because Gauss weapons are AP1. That's again like shooting at a vehicle in front of you. It's just
mix that with
Relentless on 6s. Onslaught. It's just like you mix that with it would work kind of.
Okay, here's the thing. What if you mix that with Onslaught? The 6 scores additional hit and the 6 automatically wounds. Is additional hit a 6?
They've clarified that the additional hit on a 6 you roll to wound that one, but the 6 still the singular 6 automatically wounds, but the additional hit you have to roll to wound with. So it doesn't pair that well, but that
makes sense.
It's still something to do.
Malevolent Arcing. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a Necron model from your army targets an enemy unit with a Tesla weapon. After making that weapon's attacks, roll 1d6 for each other unit within 6 on a 4+. The unit being rolled 4 suffers 1 mortal wound.
Could be useful.
I mean, if they're super bunched up, could be useful.
Like I'm thinking, I'm probably not going to bring too much Tesla Immortals, but
I don't even bring Tesla anymore in the game.
But with like a Doom Scythe,
just incidental Tesla.
Like the Doom Scythe flying around, there's a clump of guys, and I'm going to shoot the Tesla Destructors at the clump of guys. Maybe do like a.
Sometimes you get the last wound on a character too.
Exactly, and then but the death rate is going to go at like my prime target or whatever that may be. The next one's Whirling Onslaught for 1 CP. Use this stratagem in any phase when a Scorpec Destroyer or Scorpec Lord unit is selected as the target of an attack for shooting or close combat. -1 to the wound roll against them.
Yeah. Now, I just saw the next one, which I actually really dig. It's Quantum Deflection for 1 command point.
Yeah.
Use this stratagem in any phase. When a Necron Quantum Shielding unit for your army is selected as a target of an attack, until the end of the phase, the models have a 4 but vulnerable save. Wait a second. Quantum Shielding works for melee now?
It always did.
It did?
Always did.
Oh.
So
I thought it was only for shooting.
Technically, Quantum Shielding worked for melee in 7th and 5th edition as well.
Did it really?
But you'd always attack the back armor.
Right. Yes, okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So
1 command point, 4 but vulnerable save. I love it.
I think that's really good. It replaces what Quantum Deflection did before. I would use this sometimes.
Sometimes, exactly.
If something really scary is coming at me, I'm like, yikes. Okay, buddy, calm down. Quantum Deflection. Maybe we'll try that out. I want to talk about Whirling Onslaught because I'm a little disappointed. That's the one I thought you would really like. -1 to wound for Scorpec Destroyers. I think that's so cool. They're toughness 5 already.
Wait. Oh, it's any phase?
Yeah. Is it not that cool? I'm like, I love this one. I think.
Okay, so okay. I don't really care. It didn't seem wild to me because why? If I'm firing guns at them,
right.
I'm probably not firing. Like there's not that many strength 6 guns.
Right.
Autocannons are gonna be wounding on 4s.
Right.
Heavy bolters are gonna be wounding on 5s.
Right.
But like they got a lot of wounds. I'm gonna be firing like anti-tank weapons at them, right? So but in close combat.
Right.
Close combat is gonna be amazing.
Well, I'm thinking.
But if I'm in close combat with them, either I'm fighting with I charge them with my high strength stuff, or you charged me and I'm dead anyway. I'm not gonna.
Right. I think it's gonna have a lot of value.
I think so.
I think so. I'm gonna try it out. I think it's gonna be really good because like bolt guns are gonna be wounding on 6s, and then anti-tank guns are gonna be wounding on 4s.
See, here's the thing: if you could use it on Necron warriors, I'd be like, "Oh, that's a really good stratagem." I think it's not. Don't get me wrong; it's not bad.
Right.
I'm not wowed by it because I think the unit is already everything it wants to be.
Right.
Like if it's charging me, it picked its target, it's going to do its job. It's not charging a unit that can kill them.
Right.
If I'm charging it, I've got something that's going to do wound on 3s already, so it's going to be 4. So it's a light transhuman. I'm going to shoot it. I don't want to charge it ever.
Right.
So I'm going to shoot them.
Right. I'm going to hope that, because again, their biggest weakness would be shooting attacks. I'm going to hope that that's going to be a big factor for them. Again, when it comes to these new Necrons, I immediately want to play like 10 games in a row right now, trying out all the lists I want to think about, and like how certain things, and I want to meld it all together. And
I want to try a full canoptic list so bad, a full destroyer.
I want to do
full
destroyer, full canoptic. I want to do like nothing. I want to do literally nothing but Necron warrior spam.
Okay, so here's one, because I'm not saying it's bad. Let's talk about this again, and the commenters will have to remind us, because we're going to forget. Let's talk about this one again in about 2 months. Let's see if it was as useful as you think it is, or if it's like, oh, it's just more defense I didn't need.
Right. Well, realistically, how good are 6 Scorpec destroyers going to be on the table?
They're going to be good. I think they're going to be good.
I wish they could have had extermination protocols, but if you do pair them with a Scorpec Lord or any type of Locust Lord or the Locust Lord, they'll get to reroll wound rolls of 1 too.
No, I just see if I see 6 of them, either I'm going to put all my anti-tank guns into them, or I'm going to ignore them and feed them goblins.
100%.
Because you don't fly. That's their biggest downside.
That's the biggest downside. Yeah. You could always do Desperate Breakout, but it might risk killing some of them. But yeah, again, goblins. That's why Grots are 5 points a model now. By the way.
Yeah, it's fair.
Next one is Solar Pulse. I'm a big fan of this one. It's very basic. It's actually buffed a little bit too, because it used to work a little different. So use a strategy in your shooting phase, select one enemy unit until the end of the phase, and every one of my Necron units that make a ranged attack against it, ignore the benefits of cover, which is the better type of ignoring cover, because you ignore light
dense
cover and dense. Not obscuring. You never ignore obscuring. So you ignore the -1 to hit, and you ignore the bonus to their saving throw for it.
I think we got to the end. One more. Reconstitution Protocols, 1 command point. Use a stratagem in your command phase. Select 1 Ghost Arc unit from your army until the end of the phase. Each time it uses Repair Barge ability, set up D6 models back to the unit instead of D3.
Yep.
That one I would use.
Yeah, that's really good. That's D6 Necron Warriors back a turn.
Okay, so well, we have more actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have the Dynastic Stratagems. So this is the Mephrit one. These are the boys who get extra AP on their weapon shots. Use this. This is Talent for Annihilation for 1 command point. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase when a Mephrit unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of that phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack and a modified wound roll 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. That's crazy good for like 40 shots.
Translocation Crypt for 1 command point for the Nephret Dynasty. Use the stratagem before the battle when declaring reserves and transports. We're going to select 1 Nephret unit, excluding vehicles or monsters from your army. That unit gains the Dimensional Translocation ability.
That's essentially the same as it did before.
Now, it's harder to do 9th. Table's smaller.
Table's way smaller. It is so hard to utilize stuff like that. It's like unbelievably hard, actually.
Yeah.
We have Nihalak. How do we agree to pronounce
Nihalak?
that? Nihalak. Reclaim a Lost Empire for 1 command point. This used to be 2. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase. Select 1 infantry unit from your army that is currently performing an action. That unit can still shoot this phase without that action failing. So this is completely different than what it used to be, by the way. It used to be +1 to your save if you're on an objective. Essentially, there's a little more to it than that, though.
We got Blood Rights for 1 command point for Novak. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when a Novak unit from your army is selected to fight. Until the end of the phase, add 1 of the attack characteristics to the models in that unit. That's pretty good.
6 attack.
That's really good.
That could be 6 attacks with Lichguard Novak if you have Amarcure the Traveler in your list.
Yep.
That's like a little grossly overkill, but potentially really cool. We have Methodical Destruction for Satek. I think
let's be fair. I went back 1 second. I mean, you can still use the +1 strength on warriors and get more attacks, and they'll get work done.
That's true. Yeah, 20 warriors with like two attacks each at strength 5.
Or immortals are 2 attacks now, right? There's 3 attacks at strength 5 if you want to use full command points on them.
Oh man,
like it's got uses.
If we're thinking, yeah, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I think of my infantry. I'm like, whatever. They used to be kind of good in combat because they used to have like the relentless thing. So I remember they used to get out of their open top transport, rapid fire their guns, and then charge into combat with an extra attack. And it was just so much attacks a squad of 10 warriors would have.
See, you got to change your mindset, right? You look at the data sheet for what your units can do,
right?
And then the strategies for what they now can do.
Right. Yeah. I agree completely. That's actually pretty good. Methodical Destruction, Satek 1. This is 2 command points, fundamentally the same as it was before. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase after a Satek unit from your army has finished making its attacks. Select 1 enemy unit that was targeted by an attack made by a model in that unit this phase. Until the end of that phase, each time an attack is made by a model in another friendly Satek unit, +1 to hit it. So pretty much you target one thing, the rest of your army gets +1 to hit it. In an army that already has a lot of access to +1 to hit, it's not the best.
That's 2 command points.
I would have liked to see that +1 to wound instead. That would have been spooky.
That would have been way too good.
That would have been spooky good.
All right, so Zerakin has Empiric Dampening for 1 command point. Use this stratagem in your opponent's psychic phase when an enemy psychic attempts to manifest a psychic power with an 18 of a Zerakin unit. Roll d6 and a 4 up. The power is denied.
That's good. That's good for Necrons.
It's good to have.
That's awesome. Good for Necrons to have. 100%.
Okay, we did it. We got through all the stratagems. So I have to say, I also agree that you have no stratagems up here, none really down here, but they all went to here, and that's where I like it. We got some really good ones.
I'm typically.
I don't see any broken ones.
Right.
I don't see any completely useless I'll never use, other than maybe.
I've definitely seen some in there that I would use a lot, but they're not like extermination protocols.
It's like I'm gonna use a stratagem and win the game. I see no Vect.
Right.
But what's the worst stratagem in the game? Shock grenades. Yeah.
Worst? Like oh, you mean like worst? Like actually worst defender or like actually really bad?
Stratagem that is never gonna get used. There's no reason to ever use a stratagem.
Oh, you know, I realized
that doesn't exist in this book.
They got rid of that scout stratagem where you can plant bombs on terrain. And for Space Marines, they don't have that one anymore, eh?
Oh no. I didn't notice that.
That was a pretty bad one.
So stratagems, solid. Very solid. I like it. I like this book.
I'm actually trying to remember some of the Necron stratagems they got rid of. It was the boosting your shield save and reflecting mortal wounds. They definitely got rid of that one. But I can't think of any other ones.
Well, I think we did a lot of wrap-up stuff throughout the video.
Right.
Can you think of anything? I mean, we know what we want to try.
I definitely know what I want to play.
Is there anything you're disappointed in? Is there anything you think this book is lacking?
I would have liked to see a little bit more access to bonuses to my reanimation protocol rules other than the reanimator.
See, I'm glad you didn't.
That's just me wanting that way, though.
I think they found a way of making that reanimation protocol kind of more streamlined and easy to play with.
Right.
Kind of like a Feel No Pain, but better in some aspects and worse in some other aspects.
Yeah.
So it's different. I'm not going to say it's better or worse than before. I'm saying it's different. It's a nice rule. It's a good rule. I'm happy they have it. I'm happy it's not too good. And I'm happy it's not useless.
Yeah,
living metal across the board, everything's also pretty good.
That could be. That's why I want to start, because in the game we play, I typically play with just like single wound models. So I'm going to try and do a more spread of like, I had Lich Guard in there, Destroyers in there, Rays, I guess.
But I was playing again. Okay, I know Necrons were like near bottom tier.
Right. Well, there was like one.
But they're not bottom. They could play. They could play. But there was like one. You said one list. But like it was always frustrating to get Lich Guard or Destroyers down to a few models, and then by the end of the game they're back up full because you couldn't target
anymore. You ran
anymore.
out of fuel, right?
Yeah, it's just that wasn't a healthy thing for the game. Even though the Necrons probably still lost that game, it's not healthy for the state, like your opponent's mindset. Like you want like for people that have fun this game, it's just a fact. Models have to die on both sides of the table.
It's true.
I think this is the main reason why like most people typically don't like playing against Knights or Custodians, not because they're like tabling and winning every game. They don't win every game.
It's a struggle to kill one model.
When I play Warhammer, I want to remove enemy models off the table.
Yeah.
You want to do that. So Necrons, you're going to see them come off the table more.
Yeah.
But I think they got a lot more firepower than before. It feels like they got a lot more offensive ability than they had before.
Yeah.
I like that. I think I'd say all positive. All positive.
I got pretty much nothing but positive things to say about the book. It's going to play a lot better than it did before. I am going to miss the little gimmicky reanimation protocol they had there for a bit. It was super swingy. It would often not work, but when it did, it did.
Are you talking about when they would jump on objectives, the gimmick?
No, like just the like you get me down on one, like you spend all game getting those Lich Guard down to kill them, and then by the time you're about to kill them, you don't really have anything left to do it, and then I'm like I reanimate, and I'm back up to like 8.
So my final thoughts are 2 things.
I'll miss that.
If you are playing Necrons, move your infantry models in a way where you're thinking, if he shoots me and he removes models, where am I going to put the new models?
Yep.
Keep that in mind, because that's going to be, if you master that, you're going to have a huge advantage on the table.
Yep.
And if you're playing against Necrons, keep that in mind. If your opponent has mastered that, they're going to get where they got extra movement, extra charge. I mean, even warriors charging. You got too close to them because they reanimated closer to you.
Yeah.
And then they get +1 strength and they're just charging in.
Yeah.
Like, I think that is going to be the key to a master Necron player.
I think I agree.
It'd be interesting.
It's going to be interesting.
I want to
They're going to have an easy time controlling objectives with their massive blobs of troops and all that good stuff.
So, I'm gonna let Luka take Necrons for a while. It's his thing. And then when the Death Guard comes out, he switches his focus. I'll jump on the Necrons.
Jump! It's just gonna be a constant stream of endless Necrons coming in.
Oh, this is exciting! It's a good book.
In 8th edition, I figured out what I wanted my Necron list to look like when I played them, so I would go to it every now and then. I'd play that list. I'd change it up every now and then. I'm curious to see what my 9th edition take on Necrons is going to look like. I would very much like it to be giant blobs of warriors all over the place, but it might be destroyers. I really do like the melee destroyers. What are they called? The ones that just came out.
Ophidian?
Not Ophidian, but
Scorpec?
Scorpec. I really do like those models, and I want to see how well they can do, especially with -1 to wound. I love the Catan powers, always like them. Monolith is awesome. I'm just greatly pleased with everything all around. I hope you guys are as well. It's a great, healthy change for the book. It's all around better. Yeah. I do have my reserves about it kind of falling off over time.
We know that's going to happen. We know that's going to happen. It's you never want to be the first set of books in an edition.
Right. You never do.
And Necrons seem to have been that in 7th.
See, now
not 8th.
I was happy with them in 7th because they were the first ones to get their 7th edition big codex.
Yep.
But in my opinion, they held strong.
Well, no, I mean...
at least in my personal experience.
The formations took off on them, but the codices, you're right. They were
right, yeah. Like, I had no problem fighting Tau. I had no problem fighting... Well, Eldar I struggled against, but it's because of the playstyle they had at the time. I couldn't beat Eldar, but Space Marines had no problem. Tau had no problem. Anything else was fine, too, but it was Eldar, which was always my biggest counter.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Another friendly reminder, we have a game up right now in the MiniWarGaming Vault. Luka plays some Necrons. I play some Raven Guard Space Marines. Now, if you're not already a Vault member, you can click the link below in the description. Give yourself a 7-day free trial just to watch that game. You can immediately cancel afterwards. It won't cost you a thing.
Yep.
But there's plenty of other things worth checking out in there. Luka keeps yawning. I'm falling asleep too. We've been doing this for 2 days. Don't know why.
It's a lot of review.
We are actually going to clean up and then go play a game actually because I want to see how this all stuff's going to work. It's awesome.
I can't stop thinking about this, guys.
I was dreaming of Warhammer. It doesn't make sense. I don't do that. I've been playing Warhammer every day for the last 6 years.
Thanks for sticking this out with us, guys. Hopefully this was insightful. It was a lot of information to consume at once. We'll see you in future Necron games and Space Marine games. And happy wargaming, I suppose.